Getting an appointment with the head of the city traffic police department turned out to be not such an easy task. He accepted for personal matters once a week, on Monday, and for only 2 hours, just at the time when Maxim was at work. He could not get through to the accident analysis group or the inquiry body, where they were dealing with incidents with serious consequences. Either they gave the wrong numbers at the duty station, or all the employees were so intensely busy searching for the perpetrators of road accidents that no one answered the phone. The only place other than the duty station that could be reached was the chief's office. A young secretary with an unexpectedly pleasant voice first of all asked what question Maxim Sergeyevich was on. That's how Max introduced himself. He wants to meet with the first head. After all, many questions can be solved by his deputies, and she is even ready to dictate their phone numbers. It is only necessary to determine the essence of the issue. Perhaps she was right, but judging by the girl's voice, Maxim did not want to tell her about the accident where his Alyosha was injured, who is still in a coma, and there is no end in sight. Moreover, no one from the body of inquiry had deigned to contact him over the past 5 days, which was why the overwhelming melancholy of the first days gradually turned into elementary anger. Well, he would tell her, turning his soul over once more, because she would send it to the body of inquiry anyway, and it was impossible to reach them. What? Has the circle closed? His little Alyosha, from whom Lena has not left all 5 days, is balancing somewhere on the edge, and this freak, who knocked him down at a pedestrian crossing in broad daylight and calmly disappeared, is now driving around the city and covering his tracks. And it seems that either no one is looking for him or just doesn't want to do it. The center of a large neighborhood, surrounded by surveillance cameras. What else is needed? Right at the corner of the intersection where it happened, there is a branch of a large commercial bank, where there are cameras, and a little further on there is a private clinic, where there are probably guards and the same video cameras. And further down the street, if you look closely, you can find these cameras. You would like to. And it looked like the cops didn't have one. That's why Maxim decided to contact his boss right away. And when asked by the secretary, who was clearly protecting the peace of his boss, he muttered something like, "On the issue of road safety." Well, what other questions can I ask the traffic police? It's not about paying utility bills, is it? The girl with the pleasant voice did not like his answer, and incomprehensible persistence. She rustled papers for a long time, which could be clearly heard in the handset of the phone, muttered something, not forgetting at the same time to demonstrate not only vigorous activity, but also good manners, periodically urging to wait just one more second. Finally, she answered, "I can only schedule you for October 2nd at 11:30. Are you satisfied?" Max was taken aback. Being in the dark for 2 more weeks? 2 weeks, when maybe the bill goes by the minute? Yes. In 2 weeks you can repair the car and sell it by proxy, and no one will stop you from going somewhere far away. Especially the police. No thanks, Max muttered, and hung up. He decided to come to the boss without an appointment and an invitation. He had the opportunity to do this. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, the head of the city traffic police department, was both angry and confused at the same time. It was necessary to get there like that, literally between a rock and a hard place. On the one hand, the mayor with his problems and requests, on the other, the city prosecutor, and also with his directly opposite requests. True, these requests are not specific, skillfully veiled, at least on the part of the mayor, but this does not make it any easier. The prosecutor, that straight guy, just asked how the investigation was going, and mentioned that the mother of the child injured in an accident at the intersection was his employee, and not just, but one of the best. I didn't ask for anything special, neither to personally participate nor to help, nor to speed up. It was self-evident that a smart person would understand, and Nikolai Sergeyevich considered himself smart. Otherwise, it is unlikely that by the age of 45 he would have risen to the rank of colonel, and even headed the city department. The mayor called on Saturday morning, which in itself was strange. It was a day off after all. Moreover, the call was on a mobile phone, which the colonel could not understand in any way. How did the head get his number? They did not seem to exchange. Then he waved his hand. He knows and knows, that's why he's the mayor, to know everything. They weren't close, they didn't drink vodka together, they didn't steam in the same bath, but they knew each other, and they had to meet. For the most part, either at meetings and reports at the mayor's office, or at some kind of solemn events, usually ending with a banquet. but there were no intimate conversations between them personally either. And then the bell rang.
Nikolai Sergeyevich? Good afternoon.
Karpov is worried. Then there were non-binding clarifications about business, health, and weekend plans. Nezhnov sinfully wondered if the mayor was going to invite him somewhere to nature on the weekend, to some kind of hunting trip. According to rumors, he was an avid hunter, and the hunting season was just open. The head of the Department of Internal Affairs, who once happened to visit the mayor, told in a private conversation that in the hallway of a country house on the wall hangs a huge moose head with the same huge shovel-shaped horns, branched at the edges, extracted personally by the mayor. But everything turned out to be much more prosaic. Nikolai Sergeyevich, I've come to you actually on business. This is not an ordinary case, the mayor hesitantly explained, although what is unusual there? He stated more firmly. My son's car was stolen. That's where the traffic police chief got suspicious. He didn't like something about this situation, but so far he hadn't seen anything particularly reprehensible and couldn't figure out what was wrong. That the mayor is calling him about the theft and not to the duty station is understandable, although his son, as the owner of the car, will still have to write a statement. The danger bell, if it rang somewhere on the periphery, was very far away and very quiet. The colonel had a hunch, though. My son is studying in Novosibirsk, Karpov continued. I only studied for 2 weeks and came back for the weekend on Thursday. I forgot something. Gape. He decided to build up. Well, here are the friends, as without them. We decided to take a steam bath in our house outside the city. Yes, it looks like they weren't just steaming, you idiots. They wake up in the morning and there is no car in the yard. No one saw or heard anything. That's the way it is, Nikolai Sergeyevich. He finished very pessimistically. I had to say something. Viktor Alexeyevich, we'll find your car, the colonel began, too optimistically, as it seemed to him. Don't worry. I'll call the duty station now, give you a task, and the mechanism will spin. All my son needs to do is come to us, write a statement and tell us everything in detail. He intended to explain in detail to the mayor everything that needs to be done, and what he personally, the head of the traffic police department, would do to find the missing person as quickly as possible, secretly hoping for some preferences in the future. But Karpov interrupted him without much ceremony. Here's the deal, Nikolai Sergeyevich. The boys can't say for sure when the car was stolen. Maybe this morning, maybe at night, or maybe yesterday afternoon. They went there on Friday morning, steamed up in the bath, devils. They say they didn't go out into the yard. Here the mayor took a short pause, but Nezhnov already understood what he was going to talk about next. And although he did not like it very much, he did not dare to stop the mayor, and who would risk it? Nikolai Sergeyevich, my son will arrive in an hour. I'll send my driver for him now. The asshole doesn't have anything to ride now. You will take his statement about the theft yesterday, otherwise you never know what. They will cause trouble on his car, and you will not prove anything later. As it is, he's a good boy. The frustrated father finished on an optimistic note, but even on the phone, his tension could be felt waiting for an answer. The head of the traffic police department had no choice but to promise to fulfill all the voiced requests of the chief, although the bells of impending problems were now thundering loudly. The colonel knew the son of the mayor, Denis Karpov. Not personally, of course, but I knew. He first heard about it about 2 years ago at the usual morning report, where the crews on duty reported on the work and identified violators over the past day. By chance, I caught on to the surname Karpov, listened to it, and so I got acquainted in absentia with one of the most notorious violators in the future. Having stopped a black Audi A7 Sportback with 3 sevens on the number that exceeded the speed limit by 40 kilometers in the middle of the city, the inspector was incredibly surprised that such a powerful, practically racing car capable of reaching speeds of up to 250 kilometers was driven by a boy who, according to the documents, turned 18 2 weeks ago. A thorough check confirmed that the owner of this luxury foreign car is indeed this young man, who looks more like yesterday's 10th grader. This former schoolboy came to the attention of traffic police 5 or 6 more times in 2 years, and all for speeding. For the sake of truth, it is worth saying that he always paid the fines for his transgressions, and almost on time. He had no debts. Only a little later, it became known that this respectable violator, who pays fines on time, if the violator can be called respectable, is the son of the mayor. And this wonderful car was given by a loving father to his child on his 18th birthday, and on the occasion of the graduation of the first year of the Novosibirsk Law Institute. It became clear where the first-year student got such a car, but even the head of the traffic police did not know where such a number came from. It is clear that one of his subordinates got his hands on it quite well, but he did not figure it out. This was already practiced everywhere. When the colonel found out how much such a car costs, the man himself is not poor, he thought for the first time that he had chosen the wrong profession for himself. Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov could only wonder what this young fan of fast driving had finally done, since the all-powerful dad himself was calling him with a very unusual request. Reality has surpassed all the worst assumptions. Alyosha went to school for only 2 weeks. Maxim, with an uncharacteristic sentimentality and bitterness of recent events, recalled the enthusiastic impatience of his son, who was going to school on the 1st of September. He woke up, of course, before anyone else. My father realized this through the remnants of sleep by the soft tinkling, rustling, and repeated clicking of the zipper of the school backpack he bought a long time ago. No other way. The young first grader decided once again, or maybe more than once, to check if he had packed everything at school for the first lesson in his life. A knowledge lesson. Then Leshka couldn't think of anything else but to unceremoniously show up in his parents' bedroom with an inflated satchel, so that his parents would confirm his confidence. I had to get up. With the unhurried step of a first grader, it took about 15 minutes to reach the school located here in the neighborhood. However, there was one but, because of which I had to accompany the baby to school for the first 2 weeks, and meet him on the way from school. The path to knowledge was hampered by 2 streets that had to be crossed, preferably without incident. One of them was nothing. It was as small as the first grader himself, and there weren't many cars here. But the second one, which separated half of the neighborhood from the hospital campus, behind which there was a school, with its abundance of cars, served as a serious obstacle. Here, at a pedestrian crossing near the intersection, the traffic light was constantly flashing yellow, and, nevertheless, the crossing was not considered completely safe. From time to time, various kinds of excesses have occurred here, so far ending, thank God, favorably. It was in order to teach Alyosha how to cross the streets correctly and get to school safely that Maxim, who had about 5 minutes to walk to his job, saw him off every morning for 2 weeks, teaching him the tricky survival skills of a small person in a big city. Lessons at school started at 8:30, and Max had been working since 8, so for a couple of weeks he had to be a little late. But the head, having found out the reason, went to meet him and turned a blind eye to it. Alyosha was already met and escorted home by his grandmother, however, as well as other first graders, who were also more often met by grandmothers who loved their grandchildren. 2 weeks later, an experienced first grader took an exam on the rules of pedestrian traffic, after which it had to be decided whether he could go to school alone so that his dad would not be late for work, and from school so as not to disturb his grandmother. On Friday, Alyosha left the entrance completely on his own and went to school. He knew that his father was coming from behind, but they agreed that the son would not even look back until he reached the school gates. He got there normally, however. He still turned around a couple of times, looked for his father with his eyes, and walked on, reassured. He stopped in front of the pedestrian crossing, looked in both directions one at a time, made sure that there were no flying cars, and calmly crossed. Maxim breathed a sigh of relief, although he understood perfectly well that he could not, and should not, see his boyfriend off for the rest of his life. Maxim was not surprised to receive a phone call shortly after noon. He was surprised when he saw who was calling. My mother-in-law called. Personally, Valentina Ivanovna, Lena's mother, called him extremely rarely, and more often when she could not reach her daughter to resolve any issues with her, or just take an interest in business, although she treated her son-in-law quite kindly and respectfully. Maxim paid her the same, but still did not call her mom. He addressed her by her first name and patronymic. However, Lena addressed his parents in the same way. Other non-Demostroev times have come. At first, the voice that addressed him without a doubt seemed completely unfamiliar to Max. He was somehow lifeless, inanimate, as if it was being spoken by a man completely devoid of emotions, struggling to find words. the voice of a man resembling a rubber toy, from which the air was released. It was only when Maxim understood the meaning of what was said that he realized that it was really his mother-in-law who was calling. Maxim. A long pause. Lyoshenka got hit by a car. And again silence. Max tried to make sense of what he had heard, but he did not try to apply it to himself at all. On the contrary, his mind tried to abstract itself from it, because it simply could not be. But as he realized that it was not customary to joke about such things, and what Valentina Ivanovna said was true, Maxim himself began to resemble a deflated rubber doll. A colossal weakness, such as he had never experienced, rolled over like a giant wave, cutting off air access. He was forced to lean against the back of a chair, unable to take a breath or move. An instant feeling of nausea, noise in his head and dizziness knocked him out of the surrounding reality in an instant. An incomprehensible veil before his eyes blurred the outlines of objects, and he saw everything as if in a fog. If he could look at himself from the outside now, he probably wouldn't recognize himself. Instead of a young, handsome, confident guy, a small, crushed man was sitting on a chair, white as chalk. But after a minute he began to come to his senses. Is he alive? Max's voice had also changed beyond recognition. It was hoarse and rattling. Valentina Ivanovna tried to pull herself together. The ambulance took him to the Miners' Rehabilitation Center. He's unconscious. Traumatic brain injury. And a little quieter with difficulty. Severe. It was necessary to do something, and this realization that he, the man in the family, should take on his shoulders the whole burden of what had happened, forced him to struggle with his fear, which at first overwhelmed him until his knees trembled. How did it happen? His voice had stopped rattling, though the hoarseness hadn't completely disappeared. And where? Valentina Ivanovna, a little encouraged by the changes in her son-in-law's voice, began to speak quickly, almost without pauses, and her voice was already recognizable. On Sovetskaya Street, at a pedestrian crossing. I went to get Alyosha as usual, even a little early to keep an eye on him, as we agreed yesterday. I haven't reached the crossing yet, and I see he's already walking, so proud and independent. I don't know if they were released from school earlier, or if something else happened. And then he saw me, smiled, waved, and ran across the passage to meet me. Then she fell silent, again remembering with horror the picture she had seen, and her voice, filled with tears, dimmed again. The car is a passenger car. Black. I didn't even slow down. And I didn't stop. I just drove even faster. When Lyoshenka fell, he hit his head on the asphalt. That's all she could say. And Maxim heard that his mother-in-law was crying, and not just crying, but choking on tears, barely trying to stop. One more very important question remained unclear, and Max, breaking through the mumbled sounds, asked, Does Lena know? No, Maxim. I cannot. You call her yourself, please. Her voice became quiet and lifeless again. Where are you? Maxim tried to distract her with his question. I'm here, near the crossing. I'm waiting for traffic cops. That's what the ambulance said. They informed them, and then they went. They couldn't wait. Lena did not leave Alyosha's side all 5 days. She was sitting with her elbows on the edge of the bed, leaning over her child, who seemed to have become even smaller, constantly holding his hand and talking softly, completely oblivious to others. Her face was haggard, her features sharpened, and dark circles appeared under her eyes, more like bruises. It was impossible to recognize the old Elena in her with a cheerful, charming smile, confident, relaxed, and able to make independent decisions. All this seemed to fade into the background, but the first and only thing now was this baby, helpless and defenseless, lying in front of her. Her husband's timid attempts to replace her at least for the night so that she could rest properly and at least get enough sleep ran into an impenetrable wall of denial. She looked at Maxim with surprised eyes, as if amazed at his incomprehensibility, and quietly, as if afraid to wake up a sleeping baby, explained to him things that seemed obvious to her. Max, how can you not understand? I can't leave here. Can't. Imagine Alyosha waking up. It was easier for her to believe that her son was asleep, rather than teetering somewhere on the brink of life and death. And I wasn't there. Who will he call first?
Me, Max, me.
Mom? But I'm not around. Do you want him to be scared? That's enough for him already. Her muddled explanations couldn't convince Maxim, but there was nothing he could do. He came to the rehabilitation center every day, brought everything Lena asked for, sat next to her next to Alyosha, but at night, at her request, he invariably went home. Having taken a vacation from work, like his wife, he went to the traffic police in the morning or tried to call the body of inquiry. Even once he waited half a day outside the office of this notorious body, but to no avail. None of the people he needed showed up there. No, other employees showed up, and sometimes stayed there for a long time, but they had nothing to do with the case of hitting a pedestrian crossing on Sovetskaya Street. Max managed to find out that the case of a hit-and-run on his son is being handled by Captain Vasnetsov, who somehow miraculously constantly eludes or hides from him. Other employees began to respond to his claims with irritation that the captain was working on his case. But it was hard to believe. It was easier. I couldn't believe it at all. During all this time, Lena never asked about the affairs that were going on outside this ward. She did not ask about the health of her mother, with whom Maxim periodically called, and whom her daughter forbade to come to the hospital so as not to see her grief and tears. She was not interested in her husband's affairs, the situation at home, and certainly did not specify how the investigation of the crime that brought her son to the hospital bed was going. Nevertheless, one evening before leaving home as usual, Maxim decided to share his problems with Lena, why he couldn't meet with Captain Vasnetsov, and why it was still not clear who was responsible for the accident. It was difficult to see the prosecutor's investigator in this tired woman, and she seemed to be listening with half an ear. But when Max finished telling about his empty adventures, she turned to him anyway, and a clearly readable thought appeared in her eyes.
Max,
she began slowly, not letting go of Alyosha's hand. I think this case is being delayed on purpose. Why? They are trying to cover up the culprit of the accident, and this is some kind of significant person. I just don't see any other reason, even if the car is allegedly stolen. It's one thing if a pedestrian was hit at night, somewhere outside the city, where no one saw it. Then, yes, the search may take a long time, or the culprit may not be found at all. It's quite another thing when it happens in the middle of a city, where surveillance cameras are at every intersection, on a bright day, when there are dozens of witnesses around. The second point. Lena came to life before my eyes, and it turns out that the investigator hadn't disappeared anywhere. He was just busy with other things. Mom said that during the interview, the traffic cops took our coordinates, including our phones. Therefore, they know perfectly well where I work, and yet they remain silent. So the situation here is not at all simple and serious forces are involved. It would not have been difficult to call to give at least a crumb of information if they had wanted to, or could. But they can't because they've been forbidden to do it. So, it turns out, it was clear who Lena meant by the word they. All those dark forces that are trying to stall for time and slow down the whole thing. So far, only traffic cops have been seen here. It was easier to call traffic police representatives that way. Max. Lena bent over Alyosha again, and with inexpressible tenderness ran her hand through her son's hair. I won't be able to do this case yet. I should be here. Then she looked at her husband. You will do this, because evil must be punished. Don't be surprised. You can do it. I could go to the boss, but I won't. On the one hand, I don't want to set him up. On the other, I don't want to be disappointed, because it's still unknown what kind of forces are behind all this. It's not the first time we've been together. She looked at her husband with a sad smile. Do you remember how we promoted the case of the glowing dead and sent Princess Ilseonora home with the children? They both seemed to freeze for a second, then simultaneously looked at the lying Alyosha and averted their eyes in different directions. Both Maxim and Lena were thinking the same thing, but Maxim was the first to talk about it. If Pavel Ivanovich were here with his medical capsule, Alyosha would already be healthy. Max, don't. His wife tried to stop him with pain in her voice. You know it's all pointless. She paused for a moment and added bitterly. It's easier to turn to God. Prayer will reach him faster. and then she added, "Do you think I didn't ask for Alyosha? I ask for him every day." Max suddenly became bitter. "Lena, why don't you? Do you remember? This AI said that you have good mental abilities, and you know how to mentally communicate. Try contacting him, or directly contacting the princess. You saved her too." Max. His wife tried to reason with him. "Calm down. We don't even know which galaxy this Terran Empire is in, or where this planet is, Celia. Which way should I turn? And what's the use? Wait 500 light years or maybe more? And I can't wait for anything, because we don't know at what distance my mind link works." Here at the site, everything was within half a kilometer, or even less. Maxim, despite quite weighty arguments, stood his ground. "Lena, we must take every chance. You know, anyone. Even such a ghostly one. By and large, we don't know anything about the Terranians, except that they run time and space like we run a car. Besides, we're not losing anything." Elena promised more to calm her husband, who bit the bit. "Okay, Max, I'll try. And I'll try to figure out this long-running hit-and-run story," he said, pleased with at least a shadow of hope. "You should first try to install cameras from which the crossing should be visible," Lena instructed him. "And just ask if the traffic cops took the recordings for themselves or not. They won't show them to you, of course, but try to be convincing." She smiled a little for the first time. "Just don't hurt anyone." "That's how it goes," Maxim joked. Maxim was never a leader or an idea generator by nature, but he was a good performer. Max solved any task, especially if it was set correctly, as quickly, efficiently, and in due volume as possible, as far as circumstances allowed, without any sloppiness and gaffing. Well, as you know, insurmountable circumstances are extremely rare, especially when you have such a powerful tool of persuasion as a measure of protection. Maxim had hardly used his anti-medical abilities in the last year, but he was convinced that they had not gone away. Therefore, I went in search of the culprit of the accident calm and confident. If necessary, he will not hesitate and be tormented by doubts. He will take full advantage of them. The newly minted detective decided to start his own investigation from the very intersection near which everything happened. He used this passage every day, so he had an idea where the surveillance cameras might be located. And my first visit was to a branch of a large Moscow bank located in a corner house at an intersection next to the ill-fated pedestrian crossing. Already on the way, Maxim examined an outdoor video camera, the peephole of which was directed to the street and directly to the place that Max was most interested in. A high porch with a railing, massive doors, a waiting area with upholstered sofas, a spacious operating room with windows separated by decorative partitions, an information desk at the entrance, a scoreboard on the wall with a list of guest numbers and, of course, a security guard. It was as he had expected. An elderly, rather sturdy guard in a blue shirt with a black tie and a walkie-talkie in his hand met Maxim almost at the entrance. He looked at him carefully and looked away, apparently deciding that the incoming client posed no threat. Max went straight to him, greeted him kindly, and asked where he could find the head of the bank's security. The guard with the badge on his chest looked at the unusual visitor more attentively, as if appraisingly, paused, and answered the question with a question. "And for what purpose do you need him?" Maxim decided to be extremely frank, hoping for reciprocity and understanding. "A child was hit by a car here at the crossing on Friday. This is my son. He is currently in the Miners Rehabilitation Center, still in a coma, and there is not a word or half a word from the traffic cops about the culprit. It feels like they're not looking for him at all, and your camera is just looking at the transition. So I decided to just clarify whether they were interested in the recordings from the cameras or not." The guard looked at him with sympathy. "I wasn't on duty on Friday, but I heard about it. Wait a bit, I'll clarify." He hesitated for a second. "Can I just see your documents?" Maxim was ready for such a turn of events, so without hesitation he took out his passport, which he had seized from home. The security officer carefully scanned the passport data, looked at the registration page, returned the passport to the owner, and disappeared behind an inconspicuous door with the inscription, "Office Space," located behind a ledge of the wall next to the information room, after knocking on it. A minute later, he appeared, accompanied by a man dressed not in a security guard's uniform, but in an ordinary suit with a matching tie. It is clear that his shirt was white. The man, who greeted each other and introduced himself as the head of security, looked at Max no less attentively and apparently made some kind of decision for himself. "I was briefly told about your problem. Let's go outside and have a chat so as not to bother anyone here," and headed for the exit. The porch with a high, shiny railing from the front door went off to the side along the facade of the building for about 3 meters, forming a kind of open but fenced corner, where there was a small urn, ashtray on a high chrome leg. It was to her that Max's interlocutor went. Even from here, it was easy to see a pedestrian crossing with a constantly flashing traffic light. Maxim had to repeat his short story one more time, and he repeated it almost word for word. After listening, the head of the guards did not react at first, remained silent, then took a cigarette out of a pack, sniffed it, and simply turned it in his hand, as if deciding whether to smoke or not. Then he looked up and, looking at the intersection, said, "I recently quit smoking. Sometimes I come out here." He raised the cigarette to his face again. "I sniff." After a short pause, he continued, "I saw that accident, just from here. I called an ambulance too, and I watered this kid's grandmother down while she was waiting for the police." Maxim looked confused. "This is the mother-in-law. She was on her way to meet Alyosha from school." Then he pulled himself together, remembering why he had come. And what a car it was. Well, which one did? The black Audi was clearly flying more than 60. "I didn't even slow down, bitch," he said angrily, referring to the driver, and broke the cigarette. Then he stared at it, as if he didn't understand why he was holding the pieces in his hand, and threw them into a shiny ashtray. Maxim decided to go back to the beginning. "Did the traffic cops watch the recordings from your camera?" The head of security said something distantly, as if with condemnation. "We looked back on Friday. We even copied it to a USB flash drive." Maxim didn't want to apply his measure of protection to this normal, adequate, obviously sympathetic man. And he, like anyone else in such a situation, would have asked, "I understand that this probably shouldn't be done, but can I watch this recording as an exception? Since the police aren't looking, maybe I'll find this car myself." The man rested his hands on the railing, and without looking at Max, he suddenly declared, "Now it's impossible." And after looking at the perplexed Max, he continued, "The traffic cops seized the recording disc for that day. They showed up on Monday morning with a decree, and took it away. However, others came, not the ones on Friday. Or rather one, Captain." Maxim was taken aback. "How come? The police have all the data in their hands, but there is no result? Or can't they find it? Although the owner has certainly been identified. Why are they silent then?" The thought that suddenly flashed through his mind seemed very reasonable. His sympathetic counterpart had clearly seen this recording. "Tell me, have you seen this recording?" He froze, waiting for an answer. "Yes, I saw it, and not once," was the emotionless reply. "And the number?" Max's mouth suddenly went dry. "Did you look at the number by any chance? Maybe you remembered." "What is it?" he asked hopefully. "This won't go any further than me. I promise." The other man, apparently calmed down, took out a new cigarette. "There's nothing to remember. 3 sevens, about the 777. 42nd region. And as for, I have nothing to be afraid of. I'm a combat officer. In the past," he added sadly. "And I didn't give any subscriptions to the police." Maxim was elated in his heart. Now he would have something to go to the head of the traffic police. Most likely his fleeting joy was reflected on his face, but the head of security brought him back to earth, for some reason switching to you. "It's going to be hard for you." He paused until he saw Maxim looking at him in disbelief. "This is the car of our mayor's son. Most likely he was driving. When the traffic cops viewed the recording for the first time, they talked among themselves, and immediately stated that it was the car of Denis Karpov, the mayor's son. Apparently we've met more than once. One of them actually gloated, something like, 'Finished playing the horseradish on the violin. He's probably already in their livers.' and another added, "As if I hadn't gone to Novosibirsk." "Okay. Good luck." And, saying goodbye, he held out his hand. Yes, now Maxim had the trump cards in his hands. Even if they weren't the biggest ones, he hadn't seen the video from the bank's camera. But still. In addition, he did not plan to disclose the source of his information, and therefore its slaughter rate decreased somewhat. It would be good to meet with Captain Vasnetsov first and see his reaction. I wonder what he will say about the difficulties of the search. He won't say anything. Most likely he won't be there again. "You're still working, great emperor, like a bee." Max remembered the immortal phrase from his favorite comedy, and immediately thought with dislike, "I'm a hard worker." He recently spied this term as an imitation of bustling activity in an article about office workers, but it seemed to be appropriate here. Well, then I'll have to go to the boss. The city traffic police department was located just outside the city, and that's right, because it was not realistic to find a place for several dozen or even hundreds of cars in the center. On the outskirts, several brick houses stood surrounded by a wall of sturdy concrete slabs, and next to them, on a playground the size of a football field, concerned motorists left their iron horses while they solved their problems at the inspection. All the problems were solved in a large 3-story brick building, which could be accessed directly from the parking lot through a small gate, through which drivers streamed in a continuous stream from early morning until late evening, passing exams, obtaining and exchanging rights, deregistration and registration of cars, accident investigations, search for stolen and missing cars, and many other issues were solved here. Therefore, there were always more than enough people on all 3 floors. But the chief's office was located in a small 2-story house with a tricolor over the entrance at the opposite end of the walled courtyard. It was quiet here. There was no such fuss as Max saw while he was looking for the boss's office. It seems that a few years ago, when he got his license and registered the car he bought, there was no such fuss. However, there was a security guard in the uniform of a police sergeant in the small lobby, who lazily inquired about the purpose of the visit. Without specifying if he had an appointment, he silently copied Max's passport details into a thick barn book, where, as he managed to notice, he was listed as only the 5th or 6th for today. In the reception area, a young girl with a pleasant face and shoulder-length blonde hair sat at a high semicircular table, who looked at the uninvited visitor in surprise. "What is your question?" Without responding to Max's greeting, she asked, and he immediately realized that he was talking to her on the phone. "I need to talk to your boss, Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov," Maxim replied, reading the name of the head of the department beautifully written on the bronze plaque on the office door. "Today is an unacceptable day," the secretary said unkindly. "Or did you agree?" With some hope, she clarified a little more gently. "Unfortunately, I don't have time to wait 2 weeks for an appointment. It's urgent." Max went on the attack. "I have a complaint. Or do you also receive complaints by appointment?" "What is it?" he asked sarcastically. The secretary was a little confused, weighed something, then pressed the speakerphone button on the intercom. "Nikolai Sergeyevich," she began neutrally, hearing the boss's voice. "You have a visitor. He hasn't made an appointment. He says it's urgent." She paused and added, "With a complaint." "Let him come in," Nikolai Sergeyevich replied with displeasure, which even the visitor felt this displeasure. Strangely enough, Max was only pleased, and turned on. Let him get angry. Let him. The office of the head of the city traffic police department was standard, which Maxim was used to in police series, except a little more spacious. 2 T-shaped tables, one shorter for the boss, the other slightly longer for subordinates and visitors, quite decent chairs, a computer monitor on the table, a portrait of the president on the wall, a safe in the corner, and shelves with folders and books. The boss himself is sitting in a padded half-chair under the portrait. A youngish, trim man in a colonel's uniform with intelligent eyes, but with a worried look that an uninvited visitor should guess that he is not here at the right time. The colonel's uniform suited him and even emphasized his importance. After briefly responding to Maxim's greeting, Nikolai Sergeyevich made an inviting gesture with his hand, pointing to a chair that had been pushed back in advance, standing neither far nor close to him. It looks like a well-practiced tactic. "I'm listening to you. What is your problem?" he asked in a well-modulated voice. Maxim decided to end everything as quickly as possible, remembering that he still had to go to the rehabilitation center and laid it out in one go. On Friday, a car hit my son at a pedestrian crossing on Savetskia Street. He is currently in the rehabilitation center, still in a coma, and I still cannot meet with Captain Vasnetsov, who is leading this case, to clarify how the investigation is progressing and whether the culprit of the hit and run has been identified. And he immediately recovered, or rather, the crime. I would like to clarify this situation. Why does the captain not want to meet with me, and how is the investigation progressing? An elusive shadow passed over the head of the department's face, as if the questions were unpleasant to him. Folding his hands in front of him on the table, he was silent for a minute, then replied, "I know this business. I even have it under control." He paused a little longer, and adding compassion to his voice, continued, "Of course, this is an extraordinary case. It hasn't happened for a long time. But you are wrong to think that Captain Vasnetsov, who is leading the case, is hiding from you. Believe me, it works. He works, as they say, not out of fear, but out of conscience. We've identified the car that hit your son." "And who's the owner?" "Is he under arrest?" asked Max impatiently. The colonel winced, as if he had a toothache, but he didn't want to give the owner's name. He continued, choosing his words carefully, and Maxim immediately sensed it. "We have established the name of the owner, but it's not that simple." Nikolai Sergeyevich looked at Max carefully. "The fact is that the car is listed as stolen." Maxim's face showed nothing, except for an involuntary frown. Lena was talking about something similar. Whether it's true or not is the question. Could it be that the owner specifically wrote a statement about the theft in order not to be responsible for the crime? "I don't think so," the colonel said thoughtfully. "The statement was written on Friday morning, and the hit and run was sometime after lunch. I've been checking. Now we need to find a car. If we find her, we'll find the hijacker who hit your son." "We are working on this together with the criminal police. They raised all their informants, gave them directions around the region, to car dealerships, workshops, and car disassemblers. In general, the work is underway." Maxim left Colonel Nezhnov's office feeling upset. On the one hand, the head of the city department told him everything, without hiding anything. On the other hand, Max was still confused by this theft statement, written 2 hours before the hit and run. Why then did the traffic cops who watched the footage from the camera in the bank on Friday not know anything about this statement and were clearly talking about the owner of the car, Denis Karpov? There are no such coincidences. Or does it happen? And the inspectors really didn't know about the statement. Otherwise they would have been talking about the hijacker, not the owner. Theoretically, yes, it is possible. But it is better to double-check. After checking in with the guard at the exit, Maxim went to the duty station located opposite in a 3-story building, where he had recently visited. Through a small window right next to the entrance, above which was written Duty Station, Maxim looked at the police captain, to whom he decided to turn. He did not have a clear plan, as well as pre-formulated questions due to lack of time. He relied solely on improvisation. After saying hello, he began to fantasize. "Tell me, is it you who registers statements about the theft of vehicles?" After receiving an affirmative answer, he continued. "My neighbor's car was stolen on Friday. I just found out about it today. By chance, another neighbor told me. I'm calling Denis, but I can't get through. He must have gone to Novosibirsk." He looked innocently at the policeman, and, demonstrating his awareness so that he would not have any suspicions of greed, added, "He studies there. I think I saw the hijacker. Maybe this will somehow help in the search." The attendant disappeared from Max's field of vision for a second, then reappeared with a thick magazine in his hands. "What's the owner's last name?" "What is it?" he asked. "Karpov Denis Viktorovich." He already knew the name of the mayor of the city. "Black Audi, 0777 AE, Region 42. He confirmed his awareness. The inspector flipped through several pages of the incident report book, apparently found the necessary entry. "Yes, indeed, such a statement was registered on Friday. But you need to contact Captain Vasnetsov at the body of inquiry in the 7th office. He's in charge of this case. By the way, he accepted the application at 9:30. He was on duty on Friday, and unknowingly, the attendant helped the improviser a lot. Maxim had already looked into this office and knew that there was no Captain Vasnetsov there, but he had to play according to the captain's script outside the window. Max went to the 7th office, which fortunately was not visible from the desk, stood there for a couple of minutes, and returned. "Sorry, the captain is not there. Sorry. Otherwise, I'm flying to Turkey with my wife tomorrow. Maybe I think I need to make a sketch or something." He made a mournful face. "Well, okay. I think Denise, with his connections, will find his car anyway. I'll go then." Max's calculation was justified. The duty inspector didn't think for long, took out his phone. "Wait a minute. I'll get in touch with him now. I'll tell you what and how. Let him decide for himself." Maxim did not hear the conversation itself. The narrow window and the fact that the captain turned his back on the visitor while talking did not allow Max to grasp the essence of the conversation. After a minute, the attendant turned to the volunteer assistant. "Unfortunately, the captain is busy with work right now. He'll be around 7 in the evening. Won't you be able to get there by then?" the captain asked hopefully. Estimating that he would have time to visit the miners' rehabilitation center before 7 and return, Maxim promised to drive up. Over the past day, nothing has changed in Alyosha's condition. Doctors assessed him as stable and serious. All intensive medical measures have not yet had a significant effect. When Maxim cautiously entered the familiar room and quietly inquired about the affairs of his wife, who was sitting next to her son in the same position, she only raised her longing-filled eyes and shook her head negatively. Maxim sat down next to her and squeezed Elena's hand, hoping to cheer her up a little, but it didn't seem to work out well. She didn't react to her husband's attempt in any way. Then she began asking meaningless questions, listlessly listening to lengthy answers. Maxim waited until Lena had recovered a little and asked the question he had been waiting for the answer to all day. "Lena, have you tried to contact the princess or Pavel Ivanovich?" Lena smiled sadly. Only then did she speak. Max, you're a stupid kid who still believes in miracles. Understand? This is impossible in principle, but why? I told you yesterday." Then she took pity on the naive crank and added in a tired voice, "I've been trying, all evening and all night trying, with words and images that I've been sending nowhere. You know, to nowhere." She was silent for a long time, almost crying. But Maxim felt that this was not all. "You know, there's no response, no signal or action. None. And there can't be any." Max got angry. "I've always been the pessimist of the two of us. You were the one who always led the way, both when we were dealing with the dead and when we were approaching the ship. And not only that, I was against it because I didn't believe. But you believed and walked, and you dragged me along. We're here, aren't we? Came. Tell someone. They'll all laugh. They won't believe you, but we've come. Do you want the Turanians to be here in 2 minutes? It doesn't happen that way. It's not magic at the click of a finger, through time and space. These are technologies unknown to us, but they also take time. Do you remember what Pavel Ivanovich said after he cured Ivan's wife? 'It's the least we can do to thank you for saving the future of an entire empire.' Or something like that, but the meaning is the same. Remember? And they are grateful people, and they understand that they are in debt to us, most of all to you. Do you remember how beautifully he talked about the relationship of intelligent beings in the universe? You told me yourself. I'm sure they'll hear, find out, find a way to find us and help. But it takes time." And he spoke so fervently and convincingly that the drooping Elena began to come to life, although she certainly had more pessimism than faith in a good ending. "Max, you're doing great. I understand everything. I'm waiting. But no matter how little time we have." Half an hour later, Maxim nevertheless told Elena all the hardships of his investigation, of which the most significant was the doubt about the veracity of the head of the traffic police department about the timing of registration of the theft claim. If this is true, then there is nothing criminal in the activities of the colonel and his department, and we will only have to wait for the results of the search for the car. But Max didn't believe him. He didn't believe him. He couldn't explain why himself, and asked his wife to give an analysis of the situation, because she was an excellent analyst, as he had seen more than once. Lena asked a few clarifying questions, and despite the fact that Maxim was in a hurry to make it to a meeting with Captain Vasnetsov at 7, she was silent for 5 minutes, thinking, and Maxim did not bother her. Then she spoke. You know, Max, I think I agree with you that everything is not clean here. Look at this. The statement was written at 9:30, and the hit and run, she even flinched after that word, but managed to pull herself together, was committed around 12:30. Usually, if a car is stolen, they try to hide it faster in a septic tank or get far away. And here? Where was the hijacker for 3 hours or more? Did he think the car wouldn't be missed? And he drove around the city calmly, and 3 hours later, when logically the interception plan should have already been announced, he drove down one of the central streets full of cameras. This is either a very stupid hijacker or it was the owner, the mayor's son, who has helped to concoct this fake statement retroactively. But it is impossible to do this without the head of the department, and then he made a mistake. This is one time. Second, usually the owner, having discovered the theft of his car, calls the nearest police station at his place of residence, and they already transmit the information to the traffic cops, announce an interception plan. It's rare for motorists to have a traffic police phone number, but here it's 02. It's simple. These are statistics. It would be necessary to clarify whether there was a call about this at the police station or not. There's nothing you can do about it, I'll do it myself. Well, and the third. Such expensive cars are usually stolen to order, not to be disassembled for spare parts. There are only 2 or 3 dozen such cars in the region, and the owners prefer to repair them in the branded salons where they were bought. Why then steal for spare parts that will never be in demand? Before executing an order for such a cool foreign car, they graze it for a long time, find out everything about the owner, his schedule, read the access code from the alarm system with a scanner, catch the moment so that the car does not break, and so on. And not everyone will decide to contact the mayor unless they are completely frostbitten. It is clear that the entire administrative resource will be used for the search, not even of the city, but of the entire region. The remaining option is that the order was made from another region. Quite possibly, but there's another discrepancy. Why did the hijacker drive around the city for 3 hours instead of disappearing right away? Yes, because the one who was driving did not worry about it at all, and did not even think about some kind of interception. He was not in danger. But when he ran over Alyosha, Lena looked at her son lying silently, took his hand again, stroked him and continued. He quickly ran off and hid, so much so that they couldn't find the car for a week. She's already in another area being repaired somewhere. The driver went there right away. What did the traffic cops say about Novosibirsk and the mayor's son? I don't want to go back to Novosibirsk. Quite possibly as an option. It is necessary to establish who filed the theft report. Ask the captain. If it's a son, it's one thing. But if it's a dad, it's something else entirely. Where was Sonny then? He's the owner. Or were you so upset that you couldn't come? Maxim felt that Lena was ready to further develop this topic, but he had to go to a meeting. She caught it, fell silent, stroked Alyosha's hand once more, and in a firm voice that could not have been expected from her an hour ago, she said, "Evil must be punished." She paused for a moment, considering her words. God forbid the colonel lied. I swear I will reach the prosecutor general, but I will get him removed from this position. Maxim calmed her now, stroking her hand. Lena, we don't need any attorney general. The system cannot be changed. It's easier for her to deal with you, the captain, and say goodbye than with the whole colonel, especially if the mayor himself is covering for him. I have no doubt about that. He could register a statement about the theft retroactively only at the personal request of the mayor. Or they'll transfer the colonel somewhere else, even with a demotion. But they won't lock him up, that's for sure. And I won't even put him down. I'll put him to bed for a long time, if not forever. He'll spend the rest of his life blowing bubbles and getting into diapers. No, bubbles are not needed. It's better to have a firm memory and even find out why he is being punished and let him think for the rest of his life. Lena shook her head in disbelief, though she didn't object. Well, Max, you're bloodthirsty. Maxime was not late for the meeting. The captain, when he looked through the window of the duty station, nodded his head at him as if he were an old acquaintance and waved a friendly hand saying, "Come in." Instructing Max before the conversation, Lena advised him not to introduce himself as a neighbor of Denise, who had lost his car. Maxim does not know the specifics of the Karpov family's life, the place where the car was allegedly stolen from, and he will definitely slip up when talking. And this is already Article 307. If it comes to a showdown, it is obviously false testimony. It's easier to tell the whole truth, and that this is not an attempt to mislead the investigation, but the only opportunity to meet with the captain, since there were no other ways, and he kept avoiding the meeting. Well, let him not shy away, but be absent from the workplace. You can believe it. There were 3 desks in the office, but only one of them, standing by the window, had a man in a police captain's uniform working on a computer. This was the Vaznetsov he was looking for. Without looking up from the monitor screen, he casually glanced at the newcomer and made an inviting gesture with his hand. Maxim walked over and sat down at the table. After a couple of minutes, the officer finished tapping on the keys, quickly scanned his notes and turned to the visitor. He turned to him with a kind of cheerful smile. To be honest, I didn't understand anything from the words of the duty officer. The only thing you can tell us about the case of a hit and run at a pedestrian crossing. Rather than inform you, Maxim began cautiously, I would like to clarify how the investigation is progressing, and whether the culprit of this hit and run has been identified. He decided to put all the dots on the I. I am the father of the injured child, Maxim Sergeyevich Avarin. The smile slowly faded from the captain's face. He turned back to the computer, even stretched out his hand to the mouse, but only tapped it with his fingers. Then he pursed his lips and sort of cleared his throat. Max realized that the captain had made some kind of decision. What can I say? The investigation is underway. We are working. But as for the culprit, so far there is nothing encouraging. The car that committed the hit and run is listed as stolen, but it has not yet been found. And he repeated the words of his boss almost word for word. If we find a car, we'll find the hijacker. Maxim did not reinvent the wheel. If you are like that, then so are we. Could it be that the owner specifically wrote a statement about the theft in order not to be responsible for the crime? Literally word for word, he repeated the question he had asked Colonel Nezhnov. The captain, without looking into the eyes of the father of the injured child, answered almost as the colonel did. Hardly. I personally accepted the application from him on Friday morning, and I was hit around lunchtime. And who is the owner of this car? Maxim persisted, although he knew perfectly well who it was. He just wanted to test the reaction of this hard-working policeman and understand how deeply he was involved in all this. The captain was already looking at him with a certain amount of dislike, although he tried to hide it. Why would you? He's not involved. The car's been stolen, he replied somewhat uncertainly. Are you going to have a fight with him yet? But why is this? Max stood up, trying to cheat, a little louder than necessary. He's a victim too. Maybe, on the contrary, we should combine our search efforts. Maxim was by no means going to cooperate with the mayor's son. Now he has received another confirmation that this policeman is as slippery as his boss. Neither one nor the other has named the owner of the stolen car. Why? What is this classified information? Maybe it would be more correct if it was allegedly stolen. Then there really is something to hide. That's what... A metallic tinge appeared in the captain's voice. He began to be strict. You don't meddle in this matter. These are not toys, and can be dangerous. We'll do it ourselves. Then he softened a little, but his tone changed, became more formal, by which the visitor should have understood that the audience was over. I have nothing more to tell you. If there is any news, we will definitely inform you. Maxim completed his main task, received confirmation that the application was written personally by the mayor's son, but he still did not have confidence in this. Of course, it would be good to apply a measure of protection now. It is possible to find out the truth with her help, but Lena categorically forbade it, assuring them that they will figure it out using legal methods. Moreover, she asked me to call her as soon as something became clear, and she would tell me what to do next. And although Lena did not offer to cast a bait about Colonel Nezhnov, Maxim nevertheless could not resist and, trying to be as correct as possible, asked as he left the office. Please tell me, did Colonel Nezhnov by any chance ask you to register a statement about the theft retroactively? Max saw that he was in the top 10. The captain was clearly embarrassed, and his eyes looked surprised and frightened. Maxim even thought that his hands were shaking, but then, in order to overcome his embarrassment, the captain again assumed severity, and even stood up, resting against the tabletop. "What are you talking about? Stop it!" he almost shouted. "That's a crime." Well, you know. Max understood everything, and did not give the captain the opportunity to continue his devastating speech. He smiled innocently and muttered, "Excuse me," and left the office. When Maxim returned home, he called his wife and told her in detail, as she demanded, everything about his meeting with Captain Vasnetsov. Lena was waiting for something like this. After a moment's thought, she asked her husband not to do anything else until she called, after checking her assumptions. She did not specify what these assumptions were, and how she would check them if she was constantly in the hospital next to Alyosha. But Maxim did not insist. He knew his wife. Lena called closer to noon. Her voice was strained and somehow tired at the same time. "Max," she began slowly. "We have a problem." Maxim immediately realized that the problems that upset Elena so much appeared after his wife checked her assumptions. "Lena, we have only one problem that we are not able to solve yet," he began abruptly in order to shake his wife. "This is Alyosha. The rest are the little things of life, which we will deal with anyway. Can you hear me anyway?" "Yes, Max, I get it. But listen anyway." She paused to find out what else Maxim would say, but he remained silent. "Now I know for sure that our son was hit by the mayor's son, and all these ostentatious searches are just a play for us, and probably for the inspectors, just in case." Maxim had unlimited faith in his wife. He repeatedly had the opportunity to see her crystal honesty, the nobility that she showed even in situations in which he would not even think about his opponents. If she says now that the mayor's son is to blame, then that's it. Max felt a certain satisfaction and even self-respect. No, it was not for nothing that he constantly doubted both the conclusions of the head of the traffic police department and the stories of Captain Vasnetsov. There were berries from the same field. No, not really. The captain has a forced face, but that still doesn't excuse him. If you're an honest person, you should stay that way. Lena, realizing that her husband was burning with impatience, continued. "I have a classmate in Novosibirsk who works in the transport prosecutor's office, Vlad Yuriev. I asked him to clarify whether Denis Karpov had flown from Novosibirsk to Kuzbas last Friday. It turned out that I took off on an evening flight at 21:15. The flight here with all the expectations in the storage and so on is only an hour and a half. Do you understand now? This Karpov shot down Alyosha at the crossing, immediately rushed to Novosibirsk, put the car somewhere for repair, and boarded the plane himself. From the airport, take a taxi home, and in the morning, as if nothing had happened at the traffic police. But he wrote the application on Saturday, not on Friday, although it was registered on Friday. And this was done at the suggestion of the head of the traffic police, most likely at the request of the mayor. He couldn't write a statement about the theft in the morning and get out of Novosibirsk in the evening. Maxim was delighted. He would never have thought of it himself. And his wife, being in the hospital all the time, managed to get important information, and even in another region. Well, isn't that a good fellow? Meanwhile, Elena continued. That's not all. After this became clear, I asked Vlad to look at the surveillance footage at the entrance to the city from Kuzbas around 4 or 5 o'clock. It's clear that this is unofficial, but he did it anyway and has now called me back. Denis Karpov caught on camera at the entrance to Novosibirsk. He was stopped by a traffic police patrol because he was driving with a broken bumper without a front license plate, which he most likely took off himself, so that it would be impossible to track him on the cameras. And here's a bummer. Vlad said that, judging by the notes, he didn't get out of the car for a long time. He talked to the traffic cops through the window, but they still forced him. And they were standing right under the cameras. Then Max came up with an interesting idea. Len, what if it's not him, but the hijacker? Max, Lena began to explain to the child. There may be a hijacker with a license in his pocket, of course, but it's unlikely. Only suckers leave documents for a car under a sun visor. But here they have an almost ready-made lawyer. If it had been a hijacker, the car would have been in the owner's possession a long time ago after all. It's almost been a week, or at least he would have been informed about it. And yesterday, the captain who's handling this case didn't know anything about the car. You talked to him yourself. And then, There is such a thing as social media, where you can find anyone and anything, even photos. So Denis Karpov is registered there, both in Odnoklasniki and Vkontakte. There's a picture of him there too. He's showing off next to his car. I sent Vlad a screenshot, and he confirmed the match. If it weren't for Alyosha's condition, Max would have been elated. Here he just asked Elena, "Len, can I deal with the traffic cops and the mayor now? And most importantly, with this mayor's son." He said the last with a kind of disdain and contempt. "Max, take your time. Don't be so bloodthirsty." Here a father defended his son, trying to get him out, if not out of prison, then out of the obvious shit. And with the police, it's even easier. A subordinate couldn't resist the requests of his boss, whether he was a colonel or a captain. What would you do? Do you know? Lena tried to be objective and merciful here too. You said yourself that evil must be punished. Maxim was perplexed. Maybe they should be given a chance to fix everything themselves and act according to the law. Elena did not give up. You'd better come over tonight. We'll discuss everything. No need to cut from the shoulder, Maxim promised. In the late afternoon, Maxim went to Alyosha's with Lena. He had a free pass to attend the second neurosurgery. His senior colleagues helped, but he did not abuse it. He did not come to sleep at night, or at night. Maxim usually entered the hospital through the main entrance, which was closed after the end of the evening visits to the sick by relatives, around 8. And now, leaving the car in the parking lot on the other side of the street, he calmly headed to the department. There was a police UAZ truck near the entrance, with both the drivers and back doors open. This seemed strange to Maxim. From the experience of his hospital, he knew that answers to questions related to victims of criminal disputes or accidents can be obtained in the waiting room, but certainly not in the lobby at the main entrance, where there is no one from the staff except an elderly security guard and a cloakroom attendant. And what do they know? The driver was sitting, or rather reclining in the cab with his arms thrown back behind his head and seemed to be dozing. A real shepherd dog was lying by the open back door, with its head held high and its pink tongue sticking out of its open mouth. Her escort was not visible, probably hiding in the back of the cabin. It means that people have been sunbathing here for a long time. It didn't look like the police were visiting one of their sick relatives, and Maxim headed for the elevator without coming up with a reason for the police to come to the hospital. There was no one in the small lobby in front of the department, where relatives and patients usually sat on leather sofas at this time. There was also an empty place near the post where the nurse usually did paperwork. But at the end of the corridor, where his Alyosha was lying in the ward, it was crowded. Besides the people in white coats, Maxim noticed 2 men in police uniforms. My heart instantly sped up, began to beat alarmingly, and my legs involuntarily began to move faster. A little more and Maxim would have run, but a man in a white coat rushed towards him, whom Max recognized as the head of the department, Mikhail Yuryevich. He was Alyosha's attending physician, and worked on him together with one of the intensive care units. The manager seemed extremely agitated, preoccupied, and at the same time confused, which was easily read by the bewilderment on his face. Stopping the agitated father on the approaches to the ward, he wanted to talk to him, but he didn't seem to know where to start. "What happened?" Maxim asked impatiently, even forgetting to say hello. He spread his arms to the sides, averted his eyes, and raised his eyebrows helplessly. "Maxim Sergeyevich, the most important thing is to calm down." "But what happened? What happened?" "We'd like to know what happened. It's just kind of mystical. And yet, are they all right?" He was trying to get an answer from the supervisor. "I hope so," Mikhail Yuryevich muttered vaguely. "They're not in the room, Maxim Sergeyevich. They're—" He seemed to gather his courage and then suddenly blurted out, "They're gone." His hands dropped to his sides. Maxim felt an irresistible weakness in his legs and wearily leaned against the wall, while the doctor continued. "The nurse on duty came in to take her temperature at 6 as usual, but the room is empty. Imagine. It's empty. No boy, no mother. Everything is in place. Even your spouse's phone is on the bedside table. But they are not. My sister is here. I'm on duty today. We looked at everything ourselves first, checked all the wards and utility rooms. It's empty. Then we ran through all the floors and to no avail. Of course, if your son was walking, you could leave, But here you have a coma, and Elena Yurievna is quite a reasonable woman. I had to call the police. They even brought a search dog. She turned around in the room, but didn't even come out of it. She sat down and sits, and no one in the hallway or anywhere saw them. Neither the guards nor the staff in the waiting room. No one. They definitely didn't leave the building. We don't know what to think. I'm telling you, mysticism. Having finished his somewhat confused and agitated speech, Mikhail Yuryevich decided to look into Maxim's eyes, raised his gaze, and was literally taken aback. Any more and his jaw would have gone down. Leaning against the wall, resting the back of his head against it and closing his eyes, Maxim was smiling. He was smiling, and he was smiling from the bottom of his heart. It was not a grimace, not a forced smile at one corner of his mouth, as happens with unpleasant news. It was a smile that a person is ready to share joy with others when he feels a sense of complete satisfaction. Stunned by this display of emotions that clearly did not correspond to the situation, the manager tugged at Maxim by the sleeve of the robe draped over his shoulders. Maxim Sergeyevich, are you all right? Maybe this young man, who has been in a very stressful situation for the last few days, who received such unpleasant, simply murderous news today, has gone crazy? Why not? What's there to smile about? But Maxim looked up from the wall, saw the astonished eyes of the manager, calmly and quite reasonably answered. Mikhail Yuryevich, I'm fine. I'm sure everything will be fine. They'll be found. He paused, as if trying to figure out what else to say so that on the one hand he wouldn't be considered crazy, and on the other without revealing a family secret. That's how I feel. After a few more meaningless phrases, Maxim went to the ward, asking for permission to sit there for a while. The manager was extremely pleased, and the police, who realized that the father and husband alone were not having tantrums and did not require an immediate continuation of the search, left him alone. If they had looked into the room, they would have seen Maxim sitting on a chair next to the bed with his fists clenched tightly, rocking continuously and repeating a prayer. Everything's going to be okay now. Everything will be fine now. He had no doubt that Lena and Alyosha were now very far from this ward, and it was not a fact that they were on Earth at all. Lena called about a day later. Maxim didn't know where to put himself or what to do all day. Elena ordered him not to apply any punitive measures to the perpetrators of the accident without prior joint discussion, which was impossible now for obvious reasons, and he could not break his word. It bothered him. He tried to read, watch TV, pace the room, paced from corner to corner, ate something, but his thoughts were far away. Not even thoughts, but just some fragments, jumping from one to the other, so when his cell phone rang, he instantly grabbed the phone. Max. Do you hear me? We're fine, Max. Do you understand? We're doing well. Alyosha is well, sends his regards. And then his son's joyful, sonorous voice was heard. Dad! Hi, I'm fine. I'm healthy. I'm already running. Maxim was silent, unable to say a word, because his throat was constricted, and large tears spontaneously rolled down from his eyes, which he was not at all shy about and did not even try to wipe away. Lena, surprised by the silence, became alarmed. Maxim, can you hear us? Clearing his throat, trying not to sniffle, Max replied, Lena, I'm here. I can hear you perfectly, and I'm very glad that everything is fine. Elena's voice warmed up even more. Maxim, my dear, thank you. Thank you for making me come out to the princess. If it weren't for you, if it weren't for your confidence, I do not know what would have happened. Then she added, Can you come now? Maxim rushed to the bedside table, grabbed his license and car keys. I'm on my way. It usually took Max 40 to 45 minutes to get to the rehabilitation center located in a neighboring city, but here he managed to do it in half an hour. Out of the corner of his mind, he knew that he was definitely on the cameras on the highway somewhere, and in the near future he had to wait for letters of happiness for speeding. But he wasn't particularly upset. Now was not the time. In order to get to the department, he had to use all his charm, eloquence, and the same pass to freely visit the hospital, because he entered through the emergency room, since the main entrance was already closed. Seeing that the elevator was stuck somewhere on the upper floors, Maxim did not wait, but ran up the stairs. The ward was quiet and deserted. There was no one in the corridor or at the post, and Maxim, trying not to stomp, cautiously approached the ward where his wife and his son, who had suddenly recovered, were waiting for him. Alyosha sat on his father's lap all evening until he fell asleep, and only after that the guys managed to talk. Lena looked surprisingly attractive. Where had her fatigue gone? The mournful wrinkles on her forehead, the circles under her eyes, in which Maxim saw a familiar gleam. Of course, the only son was healthy, but what else does a loving mother need? Elena's story was not very colorful. There were no descriptions of the splendor and attractiveness of the places where she and Alyosha had to visit, but it was accurate and concise, which was the main thing now. Usually, no one comes into our room at night, so I dozed off right here on the chair. I feel that someone is in the room, but I don't have the strength to open my eyes and look. I've been terribly tired these days, with so many worries and doubts. Lena was already talking about the past few days without any regret, calmly, as if it were an ordinary thing that wasn't worth much attention. Suddenly, I realized that a woman's voice is asking me to open my eyes right in my head. Just like on the ship on the third mountain at the first meeting with Pavel Ivanovich. I was scared, but I opened my eyes. A pretty young woman is sitting next to me on a chair. Her hair is dark brown, wavy, and falls to her shoulders. I've always dreamed of them. She looks at me calmly and smiles, and then says, "Hello, Lena." Her voice is also pleasant, and her eyes are so friendly, almost like Mom's, even though she looked younger than me. "I am the Princess of Ilsenor," he says. "You called us, and we're here." I'm silent. I can't say a word. Then I started crying, and she's stroking my shoulder so softly. "Everything will be fine," he repeats. "You did the right thing by contacting us. We will cure your son." And I roared even harder, even though I knew she was calmly reading my thoughts in my head. The princess was saying something else, and I gradually calmed down. "How did you get here?" I ask. "And how did you hear my requests?" Everything turned out to be quite simple. That's what they think, but I still don't understand. When the Princess Ilsenora entered Earth's orbit, Pavel Ivanovich left a beacon buoy here so that it would be easier to get here if necessary. It was as if he felt or calculated everything. He was a 7th-generation AI. There was also some kind of equipment installed, which was configured for thought communication. And then, on the way, at every point of exit from hyperspace, he left something similar. Naturally flawed, only accessible to him. It turns out that distance doesn't matter for mental communication, at least within the galaxy. Everyone can contact everyone. I just didn't know that. I didn't have any experience. Then, at the site, I talked to the AI and thought that it was all outside the third mountain and limited. What is very important is the inability to lie with this type of communication, because emotions are also transmitted here. My emotions and mental images, of course, got on this signal buoy, and then, as if in a chain, to Celia, to Pavel Ivanovich. He understood everything and was horrified. He continued to consider himself our debtor and decided to help me at all costs. You can see there was so much despair in my emotions that they realized it in another galaxy. We also realized that we can't do this on our own. He went out to the princess. She, an understanding and grateful girl, responded immediately. The AI brought all the sleeping youth and staff out of suspended animation in space, and everyone knew everything about the situation on Earth, and how many years they had spent here, and who had helped them too. Returning to another time was not a problem for them. They returned to their own with a slight shift so that everything would be sorted out. You can't go out during the battle. What were the escort ships doing with the invaders? And so everything really worked out. When the Emperor, Ilseonora's father, found out about the conspiracy and that his daughter was missing, he set everyone on their ears, tied almost everyone up and found out all the details, except for one thing, where his daughter was. Even mento-scanning the defeated opponents did not help. They really did not know this. And the information allowed them to hope that the princess and the entire youth elite of the empire were alive and well. Long-range reconnaissance ships scattered in search of neighboring galaxies, but they never reached Earth. I don't know how it is or what happened to the time shift, but everything was settled, and the father emperor of his only daughter could not refuse her request, but sent her not on a yacht, but just in case he immediately gave her a whole battleship. He has more firepower, and the speed is an order of magnitude higher. And most importantly, they have portable portals installed on warships, through which they can go wherever they need to, if the exact exit location is marked. And according to my mental images, they saw our entire ward and calculated everything. They reached us quickly through the lighthouses, and then the princess came to me and dived. Then it's simple. Alyosha in his arms and into the portal. I don't know what it is. There was a kind of swirl of space in the corner of the ward, like snowflakes spinning in a large cocoon, but they were almost invisible. Everything was at the level of sensations, and that was all. We've already left on the ship. It is located in the orbit of Jupiter, and they were already waiting for us there. And the medical capsule was already ready, and the Gravi platform was immediately taken away. By the way, I was also treated later. They returned us quickly too, but the princess said she was in deep debt anyway, and would take us to visit her, show us how well they were doing. We agreed. As soon as we're ready, I'll give her a signal. I'll contact her. That's it. Maxime, who remembered the amazement with which Lena and Alyosha's disappearance was perceived by the doctors, who could not find them in the hospital, and even called the police, wanted to clarify how they reacted to their return. It was interesting. You know, Max, Elena replied thoughtfully. It even surprised me, as if we had never disappeared. They were more amazed that Alyosha had come out of his coma so suddenly on his own, and with such good results. I think our friends did their best here. They somehow influenced the memory of the doctors. You remember, after the departure of the Princess Ilseonora, the FSB didn't touch us either. I was sure that we would be bullied, terrorized. They couldn't help but remember our faces, and they should have cameras everywhere. But it's not. It's the same here. The Avarin's forced vacation was coming to an end, and although it ended very happily compared to the first few days, Maxim still had some dissatisfaction. What is it? Some kind of? He was extremely unhappy that his wife did not allow him to have a showdown and punish the culprit, who almost killed their only son, and those who, using their position, covered him up and hid from retribution. Lena, Max admonished his wife, you supported me when I punished my abusers in prison. I also compared him to Schwarzenegger and cited him as an example. And what has changed now? They almost destroyed our family. Yes, you yourself called for evil to be punished. Is not it so? Elena, obviously reassured that Alyosha was alive and well and all the hardships and worries were over, was much less aggressive. She certainly wanted the mayor, the traffic police chief, the captain allegedly investigating their case, and the culprit of the accident to be punished, but only within the framework of the law. Her investigative work in the prosecutor's office, where the rule of law exceeded everything else, was so deeply ingrained in her essence that here, too, she would like to see the legality of punishment rather than lynching, which Maxime, who really looked at things, preferred. He convinced his wife that law enforcement officers would not put themselves in jail under any circumstances. It's even understandable, but Elena thought differently. In the evening, Maxime launched a decisive attack. Lena, he began from afar. Do you want the perpetrators of all our serious problems to be punished according to the law? But we haven't taken any steps to do this. We're all sitting and waiting for something. When will they feel ashamed themselves? We haven't contacted the police, the investigative committee, or the prosecutor's office. The prosecutor cannot initiate criminal cases. He only gives his consent to initiate them. Lena answered automatically, thinking about something of her own. Okay, He hesitated for a moment, searching for the right word. Enemies committed an illegal act. So, they know about it. But they think that no one else knows about it, and therefore they are silent. I think they already know that Alyosha has recovered, and assume that the parents will happily forget everything. They will not slow them down, and the matter will stop by itself. Very likely, Elena replied. But I think we need to show them that we know everything, and if they don't do anything after that, they will have to be punished. I can go to my own security service, but I'd rather deal with everything myself, because the mayor doesn't give a damn about the USB, and he's also to blame. When he was inaugurated, he swore an oath to serve the well-being of the residents of the entire city, to protect the interests of all citizens, and not just his own son to the detriment of others. He doesn't even have the right to work as mayor after that. Lena, realizing that Maxime was right in many ways, did not think for long. From the drawer of her computer desk, she took out several paper sheets, from which it was clear that these were photocopies of some documents. Vlad sent this by email today, and I printed it out, she said, and handed Max the first sheet. This is a copy of the protocol on an administrative offense against Denis Karpov for driving without a registration number. The date, time, and place of compilation are all specified. Even his signature is under the protocol. Here, she held out the second sheet, is a photocopy of his electronic ticket and boarding pass for the flight from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. The date and time of departure are all indicated. On the third sheet, there was a passenger list for this flight, where there was a check mark against Karpov's last name. There was no doubt that Denis Karpov took off from Novosibirsk at 9:15 p.m. on September 13th. Maxim, armed with killer facts and confirmed documents, and therefore inspired, decided to go to Colonel Nezhnov as he had the first time after lunch. Then there will be fewer people, and no one will interfere with the conversation. There was no one in the reception area except for the secretary, who was also sitting at a high semicircular table. When she saw the visitor, she involuntarily stood up and said with a surprised, questioning face, "You." Again. Maxim, stretching his lips into a wide smile that looked like a smile only from afar, and even then very relatively, replied, "I am." Again. He was aggressive today, and he wasn't going to wait for his secretary to report him to his boss. She finally straightened up and tried to say something, but suddenly her face became confused. She involuntarily knitted her eyebrows, as if listening to herself, and after taking a couple of steps, she began to speak in a different, slightly frightened tone, and about something completely different. "Will you sit for a minute? I need to leave right away. I'll come over and report you to Nikolai Sergeyevich. Sit down. I'll be quick." And then she literally ran out into the hallway. Maxim, of course, was not going to wait for her, because it was he who sent the lovely young lady over the fence, like a police inspector once, in order to pass unhindered to the head of the department. He didn't knock on the closed door. The colonel had hung his tunic over the back of his half-chair and was sitting in a shirt with a loose tie, carefully examining something on the monitor screen. Maxim wasn't interested in whether he was reading official documents or playing solitaire. After briefly greeting the owner of the office and not waiting for his answer, he walked uninvited to the chair that had been pushed back. To say that the colonel was surprised by his visitor's brusque behavior is an understatement. He was amazed, and just like the secretary, he just said, "You?" Maxim wasn't smiling this time. "Mr. Colonel," he began dryly, "it has been 2 weeks since my visit to you. During this time, neither you nor Captain Vasnetsov, despite promises, have given any information about the investigation into the hit and run on my son. I get the impression that the investigation is being delayed on purpose. Correct me if I'm wrong." Nikolai Sergeyevich wanted to yell at this brat, who allowed himself to make claims to him, the police colonel, the head of the department, and even in such a form. And how he came in, without knocking, when even the majors knock beforehand, when the receptionist is not in the reception area, and this one, completely arrogant. But it was not for nothing that the colonel considered himself an intelligent man. And now, with difficulty, he pulled himself together and just as dryly, formally replied, "Your suspicions are completely groundless, sir." He hesitated, not knowing how to address this man, whose name he did not know. Maxim understood his difficulties and prompted, "Averin." That's it. Averin. You have not been informed about the progress of the investigation, because there is nothing to report yet. The stolen car was not found, and so was the hijacker. Maybe you're looking in the wrong place. Maxim interrupted his speech. The colonel was taken aback. He hadn't expected this. He was about to put this arrogant youth in his place, but he did not give him the opportunity. Maybe it makes sense to look for a car in the garage of the mayor or his son in Novosibirsk. After these words, the colonel's face instantly changed, and he himself became more stern, although it clearly did not catch his eye. He knew how to control himself, and there was no fear in his eyes. "Do you understand what you are talking about, Averin?" the policeman asked sternly, as it seemed to him. "I understand," Maxim replied, not at all embarrassed by the severity of his tone, taking out the treasured sheets from his briefcase. "But whether you understand that you will have to be responsible for this fake search performance is unclear." Here their dialogue was interrupted by a knock on the door, and an agitated secretary looked into the office, and began to say more often. Nikolai Sergeyevich, I went away for a minute, and this man did not wait. Passed by without warning, although I asked to wait. This unexpected visit gave the colonel an opportunity to assess the overall situation. This boy knows something, and we need to try to figure out what and how he got to it. You shouldn't put pressure on him, you should talk to him, and then you'll see. It's okay, Marina, he said as gently as possible. We'll talk. But I don't need anyone to come to me yet. I'm busy. He finished a little more sternly. The secretary understood everything and quickly disappeared through the door, and Maxim handed the colonel photocopies of documents. To do this, he had to get up from his chair, but he was standing far from the boss's desk. What is it? Nikolai Sergeyevich sounded perplexed. And you read it? It is interesting. If you want, this is your verdict, maybe. Max softened a little, but the grimace on his face said otherwise. He remembered that Lena had asked him to give the colonel a chance. Nezhnov pretended not to pay attention to the threats, but putting it aside in memory, began to carefully examine the first sheet, and Maxim began to comment. This is a report on Denis Karpov, drawn up by traffic police officers in Novosibirsk for driving without registration plates. The date, time, place, everything is there, as you understand. You must admit, it's hard to believe that a man filed a car theft report at 9:30, a child was hit by this car at 12:30, and at 16:30 the owner of the stolen car, who wrote the theft report himself, was detained in Novosibirsk, driving a stolen car. 300 kilometers from the crime scene. A paradox. Then why didn't he tell you about the miraculous return of the car to the owner the next day? And you've been unsuccessfully searching for her for 3 weeks? Nezhnov frowned. And there was a reason. He obviously hadn't expected this. It was necessary to decide something, to make some comments, but nothing good came to mind, and the colonel decided to stall for time. Maybe he'll come up with something. He moved on to the second sheet. And this is a photocopy of the ticket and boarding pass for the plane that Denis Karpov flew from Novosibirsk to Kemerovo. The date, time, route, and flight number are all there. The colonel wanted to grind his teeth and hiss from where. He knows, but I had to control myself. The main thing now is not to lose your temper. If he came here, and not to the USB or the prosecutor's office, it means he wants something. We need to find out what. Meanwhile, Maxim continued, Denis Karpov really visited you. But he wasn't there on Friday, but on Saturday, after he arrived. And I wrote the hijacking statement on Saturday, but you asked Captain Vasnetsov to register it on Friday. Or maybe they ordered it. I don't know. After all, it's easy to check from the recordings from the surveillance camera that you have installed in the neighboring building in front of the duty station. Denis Karpov was definitely not there on Friday when the report about the theft of his car was registered, and there cannot be, because he was not there. Or did you also withdraw all the records, just like at the bank at the crossroads? Maxim asked sarcastically. The policeman did not expect this either, and despite all his self-control, he involuntarily glanced at the safe, which stood to his right in the corner of the office. There were indeed discs with recordings from surveillance cameras from the bank and the duty station. The colonel was not going to destroy them. Who knows what? And suddenly someone will need them, so here they are, seized out of operational necessity. But how this Averin knows about the fate of the recordings is a very interesting question. Maxim was far from being as observant as the head of the traffic police department, but he noticed the colonel's gaze and realized that the recording discs were right there. Well, we'll have to withdraw them. Just for insurance. There will be another trump card. He remembered his promise not to refer to the head of the bank's security service in his search, but now that he had almost all the big cards in his hands, he was sure that Colonel Nezhnov would not be up to clarifying the circumstances of how Max found out about the fate of the records. And the guard didn't seem to be afraid of the cops either. In his agonizing search for a way out of the situation that was clearly not in his favor, Nikolai Sergeyevich realized one thing. Now he needed to negotiate in order to gain time before Averin went to the USB or to the prosecutor, or even much higher. Then you can find a way out. You can. There are no hopeless situations, especially with his potential, and now you can promise anything this Averin wants. The colonel leaned his chest on the table, making it clear that all ceremonies were discarded, and simply asked, "What do you want?" Then he added anyway, trying to figure out Max's next steps. "Do you understand that all this was obtained illegally and has no legal effect?"
and your son is already well. Why is he fighting with the mayor?
Maxim was prepared for this turn of events and answered quite calmly. And you make a request to Novosibirsk, the traffic police and the transport police, and you will receive an official response. Your case hasn't been closed yet. And what do I want? Nothing special. Just bring this matter to an end as required by law. Now the crime has been practically solved and you have all the evidence of Karpov's guilt in your hands. Let the court decide whether he is guilty or not. My son recovered almost miraculously. He was in a coma for a week and could die at any moment. And if I were the mayor, I would ask you to do it myself. Because next time, this reckless driver will hit someone who won't recover. I think you wouldn't want it to be your relative? Well, then you will write an application for transfer to another city, so that everyone can be at peace. If you want, you can retire. You probably have enough seniority. That was not acceptable to the colonel at all. After Max's frank and direct statement, there was a prolonged pause, which Nezhnov had to break. How much time do I have? He clarified in a changed voice. His voice lost its confidence and edification. It became more sullen and tarnished, but it was difficult to understand whether this was a mimicry of the current situation or a real assessment of it. Maxim answered without hesitation. 2 days. The colonel looked up, calculating something in his mind. Not enough. We only have to wait 2 or 3 days for responses to requests, then we need to meet with the mayor to discuss the situation. Maxim deliberately interrupted him and came up with an idea that wasn't very good for himself, but he really wanted to see the mayor's reaction, how he would react to this and what he would say. And you tell him that the father of the injured child has dug up everything, threatens to go to the prosecutor's office and the USB. That's exactly what I'll do, the owner of the office said, grinning from the corner of his mouth. It's really true. Maxim realized that the conversation had come to an end, and it was time to leave, but he was still not sure of the sincerity of the colonel's intentions. Nezhnov, with a dull look and slumped shoulders, was still sitting with his arms outstretched and his chest resting on the table. But even now he did not resemble a repentant sinner at all, but rather a cornered beast. Such a predator becomes very dangerous and can bring a lot of trouble. Maxim saw this clearly and decided to play it safe. Nikolai Sergeyevich. He waited for the colonel to look up and continued. I must warn you that due to the unusual situation, I recorded a short video message where I told everything in detail. Now this file is hanging online and waiting in the wings. In the next second, Max saw that the colonel's gaze instantly transformed, became hard and penetrating. His lips tightened, causing the nasolabial folds to become excessively deep, and realized how right he had done, not believing the owner of the office. True. The unusual transformation lasted only a few seconds. Then the owner of the office became sullen and confused again. But that was enough. Don't be alarmed, Mr. Colonel, Maxim continued at the end of the metamorphosis. For now, he deliberately emphasized the word in his voice. He's hanging, and his future fate depends entirely on you. It's been stuck for 2 days, but if you think that's not enough time, I'll reschedule the upload for a week. If nothing changes during this time, or even more so if something happens to my loved ones or to me, the video will go to everyone who needs it. The governor, the prosecutor of the region, the department of their own security, well, and the cherry on the cake. Just online, for everyone to see, so that everyone can see how some big bosses. Once again, the colonel barely managed to hold back a grimace of anger, but Maxim noticed it. He didn't care about all the grudges of the policemen, and if it hadn't been for Elena, this sleek boss would already be lying here and now just on the floor and blowing bubbles, or convulsing, or... At night, Max went over the punitive measures with sadistic pleasure for all the villains who had almost orphaned his family, but he didn't stop at anything in particular. If everything goes as we agreed, I will put this message somewhere in a safe, or I will keep it with friends. He looked at the colonel with a grin. For my own safety. I am not naive enough to believe in the sincerity of your repentance. After these words, Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov suddenly turned pale. His eyes, as they say in romance novels, clouded, or, as sports commentators say about boxers who are knocked down, swam. The colonel's head fell on his outstretched arms,
and he himself sprawled in a shapeless heap on the table at which he was sitting. Maxim was completely oblivious to the changes in his health. Just a simple fainting spell. It will pass in 5 to 7 minutes. If you have ammonia, it's even faster. It's a good thing he wasn't there. Even during the conversation about the discs with recordings from surveillance cameras from the bank and the traffic police station, Maxime noted that the door of the safe, where the owner of the office involuntarily glanced, was only closed, and the key was sticking in the lock. Perhaps the colonel took something out of the safe before Max arrived and got distracted, or, conversely, planned to look there again in the near future. It was a good thing. Maxime, without thinking about the consequences, opened the safe and immediately saw 2 CDs on a small stack of paper folders, one in a plastic box, the other in a paper envelope. Obviously, one is from the bank, the other is from the traffic police department on duty. By Senka and the Hat. Both of them moved to the evidence hunter's briefcase. Max lowered the back of the half seat a little, then, with some difficulty, shifted the owner of the office so that his head was neatly perched on its upper contour, and the armrests did not allow the owner to slide to the side. After this not puny exercise, Maxime did not deny himself the pleasure of patting the colonel on the cheeks. What is there? To clap. In general, after that, the policeman began to show signs of life. He jerked his head, trying to turn away, mumbled something, and then tried to open his eyes. At parting, not without malice, but convincing himself that he was doing this solely in the interests of the colonel who had suddenly fainted, Max squeezed the sufferer's earlobe with all his might, so that he almost immediately opened his eyes and stared blankly at his executioner. Without any comment, he took his briefcase and left the office. Naturally, there was no one in the reception area. Maxim sent an unwelcoming secretary ahead of time along a route known to her. So he left the reception area without suspicious glances or comments, calm and unnoticed by anyone. In recent days, Elena often invited her husband to visit Princess Ilsionora at Celia. That's exactly what she said. To drive. As if it were about a small country walk, and not about traveling a distance that the ordinary human mind cannot even imagine. Maxim refused, referring to the need to bring to a logical conclusion the case of hitting his son. How will Colonel Nezhnov behave? Would he really give the case a legal go, which Max hardly believed in, or more likely, would he try to get out of it? Then we have to wait for trouble. Maxim was not afraid for himself. He didn't take bribes. He didn't drive drunk. He didn't steal. He didn't deal with drugs. What else is there? There was no point in physically eliminating it either, because sooner or later the delayed file would appear on the network, and at the recipients, whom the colonel did not want to meet in any way. Of course, it will not be difficult for him to arrange an inspection of Max's car, with all the consequences. The Gaians are still magicians. Any witnesses will be divorced if you don't want to, but you will believe that yes, it was in the trunk of this very Logan that the drugs were found. But Max paid no more attention to this than an elephant to a pug. They'll put it down themselves and eat it if they're not tired of life. Moreover, then the file that kills the colonel will still get online. Lena and Alyosha were still the weak link. Well, God forbid. Lately, Maxim found himself thinking more and more often that he wanted to severely punish both the colonel and the captain, and the mayor with his son, Major, and everyone who does not live according to conscience. Of course, he wasn't a judge, but he wanted to. Sometimes he was scared by such thoughts, but more often he just dispassionately worked out his possible actions in his head, and even outlined ways to eliminate unnecessary possible problems. On Monday, when Maxime and Lena's vacation was over, and it was decided to send Alyosha to school, since he felt quite satisfactory, Max became convinced that his dislike of Colonel Nezhnov was well-founded, and he even regretted that he had left him in good health at the last meeting. Lena usually returned from work later than her husband, because it took much longer to get home from the center where the prosecutor's office was located than it did for Max from his hospital, which was located right there in the neighborhood. Lena was already at home by the time Max arrived today. At first he didn't think much of it, but when he saw her eyebrows drawn together from the hallway, her lips pursed, he realized that something had happened, and it wasn't for nothing that she was home so early. Without giving a sign or even trying to figure out from the doorstep what had happened, Maxime washed, changed clothes, and, according to a long-established tradition, went to the kitchen to drink coffee. Dinner would be later, but for now, the couple's much-loved coffee, over which they could just chat, discuss the day, and even complain if necessary. Max usually brewed the coffee, as he returned from work earlier, but he honestly admitted that Lena's coffee turned out to be tastier, richer, and more aromatic. The coffee didn't seem so impressive today, and the conversation in the kitchen wasn't going well, and Maxim nevertheless asked what happened, why Lena wasn't herself. Sipping a sip of her favorite drink without any pleasure, the wife, looking somewhere past Max, said with bitter irony, "Congratulations to you, Max. You're living with a bribe-taker." At first, Maxim did not understand either her black humor or the very meaning of what she said, and only after a few seconds, suppressing the inner anxiety that manifested itself with unpleasant sensations in his stomach, he thought, "It started. I shouldn't have listened to you." Closer to lunch, when Lena, like most of her colleagues, was about to go to a nearby cafe for a snack, a woman entered the office, wearing a rather wide-brimmed straw hat despite the not-at-all hot weather. The woman introduced herself as the mother of one of the very young robbers sitting in the detention center and awaiting trial, whose case was led by Elena and was supposed to represent him in court. The prosecutor's investigator did not have a chance to meet with the mother of this bastard, who did not spare a pensioner during his raid, who tried to protect his money from the bank and knocked him out with brass knuckles, kicking him, although she tried. But now Lena has listened to a lot of interesting things. What a wonderful child he is, and that he got into this case by accident, and took everything upon himself, because he is afraid of the main organizer of the robbery, a veteran criminal whose nickname she does not know. But if the investigator talks to him again, he'll tell you everything. At first, her voice, which was quite adequate, gradually switched to a patter. Then shrill notes and sobs were clearly heard in it, and then a real tantrum broke out with a stream of tears. There was no doubt about the sincerity of which. They literally flowed like a river. I even had to give this overly impressionable mother a drink of water, for which Lena had to rush out to the cooler standing not far from the office in the corridor. The decorative jug with stylized flowers, designed for this purpose, standing on the windowsill, was pristine. And who would think of changing the water in it every day when the mistress of the cabinet is on vacation? By the time she returned, although she had been gone for 10 seconds, maybe 15, the river of tears had turned into a small stream, although the sobs were still audible. After Elena promised to carefully review the case once more, the calmed visitor left the office without even saying goodbye. Lena even thought that she did it too hastily, but she didn't pay attention to it. But after lunch, a completely nondescript man who introduced himself as a major of his own security service entered the office without knocking, accompanied by a disgruntled Viktor Stepanovich. He did not just guess about his unattractive appearance, but knew it for sure, and tried to compensate for this by the importance of his position and the ostentatious importance of the task he was performing. It was impossible to explain his excessive aplomb, self-confidence and lack of appeal in his judgments, his manner of bearing and speaking, with anything else. They won't keep ordinary arrogant fools in such a service. However, the prosecutor looked at him without even any show of respect. After a short introduction, the major said with obvious pleasure, "Elena Yurievna, our department has received information that you promised citizen Rusakova, for a certain fee, to minimize the punishment of her son, who is accused under Article 162 of the Criminal Code. What can you say about this?" His overly correct speech did not bother the major at all, although it smelled of bureaucracy. Lena looked helplessly at Viktor Stepanovich. Citizen Rusakova had left this office no more than half an hour ago. Elena certainly hadn't expected this, so at first she was confused, but the boss just shrugged helplessly and spread his hands behind the major's back. Then he blinked his eyes reassuringly and nodded his head. "We'll break through." He believed in his employee. Lena pulled herself together anyway. "I can say that this is complete nonsense." She began unnecessarily sharply, but the major did not let her finish and unceremoniously interrupted her. "I would not advise you to behave like that. You understand that we would not have come here without any grounds, so I suggest that you voluntarily give out the illegally received funds. This will count for you." Lena paled, but then the colonel intervened, trying to smooth the situation somewhat. "Major,
Don't you think you're going a little overboard? But he did not let the prosecutor finish either, believing that his status allowed him to interrupt his superiors. Mr. Colonel, now we will search your investigator's office, and I think then you will not be amused. You will definitely change your point of view. He had no doubt about the results of the search, which was alarming. From where? The security guard looked out into the corridor for a second, and two young men, probably junior officers, entered the office, who, obviously aware of their upcoming actions, began to pull on examination gloves. Once again, I suggest that you voluntarily, he emphasized the last word in his voice, give out illegally obtained funds. You can't expect any leniency after the search begins. His ostentatious confidence, oddly enough, allowed Elena to calm down. She leaned against the wall with her back, and pursing her lips in disgust, nodded her head. Look for it. Two employees from the archive were invited as witnesses. One of the operatives asked for the keys to the safe, and began examining its contents, while the other looked into the drawers of the desk without much enthusiasm, as if knowing in advance that he would not find anything untoward there. Without even bothering to rummage through the spread-out papers, he moved on to examining the women's bag standing on the windowsill. However, before that, he looked carefully at his boss and showed his find to him with a fleeting gesture. He nodded his head in silence and turned to Lena. Elena Yurievna, is this your bag? And after receiving a nod of confirmation, he clarified. What's in it? Lena shrugged her shoulders in disbelief. My personal belongings. The major moved a little to the side so that the silent witnesses could see everything that was happening. The young girls who appeared here on the orders of their superiors were quietly panicking. Elena Yurievna was loved by the prosecutor's office, and everything that was happening with Captain Averina now caused confusion, if not more than a sharp dislike for the organizer of this action. But this only concerned the staff of the prosecutor's office. The representative of his own security service, on the contrary, seemed to feel a sense of deep satisfaction, and the leading search operators were indifferent. They were just doing their job. The archivist had to put up with it, and it's understandable you can't argue with your superiors. The next moment, a gambling spark appeared in the eyes of the policeman, who was busy with the handbag, and with considerable triumph, he pulled out a white, unstamped envelope without any labels or pictures from his side pocket, which he first showed to the major, then confidently placed his find on the table. Is this your envelope, Elena Yurievna? The security guard asked dispassionately. Lena was quite surprised, because she saw him for the first time, which she stated. But you won't deny that it was taken out of your purse, will you? The major asked. No, I won't, she replied calmly, having managed to understand the whole essence of what was happening in those few seconds. Even more, I will say that this envelope was slipped into my purse by the same citizen Rusakova, with whom I allegedly demanded a monetary reward, and who left this office about 40 minutes ago. She didn't tell you that I had to drain her with water because of a masterfully staged tantrum, and take the water in a cooler in the hallway, where I had to go out. Unfortunately, none of the staff was in the office at the time to keep watch, as everyone had gone to lunch. The operative lifted the flap on the back of the envelope and, with some special, habitual movement, poured several $100 bills onto the table, which were unusually arranged on the lid in the form of a fan. There weren't more than 10 bills, and it wasn't a particularly large sum, but they looked nice. Is this your money, Elena Yurievna? The restless major continued. No, not mine. But even if you magically find the word bribe on these bills now, it doesn't mean anything. Elena's voice got a little stronger. I didn't hold this money in my hands and my fingerprints can't be there. The answer was expected, but the major seemed even pleased with it. A condescending smile appeared on his face, which he reinforced with the phrase, well, let's check it out. And in a completely different voice, harsh and decisive, he gave the command to his subordinate. The money is in the technical department for examination. He turned back to Elena. I hope your fingers are in the database. Then don't forget the envelope. Lena's hairpin did not achieve its goal. The major simply parted his lips in a kind of smile. Absolutely. While the remaining operative continued the search fluently,
and the colonel and the major sat on chairs at different ends of the office waiting for the results of the examination. Lena, who did not like the security officer's excessive confidence at all, began to consider the possibilities for the development of the situation when her fingerprints on banknotes could be detected. There was silence for several minutes, occasionally broken by the rustle of papers being sorted by the operative, but he couldn't find anything else criminal. Then his partner appeared in the office and immediately handed the expert opinion to the chief. The major skimmed through a rather large text and silently handed the sheet to the prosecutor. He read more carefully, maybe some passages twice, and as he read, his expression became more and more gloomy. Here, Elena shamelessly broke the silence, which had become quite tense. "Viktor Stepanovich, may I comment on the expert opinion?" And without waiting for an answer, she continued. "Out of all the bills sent for examination, 5 may have my fingerprints on them, but the rest, as well as the envelope, do not. There are others on the banknotes with my fingerprints, also female, which are not in our database, and there probably aren't any prints on the envelope at all." The colonel looked up from the report sheet and stared thoughtfully at his subordinate, not knowing what to think. Everything Elena said was exactly in line with the conclusions of the experts. He couldn't figure out how she could know that. Is she really involved in everything that the major has spun? Or does her brain work differently and she calculates all the moves of her detractors at once? But the major looked at the suspect, exactly as he saw her, in a completely different way. Irritated and suspicious, which did not go well with his tightly compressed lips and red spots on his face. None of the senior officers were in a hurry to join the conversation. As for the younger ones, those who realized that everything voiced by the prosecutor's office investigator corresponded to the conclusion, looked at her with all their eyes with easy-to-read surprise, and even admiration. Elena, without waiting for any questions or permissions, quickly continued. "Last year, my husband, son, and I went to Turkey on vacation. After the trip we had $500 left, which we had saved. We thought about flying to Vietnam this year, but we didn't manage to. We spent the whole vacation with our son in the hospital. On Friday we decided to deposit these dollars in the bank, which they still have to lie around for a whole year. Moreover, money is needed after the vacation. So on Saturday, I handed them over to the Moscow Credit Bank. These are the only $500 bills I've held in my hands over the past year. I counted them at the checkout. And the other prints on the banknotes are the cashier's prints. She counted them in front of me, and then she ran them on her banknote detector. It's easy to check. Cash register number 2. It's about 11 o'clock. Well, as for the fact that there are no prints on the envelope, that's understandable. Why would Citizen Rusakova put herself in such a position? My fingerprints are not on the envelope. But hers are. Her story was quite plausible, and the colonel's frown gradually began to change to benevolent and respectful. But the major did not want to give up. How did the money get here? Did you tell someone that you were going to deposit dollars at the bank? And your enemies followed you right behind and immediately bought the money back to slip it here? You must admit, it's very hard to believe. The mysterious car and the nondescript man with receding hairline were extremely interesting, not only to Maxim, but also to Lena. Valera, who did not know the whole story, looked at everything that was happening with delight, but his comments boiled down mainly to the regret that he was only looking after his car, and not around where it was going on. So many interesting, mysterious things. We need to take a closer look. Maybe he'll find something interesting. If Maxim was mostly guessing after computer searches, then his wife went the way of real things. First, she asked Valera to enlarge a number of pictures and received both the license plate of a black Toyota and a decent photo of a man entering the entrance. Secondly, she had already called her friends, operatives, and technicians from home. The former easily punched through the car owner's number, and the latter launched a screenshot of a man starting to go bald into the facial recognition program of the police base. The search results seemed to be expected of her. In any case, when she informed Maxim about this, her face was tired and disappointed. But some kind of anxiety was visible in a series of emotions. "Max, do you know who owns this black Toyota?" "What is it?" she asked, and without waiting for her husband's reaction, she voiced it. "To Captain Vasnetsov, the henchman of our evil genius." Now everything became completely clear. even to me, an ever-doubting young lady, and not a police captain. And even though he didn't show up anywhere, I have no doubt that he was the one driving. Entrusting such an expensive car to someone is the height of frivolity. Unlike Lena, Maxim was completely calm. He had already decided everything for himself, and blamed himself only for the fact that at one time he listened to his wife, who convinced him to give a chance to correct a vile and cruel man. And Lena continued. That's not all. This smart guy with a receding hairline is none other than a famous burglar named Deck. He is also an avid gambler but unlucky. He loses most of his loot at cards. He has better luck in his profession. The captain has interesting friends. Although not the captain, but rather the colonel. Is it clear who bugged us? What is it? She asked her husband, who was thinking about something. And, again, without waiting for an answer, continued. And in the car, when they moved under the windows, they listened to our conversations. That's how they found out about dollars. What are we going to do now? It was easy to read the carefully concealed concern in her question. Maxim, noticing her confusion, tried to distract his wife from sad thoughts and, even in his own opinion, answered too optimistically with an inimitable Caucasian accent. How to do what, Sluchet? Ma. We will punish evil. Lena realized that Max was trying to support and encourage her in such an unusual way, but she just smiled sadly. I'm not against retribution, Max, especially since there is something to punish. But I still want the court to determine the punishment. But it seems that if the case goes to court, it will be somewhere closer to our retirement. And it is not yet clear with what losses for us. Maxim correctly assessed Lena's reaction to his foolishness and became more serious. Why such pessimism, dear wife? What is it? He asked, although he wasn't going to wait for the court's decision. Max, everything that we have found today is clear and important only for us. We are sure that Vaznetsov brought the deck and he installed the bugs, and we know why this was done. And for the court, that's bullshit. This is all circumstantial evidence. Well, there was a car in the yard, so what? Well, a man came into our entrance, and what? Who knows why? As I understand it, there are no fingerprints of this deck in our apartment. He's not stupid enough to work without gloves. Still a professional. So it's not provable. Here. Something like that. Here, Maxim came up with a brilliant idea, and he decided to drag Lena to his side. And if, so to speak, the defendants in this case, whom we know, themselves declare their role in this, the process? Well, will this Rusakova say that Colonel Neznov bribed her? Or will the deck state the same thing? Or does Neznov himself admit everything? Can you imagine? I get it, Max, Lena said wearily. A measure of protection. She thought about it and said anyway, I'm against it, of course. But if there's no other way out, they'll come up with something else, not just a fake bribe. Right now they have obvious punctures, because time was extremely limited. Just in short supply. We decided on the spur of the moment. Anyway, we've achieved something. I've been suspended from my job for the duration of the investigation, so I'm not your assistant in many cases. Maxim, delighted with a small victory, nonchalantly waved his hand. Never mind. We'll figure it out. Citizen Rusakova, who so masterfully played a grief-stricken mother in the investigator's office that she didn't mind giving a title, lived on the outskirts of the city in a very ordinary 5-story Khrushchev. By the look of the entrance door alone, it was safe to say that honored and national artists definitely did not live here. So, it was alarming. The dented metal structure, which bore numerous signs of advertisements pasted on for months and bright inscriptions by young artists, was completely devoid of any locking device. There was no overhead or magnetic lock, door closer, and even more so there was no intercom. There wasn't even an ordinary return spring, so the door swung shamelessly back and forth, either gaping wide open or shamefully covering a rather shabby entrance vestibule. And it only depended on the place of residence of the scurrying inhabitants of different floors. Those who lived higher up naturally did not bother closing the door, but those who were lower still covered it, trying to get rid of street noise, dust, and drafts walking around the entrance because of the second door on the opposite side of the house, which also often did not close. There was a bench at the entrance, probably the same age as the house. It was in the 70s, when the construction of the Khrushchev buildings was already ending everywhere. Such gardening and park benches made of individual wooden bars with cast-iron sides began to appear en masse not only in parks and squares, but also in courtyards. That's what they put here. It has been painted and repainted countless times, but once again the paint began to fall off in whole layers, so that the appearance of this bench became more and more unassuming every day. Moreover, one of the bars at the very back broke right in the middle, and the ends of this unsightly piece of wood rested on the courtyard asphalt, rising at the edges. No one cared about that disheveled door, or that broken peeling bench. It was here, according to the criminal case, that the young robber Rusakov lived with his mother. Lena remembered this from the criminal case. She categorically refused to go up to the apartment. If this undeserved artist sees her, and even tells the USB major about it, Elena will not seem enough, and it will end up not only with suspension from work. After instructing Maxim what to say, what questions to ask, and how to behave, Lena waited for him and sat down on the broken bench near the entrance. It was possible to sit here. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Lena, Maxim's voice was clearly confused. She says she hasn't been to any prosecutor's office. I was with the police at the very beginning of the investigation, when my son was detained, but I have never been to the prosecutor's office, and today, I only went out of the apartment to the mysterious car, and the nondescript man with receding hairline were extremely interesting not only to Maxim, but also to Lena. Valera, who did not know the whole story, looked at everything that was happening with delight, but his comments boiled down mainly to the regret that he was only looking after his car and not around where it was going on. So many interesting, mysterious things. We need to take a closer look. Maybe he'll find something interesting. If Maxim was mostly guessing after computer searches, then his wife went the way of real things. First, she asked Valera to enlarge a number of pictures and received both the license plate of a black Toyota and a decent photo of a man entering the entrance. Secondly, she had already called her friends, operatives, and technicians from home. The former easily punched through the car owner's number, and the latter launched a screenshot of a man starting to go bald into the facial recognition program of the police base. The search results seemed to be expected of her. In any case, when she informed Maxim about this, her face was tired and disappointed, but some kind of anxiety was visible in a series of emotions. Max, do you know who owns this black Toyota? What is it? She asked, and without waiting for her husband's reaction, she voiced it. To Captain Vasnetsov, the henchman of our evil genius. Now everything became completely clear. Even to me, an ever-doubting young lady, and not a police captain. And even though he didn't show up anywhere, I have no doubt that he was the one driving. Entrusting such an expensive car to someone is the height of frivolity. Unlike Lena, Maxim was completely calm. He had already decided everything for himself, and blamed himself only for the fact that at one time he listened to his wife, who convinced him to give a chance to correct a vile and cruel man. And Lena continued. That's not all. This smart guy with a receding hairline is none other than a famous burglar named Deck. He is also an avid gambler, but unlucky. He loses most of his loot at cards. He has better luck in his profession. The captain has interesting friends. Although, not the captain, but rather the colonel. Is it clear who bugged us? What is it? She asked her husband, who was thinking about something. And again, without waiting for an answer, continued. And in the car, when they moved under the windows, they listened to our conversations. That's how they found out about dollars. What are we going to do now? It was easy to read the carefully concealed concern in her question. Maxim, noticing her confusion, tried to distract his wife from sad thoughts and, even in his own opinion, answered too optimistically with an inimitable Caucasian accent. How to do what, Slyusha? We will punish evil. Lena realized that Max was trying to support and encourage her in such an unusual way, but she just smiled sadly. I'm not against retribution, Max, especially since there is something to punish, but I still want the court to determine the punishment. But it seems that if the case goes to court, it will be somewhere closer to our retirement, and it is not yet clear with what losses for us. Maxim correctly assessed Lena's reaction to his foolishness and became more serious. Why such pessimism, dear wife? What is it? He asked, although he wasn't going to wait for the court's decision. Max, everything that we have found today is clear and important only for us. We are sure that Kuznetsov brought the deck, and he installed the bugs, and we know why this was done. And for the court, that's bullshit. This is all circumstantial evidence. Well, there was a car in the yard, so what? Well, a man came into our entrance. And what? Who knows why? As I understand it, there are no fingerprints of this deck in our apartment. He's not stupid enough to work without gloves. Still a professional, so it's not provable. Here, something like that. Here Maxim came up with a brilliant idea, and he decided to drag Lena to his side. And if, so to speak, the defendants in this case, whom we know, themselves declare their role in this, the process? Well, will this Rusakova say that Colonel Neznov bribed her? Or will the deck state the same thing? Or does Neznov himself admit everything? Can you imagine? I get it, Max, Lena said wearily. A measure of protection. She thought about it and said anyway, I'm against it, of course, but if there's no other way out, they'll come up with something else, not just a fake bribe. Right now they have obvious punctures because time was extremely limited. Just in short supply. We decided on the spur of the moment. Anyway, we've achieved something. I've been suspended from my job for the duration of the investigation, so I'm not your assistant in many cases. Maxim, delighted with a small victory, nonchalantly waved his hand. Never mind. We'll figure it out. Citizen Rusakova, who so masterfully played a grief-stricken mother in the investigator's office that she didn't mind giving a title, lived on the outskirts of the city in a very ordinary 5-story Khrushchev. By the look of the entrance door alone, it was safe to say that honored and national artists definitely did not live here. So it was alarming. The dented metal structure, which bore numerous signs of advertisements pasted on for months and bright inscriptions by young artists, was completely devoid of any locking device. There was no overhead or magnetic lock, door closer, and even more so, there was no intercom. There wasn't even an ordinary return spring, so the door swung shamelessly back and forth, either gaping wide open or shamefully covering a rather shabby entrance vestibule. And it only depended on the place of residence of the scurrying inhabitants of different floors. Those who lived higher up naturally did not bother closing the door, but those who were lower still covered it, trying to get rid of street noise, dust, and drafts walking around the entrance because of the second door on the opposite side of the house, which also often did not close. There was a bench at the entrance, probably the same age as the house. It was in the 70s, when the construction of the Khrushchev buildings was already ending everywhere. Such gardening and park benches made of individual wooden bars with cast-iron sides began to appear en masse not only in parks and squares, but also in courtyards. That's what they put here. It has been painted and repainted countless times, but once again the paint began to fall off in whole layers, so that the appearance of this bench became more and more unassuming every day. Moreover, one of the bars at the very back broke right in the middle, and the ends of this unsightly piece of wood rested on the courtyard asphalt, rising at the edges. No one cared about that disheveled door, or that broken, peeling bench. It was here, according to the criminal case, that the young robber Rusakov lived with his mother. Lena remembered this from the criminal case. She categorically refused to go up to the apartment. If this undeserved artist sees her, and even tells the USB major about it, Elena will not seem enough, and it will end up not only with suspension from work. After instructing Maxim what to say, what questions to ask, and how to behave, Lena waited for him and sat down on the broken bench near the entrance. It was possible to sit here. A few minutes later, the phone rang. Lena. Maxim's voice was clearly confused. She says she hasn't been to any prosecutor's office. I was with the police at the very beginning of the investigation, when my son was detained. But I have never been to the prosecutor's office, and today I only went out of the apartment to the store and took out the trash. Lena smiled at the unnecessary details and realized that Max had never expected such a turn and simply had no idea how to proceed. She got the picture right away. Send me her picture, she replied without hesitation. After a minute, Elena was still looking at the photo of a completely unfamiliar woman with some surprise. Well, Colonel, how could he know that she had never seen the defendant's mother? What's it? Competent analysis and subtle calculation, accurate information obtained from nowhere, or adventurism and impudence combined with incredible luck. The Colonel is not simple. Oh, how not simple. Discouraged, Maxime sat behind the wheel of a Logan parked near the playground, remained silent, and did not interfere with Elena's thoughts. Lena was always the think tank in their tandem, but Max was a good performer. However, not in today's case. If it hadn't been for Lena's tip about the photo, Maxime would have been completely blown away and lost. Max, his wife finally interrupted his sad thoughts about today's failure. How do you feel about the theater? I saw even more confusion in his eyes. No, in general, I know that you like theater. But do you love him enough to go there right now? She asked sarcastically, and Maxime realized that his wife had some kind of idea that required immediate implementation. Here's what I think. Lena decided to take pity on her puzzled husband. Madame Pseudo-Rusakova just classically played a worried, hysterical woman. Even I believed her, and went out into the hallway to get some water. This, I think, can only be portrayed by a professional actor. What if this young lady who gave me the money is a professional actress? Here we are in the theater, and we will check it out. We will look at the actors. Maybe we'll find an unwitting acquaintance. On the one hand, it was simple, even very simple, but it doesn't happen that way. Even if the idea is correct, but for example, may the false Rusakova not be involved in today's performance. So, do you go to performances all week? And it's not a fact that she's an actress. That's about how Maxime tried to dissuade Lena from going to the theater. But she convinced him otherwise. Max, you probably haven't been to the theater in ages. I forgot that there are always photos of the entire cast in the lobby. So we'll just look at them. And that's it. I remember her well. And we don't even have to watch the play if you don't want to. Of course, Maxime loved the theater and visited it several times, especially during the candy and bouquet period before the wedding, and then, too, although his basic knowledge of theater was mostly limited to Stanislavski's immortal phrase, "Theater begins with a hanger." For some reason, she always popped into his mind when it came to the theater. The Tolstoy City Drama Theater opened its season in early September, and by today, the ardor of avid theater-goers, indispensable visitors to premiere performances who knew each other by sight, had faded a little, so tickets could be bought right before the start of the performance. Today they were playing The Family of the Ghoul, based on Tolstoy's story. Not Alexei Nikolaevich, but Alexei Konstantinovich, the real Count, and not Red, as the Soviet writer was seriously called, after whom the theater in the city was named. By the way, the Red Count, who was once an emigrant and a titled nobleman, who miraculously managed to become a favorite and pet of the Soviet government, was a distant relative of the real Count. Lena casually told all this to her uneducated husband, who had no idea that besides the two well-known Tolstoys in the literary world, there was also a third, also a Count, while they wandered through the foyer of the second floor, looking at photographs of actors of the local troupe. The huge, almost half-human-sized portraits of the artists, taken by a professional photographer, looked impressive and attracted a lot of people, so no one paid attention to Lena and Max, who were looking for a con artist. Most likely, future viewers could not even imagine that a real criminal investigation was unfolding right before their eyes. Maxime did not see citizen false Rusakova, so he did not bother looking for her, but simply moved from one portrait to another, trying to find familiar faces. Still, he went to the theater, though not often. Almost in the center of the portrait gallery, he finally saw the smiling face of a man he knew not only by hearsay, but had also seen in a play 2 years ago. According to a long-established tradition, during the school holidays, the City Drama Theater necessarily gave a matinee specifically for children. It was usually either a fairy tale for kids or a funny comedy for older kids. That's one such Averina, and got the whole family. We expected to see a fairy tale, but we ended up on Andrei Kuznetsov's Moscow Holidays. Maxime remembered the name of the author of the play even now. A funny comedy about high school students and for high school students, where the main role was played by Sasha Zazabin, whose portrait was now hanging in front of Maxime. He played in a very peculiar way, which is what Max remembers. For all 2 acts, Zazabin's character Alyosha Zhdanovich ran across the stage with a decent stack of paper sheets in his hand, not forgetting to periodically look at them. It seemed that the actor simply did not know the role, and was somehow hedging his bets. However, at the beginning of the second act, in order to justify his extraordinary behavior on stage, he nevertheless told his partner in the episode that he was going to enter the institute at the Faculty of Mathematics, and would use any free minute to study mathematics. It was even said something like, "This is not Tchaikovsky, Shostakovsky, this is mathematics." The audience liked the phrase with such a quirky surname, and clearly not from the text, and caused a cheerful stir in the audience. Zazabin realized that his impromptu performances were well received by the audience, and set off into all sorts of trouble. The nonsense was more interesting than the other in his performance, until the end of the second act, and the audience greeted the end of the performance with applause, awarding them mostly to Sasha Zazabin, who masterfully got out of a difficult situation. Maxim found out this later, and in the place where he least expected it, in the morgue, at work. When he was trying to tell his colleagues how much he liked the actor Zazibin because of his unconventional acting style before his lunch break for tea, Natasha, the one who bothered him with her pranks in the first year of service, suddenly declared, "Yes, Sasha is a great fellow. He was cast in this role just 2 hours before the performance. Andrei Zhdanovich was supposed to play the role of Zhdanovich there. He is an actor in their theater with that name, but he could not because of a heavy hangover after the New Year. And Sasha helped everyone out. And Zhdanovich was reprimanded so that he would know the measure." Then Maxim remembered that in the program, in the list of actors and performers, Alexander Zazibin's name was handwritten above some other colored ballpoint pen. And Natasha, who turned out to be not only an avid theater-goer, but also a special backstage person, shared all sorts of theatrical stories and gossip with her colleagues throughout the break. It turns out that Sasha Zazabin, who Max liked so much for his eccentricity, a tall and handsome guy with slightly curly blonde hair, vaguely resembling a young Yesenin, was a hero lover not only on stage, but also outside the walls of the theater. He had no shortage of female fans, and he shamelessly took advantage of it. He has already managed to get married and divorced 2 or 3 times. Natasha spoke of his adventures with an easy-to-read longing and a touch of sadness, clearly regretting that she was not the object of his lust. At least, that's what Maxim thought. So he remembered the local landmark and was now looking at her portrait with interest, completely ignoring Elena.
Lena stayed for a long time at the opposite wall opposite the portrait, where a young woman was depicted, whose age, despite all the tricks of the photographer, still showed quite clearly. At first, she looked at the portrait from different angles. Then she began to look for Maxim, who also froze at the photograph of the male actor. After a couple of minutes, their eyes met, and Max hurried to his wife. "It's her, Max," Elena said peremptorily, not doubting that Maxim would understand who she was talking about. Then she smiled. "And you said, it's too easy. We should get lucky sometime." A woman in her mid-40s was looking at Maxim from the wall, which she carefully concealed, and only small rays, wrinkles near the eyes, which the photographer did not pay attention to. And the cleavage area said that this was not a young girl, but a person who had seen her life. Despite the laughing eyes, they revealed a life experience that could not be called easy. "Natalia Perlinskaya," Lena continued after a while. "By the way, she's playing today." And she handed Maxim an open program, pointing with her finger at the actress's last name. "Who can we find out about her?" She looked around helplessly. At this time, the first bell rang and the audience streamed into the hall. An elderly woman in a plain blue uniform with a yellow chiffon scarf around her neck was standing near the door leading to the back rows of the stalls. She answered questions from theater-goers rushing into the hall, showed them something, and Lena realized that this was the usher who could answer some questions. The boys spent half of the first act in the theater buffet. Max's timid attempts to go to his seats in the stalls to watch the play were immediately stopped by Lena, who decided today at all costs to meet with Natalia Perlinskaya, that is, the false Rusakova, and get her to confess to her own atrocities. Somehow Lena no longer doubted her involvement in the criminal group of Colonel Nezhnov. The detective sat at a table in the back of the buffet room, near a wall with photographs of scenes from past performances. At first, Maxim did not feel very comfortable here.
He could not understand and accept in any way how it was possible to come to a play at the theater, but instead of contemplating acting, spend time at the buffet. It seemed to him that the middle-aged barmaid in a starched white apron and a white hat or coconut was looking at him with unconditional condemnation. Maxime sat unnaturally straight, looked around and often surreptitiously glanced at the local hostess behind the counter, until Elena, realizing his concerns, reminded him that the same Eugene Onegin came to the theater almost at the end of the performance. And nothing. It was even considered quite decent. And at the Moscow Conservatory, for your information, you cannot even take a concert ticket, but just sit in the buffet, have a drink, have a snack, and listen to music. Audibility allows. So, relax, and get busy. She finished a short tutorial on theater and buffet etiquette. The guys took a cup of cappuccino and a couple of ice cream balls in a real metal creamer and started brainstorming. All of Maxime's proposals boiled down mainly to a forceful solution to the problem: to put the criminal to sleep with the help of a protective measure, drag her into a car, take her to a quiet place, and interrogate her there using the same measure. She'll crack up like a sweetheart. She'll even write a clean one. Max remembered his poor semi-criminal experience at the wrong time and flashed his knowledge of prison jargon. Lena was against it. No, as for the conversation and confession, maybe you will have to apply the cherished measure, but drag her sleeping into the car in full view of your colleagues? Sorry. Do you know such an actor as Sasha Zazibin? Unexpectedly for Maxim, she asked, thinking about something of her own. Max almost jumped in surprise, because it was in front of his portrait that he spent the most time remembering the conversation in the morgue 2 years ago. Well, wow, how small the world is. The usher in the lobby, when I started a conversation with her and started asking about the artists and this Natalia, said that I looked very much like Zazibin's first wife, an actor in their theater. Can it be used somehow? I wonder if Prilinskaya knows the first wife of this Sasha. It was here that Maxim shared with his wife his information about the theatrical hero lover, which he received from Natasha, a pathologist. Lena thought about it, but after a few minutes, when the ice cream and coffee were over, she pulled her husband into the hall to watch the play, saying that the puzzle had worked out. Max did not understand what she meant. He habitually waved his hand, completely trusting his wife, the investigator. Max never got to watch the play to the end. Estimating that there was no more than 10 minutes left before the end of the performance, which, as written in the program, lasts an hour and 50 minutes. Lena patted Maxim on the arm, nodded her head towards the exit, and slowly began to make her way to the door. Tom had no choice but to follow her. The service entrance to the theater was located on the side of a small alley. It was so narrow that even 2 cars could hardly separate here. Nevertheless, Maxime, yielding to Elena's requests, parked near the side entrance, hugging the curb as much as possible, and waited for the actors who had performed the performance to come out into the fresh air. Lena took a seat in the back seat. Soon, an impressive crowd of satisfied spectators formed on the brightly lit square in front of the theater, which quickly dispersed. Someone rushed to the bus stop, located 50 meters away, someone to their cars in the parking lot near the theater building, someone living next door, just planned to his apartment, enjoying a quiet evening. When only a few Melpomene fans remained on the theater square, who had not yet decided where to continue the celebration of the soul, the artists who had worked, tired but satisfied, stretched out of the service entrance. They went out one at a time, in pairs, in small laughing companies, in order to disappear just as quickly from the field of view of the Averins, who were hiding in an ambush. Lena opened the door a crack, got out of the car, rested her chin on her hands folded on the passenger door, and began to carefully peer into the dim spot of light near the service entrance, where everyone leaving the theater got for a moment. Natalia Prilinskaya, fortunately, went out alone. And although her face was covered not by a straw hat, as in the morning, but by a completely normal autumn and even very pretty hat, Elena recognized her. I found out, and was immediately transformed. Natasha! Prilinskaya! She shouted, smiling, at the top of her voice, came out from behind the car door that hid her, and, without raising her arms high, slightly spread her arms to the sides, as if she wanted to hug her bosom friend. The actress, realizing that she was being addressed, turned around and at the same time with interest and bewilderment, began to look at the seemingly vaguely familiar woman who called out to her so affably. Elena, seeing the cautious reaction, which was still more positive, changed her joyful tone to a slightly offended one. "Natasha! What are you talking about? Don't you recognize an old friend?" She knew about the weakness of creative people, most of whom consider themselves unappreciated, for compliments and delights addressed to them, even if not entirely justified, but so desirable. "Yes, I am Sasha Zazabin's first wife, Larissa. He introduced us at the banquet after the premiere, where you played so well. He said, 'Here's our leading actress. Don't you really remember?'" She finished with undisguised surprise. Prilenskaya was taken aback, then, carefully examining her face, took a few steps towards the disappointed woman who lowered her outstretched arms. "Larissa? Is that you?" "I never would have thought." Lena interrupted her cheerfully. "There's nothing to think about. Get in the car. At least we'll give you a ride home. And you can tell me about my ex, how he's doing now. And I'll introduce you to my new husband," she chattered incessantly. "By the way, he is a very well-known runway and salon makeup artist in Tomsk," she finished with undisguised pride. Maxim almost choked after this statement and cleared his throat a couple of times to regain his breath. Of course, he sometimes served as a makeup artist in the morgue to keep the deceased's face as fresh as possible and even used acrylic paints for this. But Lena certainly overdid her fame, and comparing a salon stylist with a hairdresser was too much for the dead. Stunned, Natalia, of course, appreciated the last message, slightly pulled away from Elena, who was leaning towards her, trying to press her cheek against her friend's cheek, and asked in amazement, "So what are you in Tomsk now?" Lena realized that she had to be much more careful, and she couldn't think of anything better to turn the conversation in another direction. Never mind. Sit down, come on." And after waiting for the actress to climb into the salon, she lightly hit Maxim on the back of the head. "My husband Max. Max, say hello," she said a little arrogantly, immediately demonstrating who was the boss in the house. Maxim greeted me warmly, and, trying to get away from the theater as quickly as possible, immediately clarified, "Where are we going?" It was necessary to go to the hydroturbine, a fairly comfortable village almost on the very outskirts of the city. The modern 9-story buildings where the false Rusakova lived were not at all related to those Khrushchev houses, where the real citizen Rusakova lived. Taking his time, as if giving his girlfriends plenty to chat, Maxim got to the hydroturbine in about 20 minutes. It was dark outside, but recently installed LED lights along the road brightly illuminated the roadway, sidewalks, and even part of the courtyards. It was not possible to settle down in a secluded place for a serious conversation with Natalia, as planned. "Max, turn here." Lena nodded at a small area in front of the Pyaterochka store, which stood slightly away from the road, which was not so clearly illuminated. There were only 2 or 3 passenger cars parked in front of the store doors. Maxime sat a little to one side, although it was almost impossible to see what was going on in his car because of the tinted windows. "Well, that's it. We have arrived, Citizen Rusakova," Elena said, referring not at all to the destination. Her voice had changed beyond recognition. He became serious, stern, and there were distinctly not at all sincere notes in him. Natalia Prilenskaya, at the mention of Rusakova's last name, jerked in fright, retreated deeper into the cabin, helplessly turned her head, trying to figure out what was going on. "I see you've understood what's going on," Lena continued with satisfaction. "Your reaction speaks for itself." I hope I was recognized. She appreciated the actress's attempt to examine her in the dark of the unlit salon, and asked Max to turn on the light for a second. "Is that better?" a recent friend asked sarcastically. Yes. You were the one who dropped the money off to me this morning. They gave a bribe, so to speak. So I wanted to know how much you were paid to ruin the life of a completely unknown person who has done nothing wrong to you? And who is this mysterious villain who persuaded you to commit this crime? You do realize that this is a crime, right? Giving a significant bribe, to which your action belongs, is punishable by imprisonment for a term not exceeding 5 years. But I think that's enough for you. You'll participate in amateur prison activities. Maybe you'll get out on parole because of this. Lena was already joking angrily. Still, Prilenskaya was a good actress.
After a few seconds, she transformed. From a frightened, confused woman, she turned into a shrill, hysterical woman, accustomed to solving all her problems with the help of a high-pitched voice, rich mobile facial expressions, and expressive gestures that attract the attention of the audience. "Who are you? What do you need? I don't know anything. Let me out immediately," she wailed, trying to open the door, which was blocked by the driver in a timely manner. Realizing the futility of her attempts, she intensified the onslaught. "I do not know any Rusakova. I'm going to call the police," she screamed even higher. "Try it," Maxime said very significantly, turning to her. "What do you think? Are you going to put my wife under the article, and I'm going to keep quiet? No, darling, you're wrong. If you don't shut up, I'll just strangle you." And added a little more quietly, "The creature." And he sounded so meaningful. There was so much desperate anger in his voice that Prilenskaya fell silent in fright and hurriedly began to look for another way out of a difficult situation for herself. Lana was walking her own, more legitimate path so far. "Do you want us to go to the police right now? Do you think there are no surveillance cameras in the prosecutor's office, and that they won't identify you there? You're wrong. You'll have to tell everything anyway, only to another investigator, and you won't get out of there. But from here there's a chance," she finished thoughtfully. "I'm not going anywhere." Natalia tried to fight, still trying to save face. "And no one recognizes me. My face is nowhere to be seen. I was wearing a hat with a brim." Maxim and Lena laughed at the same time, which caused a wave of indignation reflected on the actress's face. She did not realize that she had let slip about her visit to the prosecutor's office. And when the guys opened her eyes, she shut up and fell silent. "Maxim, I hope you're recording our conversation," Lena said through laughter. "Now turn off the recorder." For a while, seeing her husband's surprised look, she countered his next question. "Tell you what, dear Mrs. False Rusakova," she continued resolutely, "I have neither the time nor the desire to convince you of anything else. You're going to tell me everything now anyway, everything you know, and maybe what you don't know. But it's better to tell the truth." Ignoring her opponent's indignantly open mouth, Lena took her phone out of her bag and pointed the back of it at Prilenskaya. "This is a portable generator of high-frequency infrasound vibrations, if you've heard of such a directional weapon. Only this one, unlike the others, instead of fear and panic causes a person to have a headache, severe or very severe, and can lead to the fact that a person, in other words, brain boils. Blood clots form in the vessels of the brain, and a person dies from an acute cerebral circulatory disorder, from an ischemic stroke, to make it clearer. And, most importantly, no examination will find any external influence. Simply, online. If you don't answer the questions, you will die, and we will call an ambulance and send you to the morgue. The police, who will definitely come. Let's say a woman asked for a ride, but suddenly she felt sick in the car. They tried to help, but they couldn't. Things happen. The matter-of-fact tone didn't match the thing she was talking about. It was difficult to assess Prilenskaya's reaction in the dark, and Lena decided to demonstrate to her that the conversations with her were serious. She gently poked Max in the shoulder to keep him awake, and turned on the flashlight on her phone, shining its light into the stubborn passenger's face. Maxime, who listened attentively to the conversation and actually recorded the dialogue on a dictaphone, understood everything correctly. In the light of the lantern, Natalia's eyes darted around at first, then her face wrinkled. A grimace of pain appeared, which became more and more expressive. Then there was a half-moan, half-sob, and she clutched her head with her hands. Max immediately weakened the effect. Lena turned off the flashlight. "Do you understand everything? Is that enough? Or repeat it?" "What is it?" she asked without pity. From the darkness of the cabin, which seemed even thicker after the light of the lantern, a quiet voice rang out. "I'll tell you everything." "Max, record," Elena commanded. The investigator felt at home again. "I was actually asked to do this by a friend of mine, and he gave the money for this case too." Natalia began her confession, but Lena did not let her continue. "Stop. Stop. She stopped him harshly. That won't do. What are these streamlined phrases? One person. For this case. The recording is underway, Natalia. Mostly for you. It will replace a written confession for now, then write it down. Let's start with, specifically, who in detail, for which case, what amount, and then in order. You'll get home faster. Lena's last sentence instilled some optimism in the frightened actress's mind. It's not that she's afraid to give up her life. Dying at 45 is nonsense. Natalia simply did not realize what was happening and did not fully believe either in Max's threats or in the deadly effect of Elena's strange weapon, but nevertheless decided to be frank. She didn't want such a terrible, overwhelming, mind-numbing headache to happen again. But she had no doubt that the strange phone would turn on again if she didn't say anything. And the threats of this new husband. Such a man can strangle. 2 days ago, an old acquaintance, Boris Makagon, called her. He was once a good lawyer and helped Natalia a lot in one rather sensitive case. Moreover, he took a purely symbolic fee, stating that he prefers to pay off beautiful girls in a completely different way. And even though it was said jokingly at a table in a restaurant, but the sequel had, sometimes they met without any obligations. Soon, by the decision of the Council of the Bar Association, he was kicked out of the lawyers with a wording like, for violating the norms of professional ethics. Natalia found out about this quite by chance from one of her friends, who, encouraged by the favorable resolution of her case, advised her to contact Makagon. Boris did not talk about the change in his status during meetings, and Natalia pretended that she did not know anything. However, they haven't talked much lately, and suddenly he called and offered to meet like in the good old days. Well, in the morning he asked for a favor, of course, which was to give money to the investigator of the prosecutor's office, Averina. At first she refused, was indignant, even cried. But the former lawyer was persistent and very convincing about his complete collapse if he did not fulfill the request of very serious people to whom he owed more than a decent amount, the size of which Natasha better not know. At the same time, he guaranteed complete security for Natalia herself, who would understand the seriousness of the creditors, even by the fact that she would go to the prosecutor's office completely freely. She would be escorted without any documents. But still, for added safety, you need to make up a little and cover your face with at least the brim of your hat. Everything worked out for her, and Boris even thanked her with a certain amount of money. Not a very large one, but still. After all, $1,000 is not lying on the road. How do I find this, Boris? Lena asked no less harshly. Having received the coveted long-awaited address, she continued. Natalia, give me your phone number. Elena's voice was so demanding that the stunned actress did not have the strength to demand an explanation. She silently handed the phone to the investigator. I assure you that nothing will happen to him. This is done only for your safety, so that you don't do anything stupid. Don't call your suddenly passionate boyfriend about our meeting. He's a low and mean man, Natalia. He's not worth worrying about. He took advantage of your affection for him to solve his criminal problems. It's certainly worthy of a real man. She continued sarcastically. But she ended the conversation in a completely different, simple and calm tone. Do you enter the theater through the service entrance? In the darkness of the salon, I saw the affirmative nod of the actress. Is that where the janitor should be sitting? Another nod. You can pick up his phone tomorrow. Kind people will find it at the service entrance. Assume that one of the artists has lost it and will hand it over to the janitor. Can you get home by yourself from here? She clarified, and received another affirmative nod, since Natalia Prilinskaya, who was at a loss for answers, simply did not have the strength. Still not saying goodbye. We will definitely meet, hopefully in a completely different setting. Good luck.
Возвращаться домой надо было безотлагательно. Хорошо, что Лена предупредила мать, у которой весь вечер провел Алёшка, что они задерживаются. Та отвела внука домой и даже уложила спать, о чем недавно сообщила дочери по телефону, обещая дождаться их приезда. Надо было поспешать. С другой стороны оставался бывший адвокат Макагон, некое важное передаточное звено в длинной цепочке авантюр Николая Сергеевича Нежного. По мнению и Максима, и Лены, Макагон уже получил задание организовать дачу взятки непосредственно от самого полковника. Его эта идея привлечь к делу актрису театра или импровизация адвоката, уже не важно. Выстроить более длинную схему с вовлечением еще одного или нескольких человек для безопасной реализации задуманного у полицейского просто бы не хватило времени. Ну, не глава же он настоящей мафии, как Дон Корлеоне у Марио Пьюзо, у которого подручных что деревьев в лесу. Бывший адвокат жил в центре города, и большую часть дороги домой ребята решали, когда ехать к нему, сейчас или утром. Сейчас, конечно, больше шансов застать его дома, но он просто может не открыть дверь незнакомым людям и будет абсолютно прав, а официальных документов у них нет. Да и бабушка дома ждет. Завтра с утра обоим на работу, а встретиться и поехать к Макагону они могут только ранним вечером, когда его вполне может не оказаться дома. Кем он работает сейчас, во сколько появляется его пассия, не знала. Во всяком случае, утверждала именно так. Или приедет не один. Ждать его возле подъезда сейчас смысла не было. В лицо они его не знали, марку и номер машины не уточнили, что, возможно, удастся только завтра, и легко могли просмотреть. На телефоне Приленской, правда, была фотография кавалера, установленная на рингтон его номера, но этой фотографии было больше года, да и снят он где-то на юге, полуодетым, так что и здесь проблемы. Прикинув и так, и эдак, взвесив все «за» и «против», ребята решили перенести встречу с бывшим адвокатом на завтра. И действительно, ночью Елене пришла в голову мысль, если не гениальная, то вполне себе здравая, которую стоило попробовать воплотить в жизнь. За утренним кофе она поделилась ею с мужем. «Макс, я звоню ему, представляюсь подругой мадам Приленской, которая дала мне его номер и порекомендовала как хорошего специалиста по щекотливым семейным делам». Наталья же упоминала, что он ей не говорил, что адвокатом больше не работает, так что версия вполне себе рабочая. Надо обмозговать и, если что, попробовать. Назначить встречу где-нибудь в кафе, а там уж как пойдет. В нашу машину его затащить или в его напроситься, хотя последний не вариант. Максим сразу нашел первый подводный камень в ее идее. А если он тебя видел, когда с Приленской все нюансы дела прорабатывал? Тогда все сразу на смарку, он с тобой и разговаривать не будет, а сразу к Княжнову побежит. Ведь что получается? Следователь, который по их замыслу должен уже в СИЗО сидеть, вместо этого как-то на фигуранта, организатора вышел и готовится того закрыть. А этот полковник... Макс не удержался и чертыхнулся. Как пить дать, вмиг еще что-нибудь замутит. Надо или подождать, или придумать что-нибудь другое. Лена, как ни странно, была против. «Нет, Макс, ждать мы больше не можем. Твой отсроченный файл уже должен появиться в сети, а если этого не произошло, Нежнов поймет, что ты решил его лишь напугать своими страшилками и просто-напросто уберет тебя. Какой-нибудь ДТП подстроит. Тут он, я думаю, мастер. Он же и расследовать будет, так что и не подкопаешься. Мы не можем больше отступать, ждать свой шанс, все на потом откладывать. Из-за меня и моей глупой порядочности это тянется очень долго». «Я устала. Нам надо решить все сегодня. Сегодня, кстати, и телефон вернуть надо, я обещала». Максим был крайне удивлен кардинально поменявшимся мнением Елены, которая назвала порядочность глупой. Похоже, она поняла, что с ее розовыми очками и с такими врагами в сегодняшнем времени жить очень сложно. История с липовой взяткой, похоже, в корне поменяла ее обыденное мировоззрение. Она поняла, что основные жизненные позиции некоторых людей, их убеждения, ценностные ориентиры могут быть прямо противоположными общепринятым, которым она всегда пыталась следовать. Стремиться к соблюдению законности, безусловно, надо, но если большие люди, едва не убившие твоего ребенка, готовы походя уничтожить и тебя, чтобы только не потерять своего хлебного места, власть и деньги, что ты будешь делать? Ты прекрасно знаешь, что возможности у них для этого есть и гораздо большие, чем у тебя, правдолюба, пытающегося добиться справедливости законными методами. Что ты будешь делать? Продолжишь по-прежнему тупо бороться, и в один прекрасный момент поймешь, что тебя больше нет, если, конечно, успеешь понять. Или уйдешь мрачно в сторону и будешь молчать, переживая в себе эту ужасную собственную трусость, пока сам морально не убьешь себя. Или все же, зная, что у тебя есть возможности, пусть и не совсем законные, но ты можешь наказать этих негодяев, пойдешь на это? Что касается Максима, свой выбор он сделал давно, но чтобы не расстраивать жену, следовал ее советам, признавая ее негласное руководство в вопросах законности. И вот, поняв, что подлости человеческой нет границ, похоже, и Лена пересмотрела свои позиции. До конца ли? Все же Максим убедил ее не рисковать, не встречаться с бывшим адвокатом под видом незнакомой женщины. Решение нашли не сразу, но все же достаточно быстро. Уже к обеду через своих друзей, оперативников из уголовного розыска, Лене удалось узнать очень многое о Борисе Александровиче Макогоне. И адрес, и номер автомобиля, и место работы, и даже то, чем он занимается помимо работы. Жил он один почти в центре города, недалеко от прокуратуры, во вполне приличной квартире, помимо которой имел еще и скромненькую двухэтажную дачу на берегу местного водохранилища, именуемого в народе морем, что отчасти было правдой. Машина у него была хоть и не совсем новая, но вполне достойная. Toyota Land Cruiser, стоившая под несколько миллионов. Правда, работал он юрисконсультантом в какой-то сомнительной шарашке, торговавшей не то рогами, не то копытами, весьма похожей на всем известную контору Остапа Бендера. Время работе он уделял немного, но все же фирмочка существовала, а значит и его вклад в это однозначно был. А вот кроме работы в конторе, о которой знали многие, подрабатывал он по специальности там, где видеть его могли единицы. Он консультировал по разным щекотливым вопросам криминальных и полукриминальных авторитетов, начинающих мелких бизнесменов и всех тех, кто крутился возле не совсем честных денег. И если судить по уровню жизни Бориса Макогона, дела у него шли совсем неплохо. Вечером около 7, когда Максима, одетого в легкую курточку, стало потряхивать от осеннего холода, и он уже собрался отправиться греться в оставленную у соседнего дома машину, появился долгожданный консультант по криминальным вопросам. К счастью, он явился один и не спеша, поставив машину на сигнализацию, направился к своему подъезду, возле которого его и поджидали Лена с Максом. Макогон безразлично посмотрел на сидящую на скамейке незнакомую парочку, но значения этому не придал. Дом был большой, 9-этажный, и жильцов даже в своем подъезде он знал далеко не всех. Весело переговариваясь, ребята заскочили за ним в лифт, попросив на секундочку задержаться. А вот в лифте с представительным мужчиной случилась беда. Он внезапно побледнел, покрылся потом, часто задышал, прислонился спиной к стенке лифта и попытался ослабить узел галстука. Лена, не ожидавшая, что Максим так быстро решит проблему контакта с бывшим адвокатом, хотя подспудно ожидала чего-то подобного, совершенно искренне, встревоженным голосом спросила: «Что с вами? Вам плохо?» Не дождалась ответа и с еще большей тревогой уточнила: «Может, скорую вызвать? Может, вас проводить? У вас дома есть кто-нибудь? Скажите, мы позовем». В это время лифт остановился, и мужчина, так и не ответив, сделал попытку выйти из кабины. Получилось у него это плохо, и он, беспомощно пошатываясь, посмотрел на друзей. Потом все же решился: «Не знаю, что со мною. Голова кружится. Дрожит все. Помогите выйти, пожалуйста. Я здесь в 57-й живу». Подхватив несчастную жертву с обеих сторон под руки, ребята вывели его из лифта и, бережно поддерживая, привели к тяжелой, богатой, явно не китайской двери с 2 замками, один из которых был кодовым. Здесь Борис Александрович вроде бы почувствовал себя лучше, самостоятельно выпрямился, достал ключи, но дверь открывать не спешил, а поблагодарил невольных своих попутчиков, заявив, что дальше он сам. «Ну, сам так сам». Приветливо попрощавшись, те направились к лифту и застыли в ожидании уже удравшего подъемника. Хозяин 57-й квартиры между тем открыл дверь и попытался войти домой, но, видимо, силы оставили его, и он тяжело упал головой в прихожую. Грохот от падения был не таким уж и значительным. Во всяком случае, никто из соседних квартир поинтересоваться его происхождением не удосужился. Пришлось помогать бедолаге, затаскивать того в квартиру, раздевать да укладывать на шикарный кожаный диван в зале. «Макс, ты не перестарался?» Также встревоженно спросила Лена, на что Максим лишь пренебрежительно махнул рукой. «Сейчас одыбается, всего лишь сахар в крови упал. Сейчас поднимется». И действительно, через пару минут дыхание лежащего стало более редким и поверхностным, бледность сменилась легким покраснением лица, а затем он открыл глаза. Мутный блуждающий взгляд его становился все более осмысленным, и затем он не без труда спросил: «Вы кто такие? Вы что здесь делаете?» По-видимому, для него это было важнее, чем вопросы о собственном здоровье. Максим, убедившись, что внезапно поправившийся пациент адекватен и способен воспринимать информацию, чуть наклонившись над ним, с придыханием произнес: «Мы твои ангелы-спасители. Мы пришли спасти тебя». Придержав рукой пытавшегося подняться и бормочущего «Что за бред?», Бориса, он продолжил: «Да-да, именно спасти от тюрьмы». И резко сменил голос: «Все, хватит, подъем, золотая рота!» И тут же наоборот подтолкнул его в спину, помогая присесть. Лена, как и Макагон, поразилась перемене, произошедшей с Максом за 1 секунду, и непроизвольно вздрогнула. В разговор она пока не вступала. Максим и ростом, и комплекцией, да и, наверное, силой уступал хозяину квартиры, но только что случившийся приступ гипогликемии надежно приковал того к спинке дивана, однако соображать не мешал. Борис вспомнил, что ехал с этими людьми в лифте, и они даже помогли ему добраться до квартиры, когда ему вдруг стало плохо. Только при чем тут ангелы и тюрьма? Бред какой-то, продолжал про себя повторять Макагон. Максим же достал заранее приготовленный телефон и по-приятельски предложил юрисконсультанту: «Давай один монолог послушаем, тогда, надеюсь, ты все поймешь». И включил запись исповеди Натальи Приленской. Макагон был человеком сильным и волевым. Не зря же он, даже когда его лишили адвокатского статуса, остался, если не в профессии, то где-то около. Не сломался, не запил, а продолжал делать свои, пусть и не совсем законные дела, жил в согласии с самим собой и жил неплохо. Такое под силу только человеку, пусть и беспринципному, но действительно решительному. Вот и сейчас, ослабленный физически, но уже окрепший мыслями, он слушал запись диктофона, никаким образом не реагируя на откровения, касающиеся непосредственно его самого. А ведь там шла речь о подготовке к преступлению, в которой обвиняли непосредственно его. С показным равнодушием, но очень внимательно бывший адвокат дослушал запись до конца, не задав ни одного вопроса. Лена, испотишка, следившая за ним, поняла, что противник этот будет посильнее своей любовницы, которая выдала все его тайны после незначительного самого первого внушения. Когда рассказ закончился, Максим и Лена продолжали молчать. Первым тишину нарушил Макагон. «Ну и что? Я знать не знаю этой женщины, и все, что она говорит, полный бред. Да, собственно, а вы кто такие? И каким путем эта запись попала к вам? Ясно же, что незаконным и для суда никакого значения иметь не будет, даже наоборот. Я адвокат, я знаю». Он хотел еще что-то сказать, поскольку почувствовал себя в родной стихии, но Макс жестко перебил его. В отличие от Лены, он не считал противника сильным и церемониться с ним не собирался. «Все, хватит, наигрались в законность. Ты не адвокат, а бывший адвокат, которого лишили статуса твои же коллеги. Выбросили из своего общества, как нагадившего щенка», выделяя слово «бывший», протяжно заявил Максим. «Разницу чувствуешь? Да и до суда дожить еще нужно. А с твоим здоровьем?» Как хорошо подготовленный оратор, Макс недоумевающе покачал головой, будто сомневался. Затем лицо его изменилось, стало еще жестче. Он хищно улыбнулся, что даже жена насторожилась. Такой улыбки она у него никогда не видела. Униженный Макагон, как от пощечины, дернул головой, но тут же взял себя в руки, а Максим продолжал, не обращая внимания на его переживания. «Если ты решил поиграть в Александра Матросова и грудью закрыть своего хозяина, который дал тебе это задание и который в этой связи нам очень нужен, то ты здесь и останешься, сдохнешь». Внезапно резко выдохнул он. «Загнешься от той же гипогликемии». Он расходился все сильнее и сильнее. «Что отлегло? Так это ненадолго. Сейчас повторится. Я врач, я знаю. И будешь ты лежать здесь, на этом красивом диване, пока не протухнешь и не завоняешь. Соседи где-то через неделю этот мерзкий запах почувствуют и вызовут полицию. Дверь твою красивую сломают, заткнут носы салфетками, запакуют раздувшийся до безобразия синий осклизлый труп в черный пакет и отвезут его в морг. Патонатом на вскрытии из-за не будет ворчать да материться, но заявит, что никаких следов насилия нет. Обычная гипогликемическая кома. Кто-то может и скажет: Жалко, что один жил. Так бы хоть скорую было кому вызвать. У тебя хоть есть кто тебя похоронить сможет?» На фоне сознанием дела перечисленных ужасов безразлично спросил он. Внезапно, практически полностью пришедший в себя Борис вновь почувствовал беспокойство, какую-то внутреннюю дрожь, которая быстро нарастала и сопровождалась прогрессирующей слабостью. Сердце забилось часто-часто, дышать становилось все труднее, и он вынужден был делать глубокие вдохи, чтобы не выпасть из реальности. Одновременно появилось покалывание губ, языка, кончиков пальцев. А дальше что-то стало происходить с его психикой. Он почувствовал, что не может сконцентрироваться, попытался поднять руку, защититься от своего мучителя и не смог. Попытался попросить прекратить этот чудовищный эксперимент, но изо рта его раздалось только несколько невнятных звуков, даже не похожих на человеческую речь. А дальше он понял, что засыпает, или, может, умирает. Максим вовремя заметил изменения в состоянии Макагона и прекратил свое давление на его эндокринную систему. Никаких угрызений совести он абсолютно не испытывал. Ты пришел разрушить чужую жизнь, так будь готов, что так же поступят с твоей. Все по-честному. И не факт, что смерть здесь будет более легким наказанием, чем долгие мучительные годы одиночества и воспоминаний. Так или примерно так рассуждал уверенный в своей правоте Макс и не собирался останавливаться на половине пути к правде. Когда в глазах оживающего злодея появились искры разума, он продолжил. «Что, довольно? Или продолжим?» Максим опять ухмыльнулся, потом изумленно воскликнул. «Да, ты же еще со стенокардией не знаком. Сейчас познакомишься?» «Хватит!» С трудом просипел обессилевший бывший адвокат, но Макс не обратил на его слова никакого внимания. Он с изуверским наслаждением отыгрывался за свою жену, за Лену, которая даже в таких негодяях, преступниках пыталась рассмотреть человека, индивидуума, личность и причины, сделавшие их такими, а они отплатили ей совсем другой монетой. Через минуту в груди Макагона появилась острая боль, которая с каждой секундой становилась все сильнее и сильнее. Она быстро заполнила всю левую половину, распространилась на левую половину шеи, метнулась в левую руку до самых пальцев, потом в лопатку и даже в зубы. Терпеть эту боль не было сил. Борис вспомнил, что где-то слышал простонародное название этой болезни – грудная жаба. И тут же представил себе эту жабу в виде раскаленного утюга, стоящего у него на груди. Он не мог вздохнуть полной грудью, буквально ощущая, как боль при этом усиливается, грызет его все сильнее и сильнее. Ко всему прочему, по лицу крупными каплями побежал пот. Капли стекали по щекам, подбородку и дальше по шее, но сил поднять руку и убрать эти неприятные, щекочущие капли не было. Он замер, прижал руку к груди и боялся пошевелиться. А еще ему стало страшно, очень страшно. Он вдруг понял, что именно сейчас легко может умереть. Причем понял это совершенно отчетливо, а не как-то абстрактно, и такого ощущения страха у него не было никогда. Не в силах бороться с нарастающей болью, Борис в изнеможении закрыл глаза. Через 5-7 минут, показавшихся вечностью, боль стала отступать, и снова захотелось открыть глаза. Макагон сделал попытку пошевелиться. Боль не появилась, поднес руку к лицу и оттер все еще мешающий пот. Боль не появилась, вдохнул поглубже, и снова никаких последствий. «Боже, как же хорошо», – подумал он, – «и как хочется жить». Максим с интересом наблюдал за своим противником, который был полностью в его власти, но какого-то морального удовлетворения от этого не испытывал. Хотелось одного – побыстрее закончить это. Борису Макагону хотелось того же. Вся его решительность испарилась после повторного знакомства с гипогликемией и в большей степени со стенокардией и ее болью. Он не понимал, как этот, в общем-то, обычный на вид молодой человек заставляет его, такого закаленного и сильного бойца, страдать. Да еще как страдать. Непринужденность, с какой назвавшийся врачом человек демонстрировал свои совершенно противоположные профессии и способности. Пугало. Очень пугало. Переживать еще раз то ужасное чувство страха смерти, испытанное 10 минут назад, Борис не собирался. Кроме того, его больно ударило по самолюбию упоминание о «хозяине», вскользь произнесенное этим доктором Менгеле. А откуда-то из глубины памяти к месту выплыло имя доктора Смерть, этого символа врача, убийцы и садиста. У него, Бориса, не может быть хозяина, просто по определению не может. Именно так он считал до сегодняшнего дня. А сейчас понял, что этот мальчишка прав. Да, отношения между Макагоном и Нежновым внешне были большей частью приятельские и партнерские, но Борис всегда подспудно чувствовал превосходство полицейского начальника над ним. Он понимал, что тот в любой момент может уничтожить попытавшегося вырваться из им же очерченного круга обязанностей собственного адвоката. Когда-то полковник, совсем не альтруист, помог тогда еще адвокату без кавычек избежать более сурового наказания, чем лишение адвокатского статуса, за что сейчас приходилось расплачиваться. В предыдущие нечастые встречи просьбы недоброго самаритянина были скромными и касались в основном консультаций тех, кто испытывал некоторые разногласия с законом, что поначалу Макагона удивляло. Потом он понял, кто такой этот полковник Нежнов, но предпочел свои догадки держать при себе, а дать задний ход было поздно, да и совершенно невозможно. Так, может, сейчас у него появится шанс избавиться от хозяина. Когда Максим и Лена покидали квартиру бывшего адвоката, прибирая написанные морально раздавленным юрисконсультантом листы с чистосердечным признанием, Лена не удержалась и все же упрекнула разошедшегося не на шутку супруга. «Макс, а если бы он умер, ты в своем уме так его мучить?» Максим отреагировал довольно решительно, если не сказать раздраженно. «Ты предпочла бы сидеть в тюрьме? Это, поверь мне, не очень хорошее место, я знаю. А Макагона этого надо было точно прибить. Он подлец, каких свет не видывал. Тебе мало того, что твои друзья-оперативники на него нарыли. Он далеко не Робин Гуд, он же нормальным людям жизнь портит, жуликов да бандитов обслуживает. Лично нам помогал жизнь и испортить. Тебе все мало? Когда ты поумнеешь? Вроде же сама говорила про глупую порядочность». Он не удержался и, не говоря супруге ни слова, уже в дверях отправил Макагона в глубокий летаргический сон. «Пусть поспит пару деньков, отдохнет от переживаний, а я за это время с полковником разберусь, а то еще наделает глупостей», предупредит того апологет хренав. День для полковника Нежнова не задался с самого утра, поэтому и настроение было ни к черту, поэтому и утренний рапорт прошел скомканно и нервно, хотя ругать своих архаровцев полковнику было вроде и не за что. Ну, ничего, авансом, пусть не расслабляются. И все из-за этого адвоката чертова Бори Макагона. Куда он подевался, интересно? Может, спрятаться решил? Любопытно от кого? Хотя его задумка с актрисой театра вроде удачной оказалась. Тем более не нужно было своего человечка в прокуратуре чересчур напрягать, деньги этой оверенной подкидывать. Пришлось ему только последнее дело следачки посмотреть, да эту артистку по-тихому в прокуратуру провести. Ну, а что до этого майора Усольцева из УСБ, ему только намекни. Как же он своих коллег-ментов не любит, даже занятно. Позавчера вроде все нормально прошло. Борис отзвонился, похвастал, что все закончилось замечательно. Сам свою актрисочку чуть ли не у дверей прокуратуры встретил, сам домой отвез, и даже про приятный бонус для барышни в виде денежного платежа не забыл упомянуть. Даже сумму кругленькую точно назвал, явно рассчитывая, что полковник все расходы компенсирует. Ушлый парень... Верный Васнецов, который для контроля возле прокуратуры отдыхал, все подтвердил. И про Макагона с актрисой, и про майора из УСБ, который после того, как артистка-притворщица испарилась, вскоре туда вошел вместе с двумя сопровождающими. Сегодня полковник хотел встретиться со своим адвокатом, чтобы все узнать в деталях, в подробностях, услышать, так сказать, историю из первых или, вернее, вторых уст. Уж наверняка ему актриса все рассказала, да дозвониться до него не смог. Вызов шел, а вот трубку никто не брал. Поэтому и настроение у начальника с утра было отвратительным. Не любил он, когда что-то не получалось или проходило не по его разумению. К обеду, правда, полегчало, настроение улучшилось. Никуда этот Борис не денется с подводной лодки, наверняка к вечеру объявится. Как поступить с разоблачающими и сына мэра, и полковника Нежнова документами по наезду и его сокрытию, организации липовой взятки, которых накапливалось все больше, Лена и Максим пока не знали. Лена попросила вечерок, чтобы еще раз все просмотреть и систематизировать, а потом уж принимать решение, как этими бумагами распорядиться. Максим, которому неожиданно понравилась роль крутого оперативника, стопроцентно добивающегося чистосердечного признания у преступников, предлагал точно так же наехать на этого оборотня в погонах, но Елена была против. «Макс, это просто удача, что нам удалось побеседовать с ними наедине. Они нас не знали, не видели. Нет, Лжерусакова меня видела, но больше свое лицо под шляпкой прятала. Теперь я это понимаю, поэтому и провести ее удалось. А полковник тебя очень хорошо знает, не раз видел, и опыта у него в таких делах побольше, чем у мадам Приленской и этого адвоката Липового вместе взятых. Да и в одиночку его нигде не застать. Не в кабинет же к нему идти, где народу всегда полно. Там точно за цугундер возьмут». Затянувшиеся нравоучения кончились тем, что Макс пообещал никаких визитов на работу к Нежнову не наносить, и тут ему повезло. Утром в хирургии умер мужчина с ножевым ранением в живот. Вроде бы рядовая ситуация, какие встречаются, если не каждый месяц, то уж несколько раз в год обязательно. Заканчивалось все в таких случаях, как правило, благополучно, но не в этот раз. Здесь все пошло не так. Немолодой, в меру располневший пролетарий в хорошем подпитии, обиженный на весь мир из-за того, что тот его не понимает, решил выплеснуть наружу свой внутренний протест и начал перевоспитание общества с собственной жены. Когда дело дошло до кулаков, дочь, которой самой перевалила за тридцатник, недолго думая ткнула своего папашу ножом в живот, поскольку по-другому оттащить его от избиваемой матери не могла. Мужик присмирел, то ли от недоумения, как так, родная дочь, то ли от боли и к вызову скорой отнесся совершенно спокойно, наверное, даже обрадовался. Во всяком случае, на носилки забрался самостоятельно и поспешно ручки на груди скрестил, мол, я готов, поехали. По экстренной хирургии по городу дежурила 8-я больница, и дежурный врач Володя Потемкин, увидев картину проникающего ранения в живот, практически сразу взял страдальца в операционную. На операции тоже ничего из ряда вон выходящего не было. Да, проникающее ранение. Да, повреждение печени. Да, кровопотеря. Но, слава богу, незначительная. Все достаточно обыденно. Рану печени ушили, брюшную полость помыли, просушили, для страховки воткнули дренаж в подпечёночное пространство, да ушили брюшную стенку. На все про все минут 40. Владимир Иванович, как говорят, умыл руки, а вот молодому анестезиологу Лёше Леушину пришлось повозиться. Больной ни в какую не хотел просыпаться и самостоятельно дышать. Обычно после того, как прекращают подачу анестетика, больные просыпаются минут через 10-15. Если не хотят, можно добавить что-нибудь из дыхательных аналептиков, возбудить дыхательный центр. Это обычно помогает, но не в этот раз. Что только Лёша не делал, и бимегрид, и цитит он вводил, и периодически аппарат ИВЛ отключал, надеясь уловить признаки самостоятельного дыхания, но дождался этого только к утру. Еще через час больного экстубировали и перевели в отделение реанимации. А еще через 2 часа он умер. Для всех это было ударом, поэтому на вскрытие, которое Макс проводил после обеда, собралось чуть не полбольницы. Естественно, унылый и одновременно взбудораженный Лёша, его начальница, возглавляющая реанимацию Людмила Григорьевна, оперировавший пациента Потемкин, и его начальник, заведующий хирургией Владимир Дмитриевич. Всем хотелось знать, что же такое случилось после операции и от чего больной скончался. То, что смерть не хирургическая, Владимир Иванович был уверен на 100%, а вот анестезиолог Лёша немного дрейфил, чего-то он, похоже, не доглядел. Максим, который совершенно не стушевался от такого количества зрителей, не первый год работает, довольно быстро докопался до сути. У больного во время операции, когда он находился под наркозом, развилась тромбоэмболия легочной артерии, ТЭЛа, которая и привела к такому печальному исходу. ТЭЛа – особенно массивная, очень грозная сердечно-легочная патология, от которой большинство больных погибает. Когда человек в сознании, клиника ее очень наглядна, и вовремя диагностировать ее, и даже полечить можно. А тут такая необычная ситуация, поэтому и конец печальный. Когда проблема прояснилась, и благодарные зрители стали расходиться из анатомического театра, главный хирург города начал стражиться и напрягать графа Потемкина, накаляя и без того тревожную атмосферу. «Так, этот начальник из ГИБДД у тебя лежит. Ты посмотри за ним повнимательнее. Знаешь ведь закон парных случаев. Не хватало нам еще кого-нибудь от тромбоэмболии похоронить. За этого ты отписываться замучаешься. А уж за того, с тем они и ушли». Макс, услышав слова про начальника из ГИБДД, насторожился. «Это что же? Сам полковник Нежов в нашей больнице? Других-то начальников в ГИБДД вроде как и нет». Интересно, что это с ним? Видно, сам Бог мне его сюда послал. Здесь моя территория, и наедине поговорить с ним можно. И нужно. А вот Лене знать об этом совсем не обязательно. Моментально пронеслись мысли в его голове. Закончив вскрытие, Максим позвонил в хирургию своему уже приятелю Володе Потемкину, которого все равно из-за разницы в возрасте величал на «вы», хотя отношения у них после прецедента со светящимися мертвецами действительно были приятельскими. «Владимир Иванович, скажите, начальник ГИБДД, про которого Владимир Дмитриевич в морге упоминал, это случайно не полковник Нежнов?» «Он самый, Макс. А зачем он тебе?» – поинтересовался Потемкин. «Да». Максим замялся, потом, как ему показалось, нашел приличный выход из ситуации. «У меня тут проблемы с машиной. Если я, пользуясь случаем, с ним об этом поговорю, как вы думаете, это нормально?» «Да, кстати, а что с ним?» Потемкину все сентенции Максима были по барабану, он вообще по жизни был пофигистом. «Да я его тоже вчера по дежурству прооперировал, еще до этого мужика. Он имел в виду умершего утром больного. Обычный флегмонозный аппендицит, вроде все нормально. Он в платной палате лежит, если хочешь, зайди, но лучше завтра. Он завтра уже ходить будет». Когда все добропорядочные доктора, работавшие на ставку, после 3 подались домой, Максим направился в хирургию. Заканчивался сончас, и праздно шатающихся по коридору больных, как и трудолюбивых медсестер на посту отделения не было, так что Макс в своем светло-зеленом медицинском костюме легко прошел никем не замеченный. Где находится платная палата, он знал, рядом с кабинетом заведующего в конце коридора, рядом с запасным выходом. Когда-то на заре его медицинской юности он уже побывал здесь на организованном по случаю собственного дня рождения заведующим хирургией Владимиром Дмитриевичем небольшом сабантуйчике. Максим был приглашен скорее для того, чтобы помочь начинающему врачу влиться в спаянный коллектив. Вспоминать об этом Макс не любил, поскольку вливание его не только в спаянный, но, как оказалось, и тесно спаянный коллектив закончилось прямо в этой палате, где он безмятежно уснул, не рассчитав своих сил в борьбе с медицинским спиртом, разведенным глюкозой. Утром, с ужасом обнаружив себя в чужой постели, он не мог понять, как это произошло, и предпочел тихо ретироваться через тот самый запасной выход. Поднаторевшим в подобных делах докторам надо отдать должное. Они никаким образом не напоминали Максу об этом инциденте, за что он был им чрезмерно благодарен. Не постучав в дверь знакомой палаты, Максим решительно открыл ее. Пусть полковник теперь почувствует, кто здесь хозяин. Привык там у себя, понимаешь? Палата за прошедшие годы изменилась. На стене напротив единственной кровати появился плоский телевизор, который сейчас что-то тихо бубнил. На столе рядом с китайским электрочайником пристроилась микроволновая печь, скорее всего, тоже китайская, а рядом с дверью у стены расположился симпатичный шкафчик для верхней одежды удивительного серо-голубого цвета. Полковник Нежнов в светлой футболке с небольшой щетиной на лице лежал на кровати и довольно весело болтал с кем-то по телефону. Правда, улыбка его периодически менялась на легкую гримасу боли, когда он пытался сменить положение или рассмеяться на слова невидимого собеседника. Он непонимающе уставился на вошедшего, потом, очевидно узнав Максима, попытался быстро свернуть разговор, но его партнер этого явно не хотел, поэтому еще целую минуту полковник, уже не улыбаясь, односложно отвечал на вопросы, а Макс, развесив уши, просто стоял и слушал, хотя сути разговора так и не понял. Когда разговор все же закончился, Максим заулыбался во все 32 зуба. Как будто увидел лучшего друга, или, по крайней мере, очень приятного человека, и с порога раскрыл рот. «Николай Сергеевич, как же я рад вас видеть!» Потом чуть прыти поубавил. «Не здороваюсь, поскольку здоровья вам не желаю, а вот видеть действительно рад. По крайней мере, не придется снова к вам в отдел идти, с вашей секретаршей сталкиваться. Хоть и приятный у нее голос, но до чего злющая, настоящий цербер, так и норовит никого к вам не пускать». Полковник сначала оторопел от такого понебратского обращения, но потом взгляд его стал серьезным, даже озабоченным, однако в разговор он вступать не спешил. Максим, успокоившись, чуть ли не задушевным тоном продолжил. «А я ведь попенять вам пришел, Николай Сергеевич, что же это вы? Я вам навстречу пошел, целую неделю дал, чтобы вы все законно и правильно организовали, запросы в Новосибирск сделали, с мэром встретились. А вы?» Нежнов, сдвинув брови, упорно молчал, следуя своей излюбленной тактике – получить как можно больше информации, оценить ее значимость, потом уже отвечать на неприятные вопросы. Максим, так и не дождавшись реакции полицейского, продолжил уже чуть жестче. «А вы вместо этого решили жену мою подставить, взятку липовую организовали, потом, наверное, рассчитывали со мной поторговаться». Полковник сделал удивленное лицо, но Максу, уже искушенному в таких делах, было понятно сразу, что это обычный избитый финт ушами для выхода из сложной ситуации, и с ним он не прокатит. «Какую взятку? Вы что несете? Я никого не подставлял и ничего не организовывал, просто не успел с делами разобраться и с мэром поговорить. У него все встречи заранее расписаны». «Конечно, конечно», – перебил его Максим. «Не успели? А давайте один монолог послушаем». И достал телефон с исповедью актрисы Приленской, как совсем недавно доставал его для беседы с бывшим адвокатом Макагоном. Даже свое предложение почти слово в слово повторил. Нежнов внимательно выслушал покаянный монолог и напористо, насколько мог это сделать сутки назад прооперированный больной, произнес абсолютно то, что Макс и предполагал. «И что, при чем здесь я? Мало ли у нее врагов? У таких людей врагов просто не может не быть, и никакого Макагона я не знаю. Кстати, кто он?» «Да неужели?» – с долей ехидства заговорил Максим. «Собственного адвоката не знаете? А он вас хорошо знает и долго сопротивлялся, прежде чем чистосердечное написал. Жаль, показать вам не могу, оно уже у прокурорских». Правда, Макс не уточнил, что под прокурорскими он имел в виду свою жену. Вот тут Нежнов замер, не зная, как реагировать, верить или нет. А Макс, зная, что Борис безмятежно спит в своей квартире, сделал еще один ход на удачу. «Вы ведь сегодня утром наверняка ему звонили», – скорее утвердительно сказал он, и, увидев бегающие глаза полковника, понял, что угадал. А он не отвечает. И не ответит господин полковник, потому что уже в камере сидит или лежит, что не принципиально. После таких дебатов Максим достал из папки, в которую складывал протоколы вскрытий, несколько листов бумаги, простую шариковую ручку и, с видом человека, не сомневающегося в своем праве требовать исполнения пожеланий от окружающих, заявил: «К утру, Николай Сергеевич, вы должны написать чистосердечное признание и по эпизоду с наездом, и по организации взятки. Это последнее предупреждение, не просьба. Если исповеди не будет, завтра же для начала окажетесь в тюремной больнице. Ну или у нас в реанимации, на ваш выбор». Потом на секунду прервался, замолчал, словно задумался над чем-то интересным и, удовлетворенный от придуманного, вскоре продолжил: «Кстати, неплохо бы вам там встречу с мэром организовать, а то вы все... Время нет, передразнил он Нежнова. Там его много будет». Не дожидаясь ответа, Максим встал, спокойно взял телефон полковника, положенный тем на тумбочку, и, предвосхищая попытки того возмутиться, заявил: «Завтра верну. Это чтобы вы глупостей не наделали, не позвонили кому не надо. У вас, поди, в бригаде и киллер штатный есть». Уже весело закончил он и, подмигнув полковнику, вышел из палаты. Если бы Николай Сергеевич был здоров, он бы сейчас одним прыжком вскочил с кровати и, безусловно, вернул бы так нужный сейчас, но, увы, бездарно исчезающий собственный телефон. Внезапно возникшая резкая боль в послеоперационной ране, когда он попытался вскочить за уходящим Максимом, буквально отбросила его на постель и заставила отказаться от преследования. «Черт! Сжимая кулаки безостановочно в голос, повторял он, нисколько не думая о том, слышат его в коридоре или нет. Ах, если бы он был здоров, как не вовремя. Через полчаса, немного успокоившись, полковник начал анализировать происходящие события и искать ответ на давно мучивший его вопрос, откуда этот, по сути, мальчишка всегда знает его дорогу. Не бежит впереди, но и не отстает, а четко идет по следу. Может быть, все дело в его жене, следователя? Не похоже, ведь встречался полковник всегда только с ним, и впечатление о себе, как о человеке недалеком, он точно не оставил. Не успели почистить концы с наездом на его сына, как этот врач вываливает кучу фактов, которых вполне должно хватить, чтобы у проверяющих возникли неприятные вопросы именно к нему, полковнику Нежнову. А почему это вы, товарищ полковник, не придали значения, не обратили внимания, не подумали и так далее? Не успели порадоваться и отметить исполнение прекрасно задуманной подставы против его жены, как двое основных фигурантов уже дали признательные показания и, похоже, теперь загорают на норах. Во всяком случае, Боря – адвокат, который сам уверял, что все прошло более чем штатно, точно там. Иначе почему на телефон не отвечает? Никогда такого не было. А теперь еще диски с записями с камер видеонаблюдения исчезли и, судя по всему, находятся у знающего дорогу. А что, неплохое имечко? Почему Аверин никуда эти убойные документы не отправляет, а только стращает? По всему выходит, что УСБшники давно должны быть в гостях у полковника, а не у этой мадам Авериной. Да что-то не торопятся. Это что, глупость? Или непонятное маниакальное желание заставить его возбудить дело на сына мэра и поссорить их? Что-то здесь не так, и этот мальчик не так прост. Очень непрост. Чтобы расколоть такого зубра криминальных дел, как Боря Макагон, надо самому быть зубром или, по крайней мере, мастером допроса, каким-нибудь ГРУшником. Те на такие вещи мастера, их специально этому учат. Вот тут Николай Сергеевич испугался собственных мыслей. Все же придется подключать градоначальника к решению этой проблемы. Ведь с него все и началось, вот сам все пусть и расхлебывает. Утром, придя на работу и быстренько переодевшись, Макс прямиком направился в палату к полковнику Нежнову. Он не тешил себя надеждой, что Николай Сергеевич вдруг изменится, а проснувшаяся совесть заставит того написать чистосердечное признание, но все же допускал подобное развитие ситуации с вероятностью в 1–1,5%. Ну, а вдруг? Лицо полковника, с одной стороны казавшееся из-за разросшейся щетины зрелым и мужественным, с другой было все же немного бледноватым, помятым, с какими-то темными кругами под глазами. Похоже, прошедшую ночь полицейский провел не в спокойном сне, а в тяжелых, может даже мучительных раздумьях. Чтобы так измениться за одну ночь, надо пережить что-то очень неприятное, и этого неприятного, по всей видимости, полковнику хватило с избытком. А вот глаза его оставались холодными и жесткими и совсем не вписывались в картину отсутствующего и озабоченного лица. Это были глаза хищного зверя, волка, который полковник, чтобы не насторожить вошедшего в палату Максима, попытался сразу отвести в сторону. Возможно, это и удалось бы, но исходящая от него злоба явно чувствовалась на расстоянии. Макс поразился этому необычному и неприятному ощущению, которого не испытывал ни разу в жизни, и поначалу даже немного растерялся. Потом, вспомнив о своей мере защиты, совершенно успокоился и даже заулыбался. Пусть злобствует, пусть хоть все зубы до корней сотрет. Что-то похожее Глеб Жеглов говорил вору Кирпичу и закончил красиво. «Моя против вашей всегда брать будет». «Вот и моя тоже», – уверил себя Макс. На краешке стола, придавленной ручкой, лежала стопка оставленных вчера чистых листов бумаги. Максим, не здороваясь и не обращая внимания на полковника, внимательно посмотрел на бумагу, даже перевернул и посмотрел каждый листок отдельно. Убедившись в их девственной чистоте, разочарованно покачал головой и поднял глаза на полковника. Тот, стараясь скрыть свой интерес, следил за вошедшим из-под тишка, слегка прикрыв веки. Максиму было абсолютно наплевать на проблемы гордого полковника, он для себя уже все решил. «Ну что же, Николай Сергеевич», – абсолютно нейтрально произнес Макс. «Вы свой выбор сделали?» Пару секунд постоял в раздумьях. Похвально, только глупо. после чего спокойно повернулся и направился к выходу. «Телефон верни!» – сдерживая себя, в спину Максиму чуть не прокричал полковник. Тот чуть сбавил шаг и слегка повернул голову. «В реанимации верну», – потом в задумчивости добавил. «Хотя, думаю, там не до этого будет», и спокойно вышел из палаты. Такого пренебрежительного отношения Николай Сергеевич явно не ожидал. Он буквально опешил, а когда пришел в себя, вновь погрузился в невеселые раздумья. За долгие годы работы в полиции, особенно когда стал начальником, полковник неплохо научился разбираться в людях, чувствовал их и частенько этим пользовался. Многолетний жизненный опыт говорил, что простые люди с полковниками полиции так себя не ведут, как этот патологоанатом Аверин. То, что он работает врачом и что его фамилия Аверин, сомнению не подлежало. А вот остальное... Сразу после первого визита в отдел, когда тот стал задавать неудобные вопросы, Николай Сергеевич дал команду пробить чрезмерно любопытного патанатома. Делали это люди грамотные, ответственные, так что здесь ошибка исключалась. Думать о том, что он ФСБшник, копающий под него или под мэра, было глупо, гипнотизер – смешно. Ему бы проще было убедить полковника написать чистосердечное с такими подробностями, каких и на самом деле не было. Кто остается? Колдун? Да, уж. Маразм крепчает и стучится в двери. И тут полковник внезапно вспомнил о последней фразе уходившего Максима. Вот так моментально раз и перескочил с одного на другое. «В реанимации отдам, там не до этого будет». Отчетливо услышал он слова ушедшего врача. «Какая реанимация? Почему там будет не до этого? До чего не до этого?» Мысленно, но очень громко спрашивал неизвестно кого полковник. Тревожные мысли его путались, прыгали с одного на другое, он никак не мог сосредоточиться и принять решение, что делать дальше с этим совершенно не боявшимся полицейского Максимом, пока не пришло время врачебного обхода. Лечащий врач Николая Сергеевича, Володя Потемкин, сразу обратил внимание на непрезентабельный вид своего VIP-клиента. Вроде вчера тот получше выглядел, а сегодня какой-то смурной, дерганый, круги под глазами. «Николай Сергеевич, вы как себя чувствуете?» Вложив в свой голос как можно больше оптимизма, спросил Владимир Иванович. Нежнов только махнул рукой и раздвинул губы в некоем подобии улыбки. «Не обращайте внимания. Спал плохо, только и всего». Тут он покривил душой, умолчав о своем хороводе мыслей. Владимир Иванович, помня, кто перед ним, и не забывая напутствия заведующего, посмотрел своего больного со всем тщанием. Посчитал пульс, посмотрел язык, пощупал живот, не поленился отклеить повязку и глянуть на рану. Осмотром остался доволен, но все же решил поддержать своего пациента. «Все у вас хорошо, Николай Сергеевич. Живот спокоен, рана ведет себя прекрасно, а вот поспать вам надо. Давайте-ка после перевязки седативную таблеточку примите и поспите немного. Вечером еще одну дадут, а там все и наладится». Проснулся Николай Сергеевич от какого-то внутреннего беспокойства. Сначала он и сам не понял, что его разбудило, и только потом обратил внимание на левую ногу. Нога была чужой, тяжелой и напряженной, да еще появилось неприятное ощущение ползания мурашек по ноге. К тому же тысячи мелких тварей, бегая по ноге, жгли и кололи ее, как тысячи иголок. Как только он понял, что проблема его беспокойства именно нога, он сразу почувствовал боль. Боль возникла где-то на периферии, потом метнулась вверх по голени до колена, а затем и выше. К тому же она нарастала с каждой минутой. Подумав, что он просто отлежал ногу, полковник решил прибегнуть к радикальному средству, каким пользовался и раньше, чтобы избавиться от возникавших от случая к случаю подобных, правда менее выраженных ощущений – просто походить, размять ногу. Он попытался встать, и ему это удалось, с болью, но удалось. А вот пройти не получилось. Сделав пару шагов, Николай Сергеевич с ужасом понял, что нога его не слушается и напоминает протез, тупой деревянный протез. Она была абсолютно чужой, и командовать ей он не мог. С трудом доковыляв до койки, он рухнул на матрас и попытался рассмотреть и растереть свою непослушную болящую ногу. Нога была бледной, холодной, с непонятными бесформенными синими пятнами, и прикосновение к ней было каким-то далеким и совершенно чужим. Никаких изменений при попытке растереть и помассировать ногу, кроме усиления боли, не произошло. Боль уже было тяжело терпеть. Придется звать на помощь. С неудовольствием подумал он, уже понимая, что не просто отлежал ногу, а приобрел какую-то другую, серьезную, неприятную болячку. Представив себя орущим на все отделение, он тут же заскрипел зубами от бессилия и стыда. Но делать было нечего, пришлось. Пришлось даже постучать ложкой по металлической спинке кровати, пока недовольная медсестра не появилась в дверях. Увидев гримасу боли на лице пациента и мгновенно сообразив, что такой человек просто так орать и молотить ложкой не будет, она сразу же засуетилась, запричитала и чуть ли не бегом выскочила в поисках врача. Владимир Иванович появился через пару минут. Даже беглого осмотра ему хватило, чтобы сообразить о серьезности проблемы полковника. Успокоив Нежного ничего не значащими словами, он вышел из палаты и вернулся буквально через минуту уже вместе с заведующим Владимиром Дмитриевичем, который как раз возвращался из приемного покоя. Тот смотрел чуть дольше, сжимал и колол поочередно стопу, голень, затем бедро, просил согнуть или поднять ногу, а когда это не удалось, пошевелить пальцем. Он пытался нащупать пульс в паху и на стопе, сравнивал все выявленные изменения с другой ногой и явно остался недоволен. Сначала он озадачил Потёмкина. «Звони в санавиацию, проси сосудистого сюда. Да пусть в темпе дует. Операционную на всякий случай озадач. Лаборантку вызови, пусть свертывающую систему посмотрит, ну и группу». Само собой. Звякни на станцию переливания, уточни запасы этой группы. Сейчас реополиглюкин в вину, гепарин, папаверин, промедол, ну и все, что положено, сам знаешь. И только потом обратился к Нежнову. «Николай Сергеевич, у нас проблема, которую надо решать максимально быстро. У вас, похоже, тромб в магистральной артерии бедра или подколенной области образовался. Вот кровь на периферию и перестала поступать. Кислорода тканям не хватает, обменные процессы нарушились. Короче, если ничего не делать, разовьется гангрена, и ногу надо будет ампутировать. Операцию по удалению тромба может сделать только сосудистый хирург, которого мы уже, считай, вызвали. Ждать его, конечно, ничего не делая, мы не будем, начнем интенсивную терапию. Попробуем тромболизировать, рассосать проще, но окончательное слово все равно за ним». Еще через минуту в вену ему уже капал раствор реополиглюкина, который, как его уверили, улучшает микроциркуляцию и точно отодвигает необратимые изменения в обескровленных тканях, а в резиновую трубку возле иглы медсестра вводила один за другим необходимые препараты. Еще минут через 5 он почувствовал, что боль вроде немного отступает и начал успокаиваться, даже задремал. Вердикт сосудистого хирурга был ожидаем, и Николая Сергеевича вскоре после осмотра областным специалистом взяли в операционную. Встретиться с мэром города оказалось гораздо проще, чем с тем же начальником городского отдела ГИБДД. Во всяком случае, молоденький лейтенант, сидевший на первом этаже перед входом в здание администрации, никаких вопросов Максиму не задал. И тот свободно поднялся на 3-й этаж. Здание большое, и помимо приемной мэра, здесь располагалась масса других служб и хозяйств, да и городской совет народных депутатов, куда люди шли достаточно активно, находился тоже здесь. Из-за этого, похоже, лейтенант и не заморачивался. Идут и пусть идут себе, значит, людям надо. Перед приемной, куда выходили двери кабинетов и мэра, и председателя городского совета с удивительным именем Любомир, было многолюдно, что сначала Максу не понравилось. Свои дела он привык решать в личной беседе без свидетелей, но деваться было некуда, и он потихоньку двинулся к намеченной цели. Возле двустворчатой двери, по обеим сторонам которой на стене были укреплены таблички с именами мэра и председателя горсовета, его торопливо обогнали двое медиков в стандартных голубых костюмах с надписью «Скорая помощь» на спине. Один из них, мужчина, нес стандартный оранжевый ящик с медикаментами и свернутые мягкие носилки, а молодая девушка держала дефибриллятор в зеленом чехле. Становилось все интереснее и интереснее. Не иначе, как с мэром что-то приключилось-то, недоумевая, подумал Макс. В приемной народу было еще больше, чем в коридоре, и среди беспокойно что-то обсуждающих людей Максим даже увидел полицейского с крупными звездами на погонах. Тот пытался перекричать разноголосый ракочущий гул, отвечая кому-то по стационарному телефону на столе секретарши. Китель его был расстегнут, а лицо красным и рассерженным. Секретарши за столом не было. На приход Макса никто не обратил ни малейшего внимания, и он немного растерялся, не представляя, что же ему делать и кого спросить о возможности встречи с городским главой. Он беспомощно озирался, крутил головой, в надежде встретить знакомое лицо, и тут кто-то из-за спины тронул его за плечо. «Максим Сергеевич, вы какими судьбами здесь?» – раздался знакомый женский голос. Галина Николаевна – жена Володи Потемкина, которая уже во второй или третий раз избиралась в депутаты городского совета и неизменно возглавляла комитет по социальным вопросам, приветливо улыбалась Максиму, хотя глаза у нее были невеселыми. Макс был знаком с Галиной Николаевной и откровенно обрадовался встрече. Хоть один знакомый и наверняка осведомленный человек в этом бедламе, который введет его в курс дела и расскажет, что же здесь происходит. Заулыбавшись, он ответил: «Галина Николаевна, здравствуйте. Да вот пришел записаться на прием к мэру, а тут такое...» Он беспомощно развел руками и посмотрел по сторонам, как будто приглашая Галину Николаевну разделить его изумление. Та отрицательно покачала головой, нахмурила брови и скорбно поджала губы, отчего лицо ее сразу помрачнело. «Нет, Максим Сергеевич, с мэром вы теперь встретитесь не скоро». Как о вещах совершенно очевидных заявила она, взяла его под руку и настойчиво двинулась в коридор. Максим особо не сопротивлялся. У окна небольшого холла, где не было никого из присутствующих, Галина освободила Макса от своей опеки. «У Виктора Алексеевича несчастье. Сын на машине разбился? Насмерть», – с грустью произнесла она сочувствующим тоном. Макс опешил, вздрогнул и как будто даже съежился, стал меньше ростом. Еще пару дней назад он желал всяческих несчастий этому мажору, едва не погубившему его сына, даже сам был готов жестко наказать его, а сейчас вдруг почувствовал укол жалости. Молодой, глупый... «Денис!» – непроизвольно воскликнул он. «Денис!» – подтвердила Галина Николаевна и заинтересованно посмотрела на Макса. «Вы с ним знакомы?» Максим смутился и поспешно ответил: «Лично нет, но многое слышал». О заочном знакомстве с сыном мэра после ДТП с Алёшкой он решил не говорить, ни ко времени, да и ни к чему. «Сейчас из полиции пришли, сообщили», – между тем продолжила Потемкина. «А ему плохо стало. Побелел весь, упал. Пришлось срочно скорую вызывать. Как бы инфаркта не было», – тревожно закончила она. Рассказав еще несколько ничего не значащих подробностей уже думающему совсем о другом Максиму, Галина Николаевна вернулась в приемную, а Макс отправился домой передать сногсшибательную новость жене. Садясь в машину, он увидел, как мэра на носилках вынесли из здания администрации и аккуратно загрузили в машину скорой помощи. Лифта в трехэтажном здании не было. Причем несли главу не сотрудники скорой помощи, а преимущественно мужчины, в том числе и полицейские в расстегнутом кителе. То ли все действительно так любили мэра и искренне хотели помочь, то ли просто демонстрировали свое рвение и усердие. Глядишь, вернется и вспомнит.
Secretly, Max knew that Colonel Nezhnov was currently in the intensive care unit, but nevertheless decided to personally verify this. Taking advantage of the fact that almost all the doctors gathered in the hospital's conference room at 8:30 for a morning briefing, he easily went up to the second floor to the surgery. After greeting the nurse on duty affably, who looked at the unknown doctor with bewilderment, but could not stop him, Maxim calmly walked to the notorious paid ward. The owner was not in the room, but some of his personal belongings remained in their usual places. This reinforced Max's assumption about the location of the policeman. It is clear that shaving foam, a razor, and a toothbrush with toothpaste will not be dragged to the intensive care unit. There really is no time for toilet subtleties. I wish I was alive. And yet, as he walked back past the nurse on duty, Maxim asked where his old friend Nikolai Sergeyevich from the first ward was. To which I received the expected answer, in intensive care. He was operated on yesterday. Even a vascular surgeon from the region came. Didn't you know? With a surprised and frightened face, the nurse answered and immediately asked. I had to feign extreme agitation and almost run to the intensive care unit. But Max showed his haste only for the nurse, and when he found himself on the landing, from where the stairs led to the first floor, he began to think. Is it worth going to the intensive care unit now? Moreover, the meeting will end any minute, and the doctors will start returning to their departments. And what would he tell them? How will he explain his concern about the health of the police chief? And then he found a weighty argument in favor of an immediate visit. Thrusting his hand into the pocket of his medical suit, he came across a familiar phone, which he had promised to return to the owner yesterday. His own seemed to be left in the pocket of his windbreaker, and he, reassured by the usual heaviness in his pocket, noticed only now that it was the Colonel's phone. It's a great reason to visit him right now. It is unlikely that we will be able to talk. The Colonel is still weak after the operation, and doctors from surgery and intensive care should be on their rounds soon. And they don't need to hear private conversations at all. Max will only show himself so that he doesn't relax, but thinks in the right direction, and the phone really needs to be returned. Moreover, it is completely discharged. So everything is calm here. It is unlikely that they will look for a doctor in the intensive care unit. Although, it's the Colonel. To hell with it. There's no way to fix it anyway, and if he doesn't understand, so much the worse for him. The door to the ward was closed. Moreover, it was decorated with a catchy sign, "Intensive Care, No Entry," and there was a bell button on the door jamb next to it. After a moment's hesitation, Maxime pressed it anyway. A minute later, hurried footsteps were heard, and the face of a young woman in a medical suit and a starched white cap appeared in the half-open door, who stared in surprise at an unknown man also in a medical suit. Max understood that she had the right not to let him into this department, which was closed in all senses, so he behaved very correctly. He introduced himself, identified himself, asked about the condition of his friend Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, and asked if he, as a doctor, could go to the patient just to look at him, and also give him the phone, if this did not contradict the rules of the intensive care unit. He also received a friendly enough response, but not at all the one he had hoped for. The patient's condition is stable, and all necessary medical measures are being carried out. You can't visit him without a doctor's permission. The doctor is at a meeting right now. He'll be there in about 10 minutes. If you want to wait, if not, come back later. As an exception, the nurse can hand over the phone herself. Thanking the polite nurse, Max handed her the phone, hoping that she would not try to turn it on, and clarified who was on duty today. It turned out that a recent acquaintance, Lesha Lushin, with whom Max fully expected to arrange a visit to Nezhnov when Lesh would be alone. Promising to come back later, he left. I should have gone to work. There were no gliders in the pathology department, but I had to spend at least some of my working hours at work. Surprisingly, by the time of Maxime's second visit, the 6-bed intensive care unit was practically empty, and this perfectly corresponded to his plans. Apart from Colonel Nezhnov, who was personally asked by the head of surgery, Vladimir Dmitrievich, to stay in the department for an extra day, there was only an elderly man lying here after an accident with a subdural hematoma and severe brain contusion. The patient was on a ventilator in a medically induced coma, so there was no way he could interfere with the upcoming conversation between the two enemies. After work, as expected, Max easily arranged with Lesha Lushin, who was on duty, to visit his friend in his diocese. However, I had to treat the hospitable anesthesiologist with Vietnamese coffee for another half hour, the Averin stocks of which were already running out. Fortunately, Lyosha was called to the surgery for some kind of intravenous anesthesia for a minor reason, and promising to return in 15 minutes, he rushed off like a meteor, instructing Maxim to wait for his return. Nikolai Sergeyevich passed. His face became even paler, haggard, and his hard gaze lost its sharpness and faded. Only the stubble on his pale face seemed even thicker, but this did not add to the colonel's attractiveness. It was obvious that not only physical suffering was not easy for him, but, perhaps to a greater extent, the realization of his helplessness. How is it that he, a 45-year-old colonel, healthy, cheerful yesterday, whose favors many people sought, is now lying naked in the middle of a huge ward, covered with just a light sheet? He, who commanded almost 100 men, is forced to obey and follow the commands of any snotty nurse girl, not to mention doctors. It wasn't easy. There were no chairs or stools in the intensive care room, except for a small plastic chair at the nurse's desk, which Max decided not to touch. He sat down on the next bed, slightly pushing aside the screen on wheels, and stared blankly at the colonel. Nothing was reflected on his face. No sympathy, no pity, no gloating, no triumph. Nikolai Sergeyevich did not react at first to Maxim's gaze. Then he became worried, frowned, and nevertheless turned his eyes to him. He looked at it and turned away again without saying a word. Maxime spoke first.
Did you get your phone back? After a pause, the colonel did not turn around, but nevertheless replied, They returned it. You see, Max continued calmly, I've fulfilled my promise. I did the second one. After a short pause, waiting for another glance from Nezhnov, he continued quietly, You are in intensive care, Nikolai Sergeyevich. As I said. Maxim shook his head sympathetically and spread his arms. The colonel twitched, winced painfully, and closed his eyes. But with the third promise, I deceived you. The colonel turned around again. You could see it on his face. What's the third one? I promised to arrange a meeting with the mayor here. Do you remember? Yes, it failed. No, don't think badly of me. He's in intensive care too, as he should be. Max saw the interest on the pale, unshaven face of the policeman and even bent over him. Just not here. In the first hospital, in cardiology. A heart attack, he said with a barely perceptible amount of sympathy, and shook his head again. The colonel, who was already lying on his back without saying a word, somehow went limp and stared straight at the ceiling. Do you know why? Maxim asked. Nezhnov remained silent, obviously realizing that he would voice his version anyway, and waited. His son crashed in a car. To his death, Max said without a trace of sarcasm, watching the colonel closely. Yes, yes. The one you've been searching for so long and unsuccessfully. At first, Nikolai Sergeyevich did not react to this strange news in any way, trying to figure out whether it was true or not. Then, it didn't hide from Max either. He began to breathe more often and deeper, and a slight perspiration appeared on his forehead. Got it then. But it's you, Nikolai Sergeyevich, who are to blame for Denis's death. An incomprehensible grimace distorted the colonel's face, and he even opened his mouth, trying to object. But Maxim beat him to it. Yes, yes, it is you. And don't make excuses. Don't use pretentious phrases. You know I'm right. If you had detained Karpov immediately after the hit and run, when you saw his car number on the bank camera, or at least after my visit, when I provided all the evidence of his guilt, taken away his license and opened a case, he would still be alive. Well, he would have received a couple of years of probation in the worst case, and 3 years of deprivation of his rights. Maybe during that time he would have matured, changed his mind, and everything would have returned to normal. And so, when everything is allowed, when the Almighty Dad solves all problems with the help of people like you, that's the end of the game. And his dad had a heart attack for a reason. He understood perfectly well that he was also to blame for his son's death. So he pays the price, and he will pay for the rest of his life. I think he's had enough. Maxim was silent for a long time, waiting for some reaction from the colonel, but he remained silent. Maybe he was thinking about everything that had happened. Maybe he was looking for an excuse for himself. Maybe he was thinking how to get rid of this annoying pathologist. But he was silent, staring at the ceiling. Max wanted to hear the answer and the assessment of his own affairs by the colonel himself. So he escalated. You know, Nikolai Sergeyevich, you will not be able to hide behind silence. These two have received their punishment. You can say that God punished them. But you have not been punished, and it seems that you have not understood anything, since you are trying to keep quiet. It won't work. You can see how I can keep my promises. So, either you write a sincere confession on all these episodes and I hand them over to the prosecutor's office along with everything else, or you don't leave here. In a completely neutral tone, which for some reason made the colonel's stomach turn cold, Maxim finished. You're going to die. Why do you need to live? You've already ruined more than one other person's life, so you need to be prepared for the fact that they might do the same to you, or worse. And don't try to lie to yourself that you're white and fluffy. You're a man after all. If you are not stopped now, you will leave the hospital and get back to work with your henchman Vasnetsov. By the way, I'll deal with him later, Max remarked casually. First of all, you are a huge threat to my family, and then to everyone else who does not please you in some way. So take your pick. Either I'm carrying the paper again, or tomorrow you'll be taken for surgery again, after which you won't wake up. Maxim couldn't resist gloating. Do you know such a disease as pulmonary embolism? By the time he remembered the death of a man with a knife wound in the stomach. That's what's going to happen to you. I'm not scaring, I know that. Well, about like wolf messing. You've probably heard of it. And again, having received no response to his long and reasoned speech, Max got angry, got up and left. Already at the door, he turned around. I'll give you until morning. That's it. Max did not sleep all night, although, in order not to upset his wife with stories about his deeds, which Lena treated extremely negatively, he strenuously demonstrated that he and son were best friends. In the evening after dinner, they briefly discussed the prospects for further investigation and came to the unequivocal conclusion that all this should be completed as soon as possible. As for the Karpov father and son, there were no questions here. Both got what they deserved and, importantly, absolutely without the help of Lena and Max. I didn't even have to contact the prosecutor's office. But they didn't know what to do with Colonel Nezhnov. Maxim told his wife that the policeman had been admitted to the hospital with appendicitis, which was news to him, but he kept silent about the second operation. He also kept silent about his threats, about a possible third operation with a sad end for the colonel. To be honest, Max was brave with the colonel only in words, and there was a huge distance from threats to their execution. He himself did not know if he would be able to use the protection measure again, although he thought about it all the time. Sometimes it seemed to him that he could do it easily enough, but then he became afraid. How could he take a person's life? Even if it's bad, vile, disgusting, even if it's a scoundrel, but it's still a person. Has the death penalty even been abolished in the country? And will he take on the duties of both judge and executioner? Isn't there a lot? Then he remembered again that it was this man who had almost destroyed his family, who had tried to defame his wife, an honest person who had protected him, and all doubts had been pushed far away. A young guy died because of him, even if he wasn't an angel either. But things could have turned out differently, and he had not yet decided what to do to put an end to this protracted case. But he clearly knew that Colonel Nezhnov, alive and well, at large, was a threat not only to his family and to him personally, but also to other people. So, either prison or... And again doubts filled his head. Although Maxim was a man and seemed to be the head of the family, Lena still made the decision. Max, I think we should transfer all the collected materials to Viktor Stepanovich. I've put everything on the shelves, systematized everything, so all he has to do is read it and make a decision. What's not clear, I'll tell you. You remember, at first I couldn't turn to him, I was hesitant, I didn't want to set him up or be disappointed myself, but he supported me and helped me with the bribe. It's expensive. I think it will help here too. Agree? Maxim nodded his head in relief. Going up to surgery or going into intensive care has recently become as commonplace for Max as coming to work. So today, after changing his clothes, he went straight to the intensive care unit with a stack of paper in his hand. But at the door he met yesterday's coffee drinker Lesha, who advised him to meet with an acquaintance right now. Late last night, when Max was already at home, a police UAZ truck overturned, in which the 5th Squad was returning almost in full force from kebabs, arranged on the occasion of the chief's birthday. 7 people were injured. 3 escaped with minor wounds and bruises and were sent home after the operation. 2 with fractures of varying severity were placed in the trauma center, but 2 more with severe combined injuries were shoved into the intensive care unit, and at night, gynecologists operated on a woman with an ectopic pregnancy and decent blood loss, who also had to be admitted to the intensive care unit. So it's not going to be possible to chat with a friend right now, there are too many people in the hall. Yes, if this goes well, this almost healthy friend will be transferred to surgery today, even despite the request of the head. According to the recent tradition, Maxim went to the department in the morning. Inna Genadievna, the head of the city morgue, looked at Max's short-term morning absences with incomprehension. It seemed to be at work, but it didn't seem to be. But so far she hadn't taken any draconian measures. A surprise awaited him in the intensive care unit. Colonel Nezhnov was transferred to surgery due to the need to hospitalize more serious patients with impaired vital functions. That's about what Lyosha said, so Maxim had no choice but to go up to the 2nd floor once again, where a more interesting surprise awaited him. Colonel Nezhnov disappeared. He was not in the room, nor in the corridor, nor in the toilet, just nowhere, as well as his personal belongings, which were in their usual places yesterday. The loss of a VIP patient who underwent 2 major surgeries in less than a week, and only yesterday started walking, was a shock to both the head and the attending physician, as well as to the entire staff of the department. It was there yesterday, but today it's gone. Vladimir Dmitrievich, as expected, informed the chief doctor about the incident, and he tried to call the Department of Internal Affairs all morning, hoping to clarify the fate of the unexpectedly missing head of the traffic police department. However, all his attempts remained attempts, since all the senior officers were at the morning report, so the fate of the missing colonel was still unknown. Maxim immediately realized that the colonel had gone on the run, preferring uncertain wanderings with an unknown end to the predestination of a third operation, with a completely predictable end, which he had been honestly warned about. The thought warmed Max. This means that Neznov nevertheless recognized in him an opponent to be feared, believed in his abilities and capabilities, and was afraid of the morning meeting. There was no question of respecting an enemy, even a worthy one. Nikolai Sergeyevich is not the right person to respect anyone other than himself, or people of higher status than himself, such as the mayor. It seems that thoughts about a possible confession of his nefarious deeds did not even visit him. Nikolai Sergeyevich could not destroy such a prosperous world, where personal power gave a lot of advantages and benefits, with his own hands, and did not even consider this issue. He chose, despite his illnesses, to hide until better times, when the winnings would be his. And besides, he was convinced that this narrow-minded pathologist, with maniacal persistence, was trying to get a personal confession of his sins from him. That's really not going to happen, so it makes sense to hide in a secluded place.
Maxim, who had recently become adept at logical reasoning, did not like the colonel's flight, and the rosy mood due to his own importance was quickly replaced by a cautiously frightened one. So he's not going to give up. He realized that he couldn't meet Max in person because of the likelihood of trouble. Or worse. Once he comes to his senses, gets stronger, and he will definitely strike back. Moreover, most likely, not with his own hands, and not the fact that it was according to Maxim. But Max could not have framed Alyosha and Lena in any way. That's what scared him. So we need to find the vaporized Neznov as soon as possible, while he is still weak and more preoccupied with his own health than with plotting for the culprit of his problems. After returning to his unit and doing routine things, Maxim constantly talked about how and where Colonel Neznov could escape 2 days after a serious operation, when he was not even able to walk properly yet. A few steps down the hall don't count. It is clear that he could not leave the hospital on foot, so there was a car. Most likely, after returning to the room from the intensive care unit, he charged his phone and called one of his friends, who helped him hide. And he left unnoticed by everyone through the very emergency exit, next to which his room was located. Max still remembered from the time of the head's birthday, when he himself retreated from that ill-fated ward in the morning, that the emergency door to the street was closed only from the inside, and only with an iron bolt, although powerful, but completely useless for protection if you decided to turn the front door into an exit door. But how the colonel found out about it is not clear. Nikolai Sergeyevich will not seek help from his relatives, otherwise he will have to explain for a long time why and from whom he is hiding. For the same reason, he will not call the crew on duty from his department to the hospital. But it is quite possible to strain your accomplice Captain Vasnetsov, who is well aware of the vicissitudes of all his recent cases. It is clear that the captain will not take a traffic policeman's car with flashing lights and other police paraphernalia for this case. It is too noticeable and defiant. But he will slowly arrive, most likely in his own car. The same black Toyota that Max knew from recordings from the video camera of his neighbor Valera Petrov, when Vasnetsov brought a deck of burglars on it, who put bugs in the Avarin's apartment. He could only arrive at night, or better yet, in the morning, when everyone was fast asleep. So, we need to look at the CCTV footage from the hospital over the past night and morning to make sure. There is no surveillance camera at the emergency exit, as everywhere else. But there is at the entrance, at the emergency room, and at the emergency room. And it's impossible to get by car to the emergency exit door without passing at least one of the cameras. It's the only road, and it's limited by high curbs. There's no other way. Max, burning with impatience, did not even wait for the traditional lunch break, which officially did not seem to exist. But pathologists had lunch anyway, though not in the autopsy room among the autopsied and not yet autopsied corpses, but in the hospital buffet. Taking advantage of the kindness of Inna Genadievna, the head of the department, Maxim ran away to the buffet, not thinking at all about what he would do when he really wanted to eat. He saw the black Camry on the security guard's computer monitor quickly enough and on time just when he expected, around 5 in the morning. It was still quite dark, but in the light of the hospital lights, especially at the entrance to the barrier, which was not working and was frozen by a vertical pole, Max clearly saw her number. Of course, this number, like Denis Karpov's 37s, he remembered for a long time. Now the puzzle was complete, and Maxim knew what he would do next to quickly find the missing colonel. After a hasty snack at home, since it was not possible to have a normal lunch in the hospital due to running around the guards, Maxim flew to the traffic police department. It was a good thing Lena wasn't at home. She didn't need to know all of Max's plans. Of course, he would tell her everything later, when all the problems were solved. Fortunately, Captain Vasnetsov was in place, as the duty officer graciously informed him, and even waved his hand affably, indicating where to go. Maxim knew this way and calmly went to the office of the accident analysis group. He was completely calm, not a bit worried about the upcoming meeting, because he was confident in its outcome, and that's already half the success. The captain, as at their last and only rendezvous, was sitting at a table by the window and trying to type some text on the computer. He tapped on the keyboard with 2 fingers. He did it badly, and a grimace of discontent settled on his face for a long time. He didn't even look at the newcomer, just nodded his head without looking up from the monitor screen. Maxim, who certainly considers himself the master of the situation, went to the table and sat down on a chair at the end without an invitation. Only after that, having finished another sentence, Vasnetsov looked up from his writing and looked at the brusque visitor with perplexity. He didn't recognize Max and stared at him questioningly, not understanding what he wanted. "What is your question?" Hoping to get rid of the uninvited guest as soon as possible, he finally asked. Maxim was not going to breed politics. "Where's the boss?" he asked bluntly, with a considerable amount of impudence. The captain was literally taken aback by such impudence, but only then realized what he was being asked about, and a roar of anger remained on his lips. Instead, he made a blank face. "Which boss?" "Your boss. Nezhnov." The visitor continued in the same vein. Here the policeman's eyes darted restlessly, and Maxim clearly caught it. "Colonel Nezhnov is in the hospital," the owner of the office replied gloomily, pulling himself together and frowning. "Yeah, the one you stole him from last night." Max grinned. "Vasnetsov," he continued, sounding as if he were twice as old as his counterpart. "You showed up on the cameras, my dear. So you're the only suspect in the colonel's abduction so far, and I'm the only one who knows about it." Maxim decided not to reveal that only the captain's car was illuminated on the cameras, but not himself. "So what? This is not a courtroom." The captain was very confused. He did not expect such a turn in any way. "What kind of abduction?" he drawled incomprehensibly. "The most ordinary," Maxim said. "Why would a law-abiding police colonel run away from the hospital 2 days after the operation without warning anyone about it? So it turns out, kidnapping. You know what a fuss the hospital has made about this. Of course, to lose such a client. What if he dies from any complications? The chief doctor of the Department of Internal Affairs has put everything on its ears. So your boss has most likely already been put on the wanted list. They didn't wait 3 days, as with ordinary mortals. Come on, Vasnetsov. Tell me where you took him, and you'll be happy. I'm not going to tell anyone that you've bothered the doctors and the cops." Vasnetsov was silent, trying to digest the information and decide what to do in light of the newly discovered circumstances. On the one hand, the boss himself ordered him to be silent, but on the other, the boss will be tougher here. Then he decided to clarify the positions a bit. Why is it that a complete stranger, an impudent man, is looking for his commander and not his police friends? And why is he the only one who knows about this case? And who exactly are you? And why do you need Colonel Nezhnov? He began to come to himself a little more firmly. Maxim did not expect that he would easily get the truth, but nevertheless he cursed in his heart. Well, that's it. It started. What difference does it make to you? He leaned back in his chair with annoyance. Let's do this. You tell me where Nezhnov is and I leave, and you stay to work in your favorite police force.
You'll also collect money from drivers and live for your own pleasure. No, I'm sorry, you won't be working here anymore. Moreover, as a disabled person of the third group, you will only be able to work as a watchman somewhere in a music school.
Max realized a long time ago that such unnecessarily intimidating details, which the interlocutor did not even imagine a minute ago, confuse completely. Just knock them out of a normal rut. Vasnetsov was really confused again, not knowing what to say or how to react to this démarche, and Max couldn't let go of the initiative. "Have you ever had a blood pressure rise?" he asked quite amiably, and without waiting for an answer he continued, "But now it has risen. I can see it in your eyes. Can you feel it?" Captain Vasnetsov, completely confused, actually felt a headache, which was rapidly getting worse. The grimace on his face quickly changed from one of bewilderment to one of suffering, and then he even clutched his head with his hands, afraid to move. "You see," Maxim continued just as affectionately, "don't worry, otherwise it will rise a little more and... yeah, a stroke. So much for disability, so much for goodbye dear police." Bringing the situation to its logical conclusion, when Vasnetsov, confused and depressed by a headache attack, was about to stop playing the hero, Max decided to speed up events. Push a little more. It's like with Borya Makagon, when an accident intervened that almost ruined all his efforts. Besides, as it turned out, he underestimated his opponent. The door opened without knocking, and another man in a police uniform entered the office. Either the relationship between the colleagues was not very friendly, or it was just that the mood of the old man who entered was disgusting. He muttered with a rather gloomy face, "Hello," and silently walked to the table standing against the opposite wall. But the captain was even glad to see him. He jumped up from the table so that the chair almost tipped over, and without giving Max a second to react to his antics, began to chatter. "Misha, help me out. Talk to the citizen. I need to leave right away. It's important." And without waiting for Senior Lieutenant Misha's answer, he tried to rush out of the office. But that was not the case. Max was still on his guard. The overly frisky captain, who had already opened the door, suddenly seemed to stumble, froze, turned his pale face to Maxim, and tried to say something, but suddenly fell. Moreover, at first he seemed to crouch down, and then he really stretched out on the floor. Misha, who was not thinking of anything, jumped up as well as the captain and rushed to the fallen colleague. Maxim, who knew exactly the reason for this captain's tailspin, was forced to do the same, but unlike Starley, he knew how to fix the situation. He quickly felt the pulse on the captain's wrist, lifted his eyelid, assessing the pupil's reaction, then turned to the policeman standing in disbelief. "I'm a doctor. It looks like a simple fainting fit here. Do you have any ammonia? Then we'll bring him to his senses quickly." Misha ran out into the corridor without hesitation, and Max did not hesitate to slap Vasnetsov in the face. He shook his head, twitched, and mumbled something. Then he opened his eyes and, with a glimmer of reason, stared at Maxim, who was bending over him. Max was ready to strangle this cunning hero and hissed angrily, "Have you decided to play Alexander Matrosov, bitch? It won't work. Now you're telling me where Neznov is and you'll stay here alive and well. If you don't tell me, your fainting will turn into an epileptic seizure, and then it will smoothly turn into an epileptic status, with which you will die here. Do you know Boris Makagon?" And, without waiting for an answer, hoping that he should know that one gang is a watering can, he continued. He was also trying to portray a hero. "And where is he now, can you guess?" Maxim ostentatiously rolled his eyes upward, as if looking at the ceiling, and then raised his index finger up for emphasis. This gesture could be interpreted in different ways, but rather as an indication of the kingdom of heaven. Maxim's angry hissing was very convincing, and the captain, who had not yet fully recovered, whispered in a barely audible voice, "He's in Kedrovka. In the 11th hospital. He knows a doctor there," and closed his eyes in exhaustion. Maxim has never been to Kedrovka. I only knew that this village, which was not bad according to the stories, was located somewhere in the north of the region, not far from the regional center, almost within the city limits. And I knew about the 11th hospital by hearsay. The doctor's colleagues talked about her a couple of times in the hospital cafeteria after the specialist days and shared their impressions.
This mysterious hospital was referred to as City Clinical Hospital Number 11. Where the clinical level facility in the village came from was anyone's guess. But there were many departments in it, and there was probably a lot to learn there, since specialists from all over the region gathered here. The trip to Kedrovka, where Max expected to find the colonel hiding, did not cause him any doubts or fears. It was only 100 kilometers. If they used to say, the language will bring you to Kiev, now a satellite navigator has appeared for this, which is cooler than any language by an order of magnitude. It's hard to get lost with him, even in a maze. That one will lead not only to Kiev, but to any necessary place. The main thing is not to leave the route. That's what Maxim thought at first anyway. With a kind smile, he recalled his road adventures with his first navigator, which his friends gave him almost immediately after buying a car. And then, as if in mockery, they said, "Well, Max, now you won't get lost anywhere." Jinxed, probably. Maxim drove around the city quite calmly, and he didn't need any navigator here, but he risked getting out to another one only counting on the help of a newfangled device. One winter weekend, they decided with Lena to go to a sanatorium located in a nearby town on the shore of a beautiful lake to go skiing. According to the official website, there was also a ski slope with a cable car, a fairly decent skating rink that worked even at night, and those who preferred this calm type of recreation to extreme skiing could ride along the paved ski slope on the frozen lake. A young married couple was just one of those. Having booked a room for a weekend tour, the guys took their own skis and went on an adventure. Maxim got to the right city along the highway without any problems, and then decided to use the donated gadget. The city was unfamiliar, and the sanatorium was located somewhere on the outskirts, so he decided not to take any chances, dialed the address of the hotel, and calmly pressed the "Let's Go" button. The display showed 2 routes where the beginning of the path coincided, but then one of them went almost to the center of the city, made a decent detour, and got to the end point almost from the opposite side. There was nothing to think about, and Max calmly turned onto a shorter one that wound through the streets of the private sector. 5 minutes later, he climbed out onto the bank of a narrow, ice-free river flowing at the foot of a high, snow-capped mountain, overgrown with bushes and trees. Here, houses that look more like country houses remain only on one side. Nevertheless, the road was not particularly rough, but it was. And in the end, when the houses disappeared from view, it ended up on a low embankment, which was reached by a narrow footpath trampled by pedestrians. There was no further highway. Nevertheless, a pleasant female voice from the navigator reported, "You have arrived at your destination." The words uttered by the young lady in the car, just like at the end of Gogol's immortal comedy, struck like thunder to everyone. I mean, those who were in the car. But if a sound of amazement escaped from Elena's mouth, as in the Inspector General, then Maxim whistled in amazement. But there was definitely a silent scene. After a couple of minutes, having recovered a little, Max got out of the car and began to look around in the hope of seeing a 5-story building with built-in balconies, or a steep ski descent from a 750-meter mountain, so friendly in the photo on the internet. At the very least, at least people from whom it would be possible to find out about the place where they got to, and where the sanatorium, which the electronic device so confidently claims, is here. But, alas, no matter how hard I tried, I couldn't see anything except the snow-covered bushes on the mountainside, and a couple of crows circling in the distance. It would seem that such a towering, gentrified mountain, 3/4 of a kilometer high, should be visible from everywhere. But alas, even climbing the path to the hillock, apart from the snow-white surface of a frozen lake with some summer pavilions and a frozen Ferris wheel on the opposite side, I found no other signs of civilization. I had to return to the beginning of the longest route, which confidently led directly to the gates of the sanatorium. The very next day, while skiing on an ice-bound and snow-covered lake, Maxim, looking at the deserted and lifeless park on the other shore, got his bearings, and figured out where the end point voiced by the navigator might be. It turned out that it was practically nearby. Leaving his wife on the rolling ski slope, Maxim trampled his very short one to the shore, only 50 meters long, and found himself next to some kind of hydraulic engineering structure, apparently used to discharge excess water from the lake. Along the edge of the concrete surface were two small metal posts held together by a fairly powerful, relatively new chain. There were no signs of rust on either the chain or the padlock on one of the pillars. Now it became clear where the ice-free river that Maxim had traveled along had come from, and why the road had ended so abruptly, 2 steps from his destination. Smiling as he recalled his adventures with the navigator, Maxim began to prepare for trips to unfamiliar places more seriously. Previously, he viewed the planned routes on the monitor of his home computer, using the double GIS program with maximum zoom, down to the house numbers of the streets along which he was to travel. It has borne fruit. There was nothing like this in Max's driving practice anymore. Even now he had found the same Kadrovka, the same 11th hospital, and was glad that he would not have to wander around in their search. He was much more worried about Elena's reaction to this trip, which he was in no hurry to talk about, although he understood that time was running out. Of course, he could have come up with some fake business trip to the regional center for a specialist's day, for example, or to the attestation commission. But he did not want to deceive his wife. And not because he was afraid of the investigator's wife with her analytical mind, who would reveal all his secret plans at one moment if she felt even a drop of falsehood, but simply did not want to. And I thought it was normal. Oh, and besides, she's going to take pity on it again. Max couldn't even come up with a normal expression describing the colonel and their relationship right away. An enemy, a villain, a vile, inhuman scoundrel. But how can a scoundrel be humane? Perhaps the word criminal was the mildest of all Maxim's words during the voyage. He went anyway. Deciding that lying to his wife about the purpose of the trip was not good, he went the other way. Not to lie, but not to tell the whole truth. I just went on a business trip. Lena looked at Max carefully after such a statement, and he secretly felt that his wife, the investigator, guessed that this trip might be very far from medical matters, but she did not insist on continuing his revelations. It was as if she felt that there was a boundary that she shouldn't cross. Maxim did not enter the hospital grounds. Moreover, the entrance was blocked by a fully functional striped barrier. In addition, a sign saying, "Entry Prohibited," was fixed on one of the metal fence posts, and Max realized that this instruction was addressed specifically to him. Now there is no need to light your car in the context of upcoming planned events. If everything ends sadly for the colonel, and Maxim did not rule out such an option, despite the pathoanatomical examination, unhealthy questions may arise from the same Captain Vasnetsov, or at his suggestion, and from someone else with a higher rank. After driving almost a block away, Maxim drove the car into the courtyard of an ordinary old 5-story building, where surveillance cameras would be from the category of casuistry. And only then did a thought come to him that made him shudder. And how will he look for Nezhnov in this 11th hospital? The hospital consists of several buildings connected by overhead walkways, but it is still a clinical hospital. Her view from above resembles some kind of animal, very similar to a horse with a big head. When Max was preparing for a date with a personal enemy, he even stored this information from the internet in a corner of his memory. And there are about 15 branches there. And it's not at all a fact that the colonel will be in surgery. It is clear that there is no point in looking for it either in gynecology or in children's, but in the rest, especially where there is a dressing room, it is quite. Most likely, his acquaintance is a doctor, at least the head of the department, and maybe the chief physician himself. Still, the colonel's status is significant, and it's difficult, if not impossible, for a simple doctor to put a patient who has recently undergone surgery in another hospital without the knowledge of the head. Not expecting much success, Maxim nevertheless looked through the patient lists posted in the lobby of the first floor of the main building. There was no one with the surname Nezhnov in surgery, traumatology, or intensive care. To clear his conscience, Max scanned the patient lists and other departments, even therapy and childhood, still ignoring gynecology. But there were no patients with similar surnames. It was getting interesting and strangely confusing at the same time. How is it possible now, in the early 20s of the second millennium, to lie in a municipal Russian hospital, hiding from possible problems, while not being listed in any lists? This isn't the 90s. Maxim remembered Vladimir Ivanovich telling him that in their surgery, in that distant criminal time. He was hiding from annoying cronies, accomplices, with whom something was not shared by the local authority, slightly injured on the next arrow. He was lying in a double room like a patient alone, but with him were two other well-fed bulls, absolutely healthy. But nevertheless, they did not forget to prop up the door to the ward, which for unknown reasons opened inward, with an ordinary bed on which they slept in turns. It was difficult even for the staff to get into this room. Rounds, bandages, and injections were performed only after preliminary negotiations. But the password was still missing, Potemkin joked with bitter irony. That was the time. There was no information desk in the hospital, so the only way left was to methodically go through all the departments, trying to find traces of the escaped colonel. It was a good thing that today was a Saturday afternoon, and only the doctors on duty remained. Maxime expected to reach an agreement with each of his colleagues faster than with a bunch of people in the residence office. Suddenly, the doctors have received a certain directive from their superiors, and they will control each other no matter who blurts out something superfluous. And you can interview one of them with a passion if you suddenly have doubts about his sincerity. To make it easier to get in touch with colleagues and communicate adequately in the future, Maxime grabbed a doctor's coat from home, on which he put a badge indicating his specialty, a surgeon. However, both the surname, the first name, and the name of the hospital on the badge were made up and printed on a home printer. Max decided to start his search not from therapy, but from the surgical departments, and after checking with the security guard in the lobby, who was bored to hell with all this visiting mess and completely ignored the visitors, he headed to the third floor. As standard, the residence office was located right at the entrance to the department, but the head's office, like theirs, was located at the other end of the corridor. After knocking on the door and not waiting for an answer, Maxime nevertheless pressed the handle and looked through the ajar door. Directly opposite, at a table by the window, facing the door, sat a handsome bearded man in a white coat. His beard was red and disheveled, which immediately made him smile, and its size made Max wonder how he operated, where he hid his magnificent beard. In his hospital he did not see any of the operating doctors with beards. He was holding a glass in one hand, a half-eaten sausage sandwich in the other, and hurriedly trying to chew a rather impressive piece of it. Most likely, that's why he didn't answer Maxime's knock. Nevertheless, he waved his hand invitingly with a clenched glass, inviting them to enter, so actively that some of the contents immediately splashed onto the table. Instead of swearing, as Maxime himself would have done, the bearded man burst out laughing, put down his glass, and immediately put down the remains of the sandwich. Then, after he stopped laughing, he thought about it and still shoved them into his mouth. Maxime liked the reaction of an unknown doctor to a comical or not-so-funny situation, and he couldn't help but smile too. After finishing the sandwich and wiping the table, the doctor on duty apologized, which surprised Maxime and invited him to sit down. Max settled into a chair next to the next table, close enough to the owner of the office, so that he easily read everything that was on the badge, and only after that asked what brought his colleague here. "You know, my patient is missing," Maxim began, making a helplessly puzzled face. "Just 2 days after the thrombectomy from the popliteal artery. And disappeared. He disappeared, along with his belongings. The main thing is, I didn't say anything to anyone." Max paused briefly so that his counterpart could assimilate the unusual information he had received and continued. "As soon as the boss found out, he put in, 'Mom, don't grieve. God forbid,' he says, 'he'll die somewhere from some kind of complications. Then we're all fucked.' And what? Easily. Just 2 days after such an operation. 'Your patient, you look for it,' he says. That's what I'm looking for. His cell phone is not responding. I call my landline at home, and my wife says she's in the hospital. Well, one of my colleagues told me that you seem to have him. So I came and didn't call. I think it's better to check, otherwise you can become famous for the whole region. They say their patients run away after operations. They're probably afraid." The bearded man grinned from the corners of his mouth, which was not easy to see on his overgrown face. "You're not a cop, are you?" he asked thoughtfully. Moreover, this interrogative particle, Lee, sounded after a decent pause, so Max did not immediately figure out the meaning of the question. And when he understood, he abruptly turned his head, and, as if not believing in his luck, answered with a slightly drawl, "Policeman. Nezhnov Nikolai Sergeyevich. I don't know the last name, but that's for sure." The nurses were talking, the doctor continued. Maxim's joy at luck, the first shot and seemingly immediately in the top 10, subsided a little. "Why isn't he on the list?" Max asked, afraid of being disappointed. "Yes, this is some friend of our boss. He leads him, even got him closer to his first ward. And he keeps his medical history." He finished, as if continuing to reason. "It's all strange." The bearded doctor was silent for a few seconds. Then, as if spitting on all the riddles, he famously waved his hand. "And let's go and look at him." Maxim agreed without hesitation. The first ward in the 11th hospital, as well as in the 8th, where Max worked, was from the category of high-comfort wards. There was also a TV, a refrigerator, a microwave oven, and a wardrobe. A large corner was occupied by an ambulance room, because of which only the feet of the guest in gray socks were visible on the bed behind it. When the doctors entered, Maxim, following the doctor and hiding behind his broad back, saw how the legs changed their position. The owner of the gray socks sat down. "Good afternoon," the doctor on duty boomed, without naming the owner of the ward in any way, as if still doubting the assumptions of the arriving colleague. "And you have a guest," and he stepped aside, revealing Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov sitting on the bed. The colonel was smiling. His clean-shaven face has become fresher. The bags and dark circles under his eyes have disappeared. The suffering wrinkles on his forehead have been smoothed out, and his gaze has lost its piercing, as if it had become kinder and more affectionate. He looked from one man in a white coat to another, and his face began to change right before his eyes. The policeman recognized his guest. His lower jaw dropped, and although his lips remained compressed, his face went from round to somehow elongated and thin. His cheeks were sunken, his eyebrows were drawn together, and deep longitudinal wrinkles appeared on his forehead again. Amazement, mixed with fright, even fear, splashed into his eyes. The colonel tried to say something, but some kind of wheezing came out of his throat, not at all like articulate speech, and then he nevertheless pronounced several letters, as if stuttering. "Dih, dih, dih, dih." After that, he tried to raise his hand, as if defending himself from the inevitable, but to no avail. The hand lifted slightly over the edge of the bed and fell lifelessly. The patient breathed deeply and noisily, turned pale at first, then blushed and collapsed on the bed, leaving his dangling legs on the floor. His eyes were wide open, staring straight at the ceiling. The bearded man clearly did not plan to see something like this in the ward. Literally frozen, he stood at the window and looked in confusion at the patient, then at his colleague, whom he had brought here, trying to figure out what was going on here. He made no effort to rush to the patient to try to help, or at least understand what had suddenly happened to him. On the contrary, after taking a couple of steps back, he somehow helplessly wailed, which did not go at all with his massive figure and full beard. Yes, and the voice went from thick and rolling to suddenly shrill and hoarse. What's going on here? What did you do to him?" He turned to Max, looking at him with hidden fear. Maxim did not expect this from a visit to the found colonel either, and at first he was as confused as the bearded doctor. But when he heard that all the metamorphoses that had happened to the colonel were trying to attribute to him, he pulled himself together. "Who did I make? What are you? I didn't even go near him," he almost shouted. At first, he cautiously approached the bed, looked into the face, then boldly looked at the size of the pupils, their reaction to light, felt the pulse on his wrist, counted. There seems to be something wrong with the head here. What kind of embolism? Or is the stroke hemorrhagic? After thinking for a few seconds and without turning to the doctor on duty, he said, "It would be necessary to show the neurologist." I didn't hear the answer and turned around. Once, a bearded man with a handsome face, staring at nothing, stood at the window without making any attempts to help the patient, for whose life he was simply obliged to fight. The doctor was whispering to himself, nodding his head incessantly. Maxim could only make out his words by listening. The boss is going to eat me now. The boss is going to eat me now. He'll kick the hell out. That's why I need it. That's how it all started well. Max didn't need this at all, although he still didn't understand what was starting. What if Nezhnov told his friend, the manager, why and from whom he was hiding? It's very possible if they're from the same team, the colonel's team, and the doctor will tell you that he came here alone, with all the consequences. The situation had to be leveled urgently. Maxim looked at the doctor carefully, then stated in a rather stern voice, "Doctor, calm down. No one will eat anyone. This is an ordinary stroke. Anyone can have it. A policeman, your boss's friend, or any of us. What are you being punished for? Because the patient's blood pressure has risen? That's how the boss made the appointments himself. Let him take the blame for himself." The bearded man heard Maxim's address, but he did not change his posture or his voice. "He's going to eat me for bringing you here," he said desperately, without turning his head. "The patient saw you, and was scared." Max didn't think long. "So he doesn't need to know that I was here. By the way, no one has seen me in your department yet. And why be scared? Am I that scary? We only knew each other a little." Then Max decided to cheat. There is no need for an outsider to know about their difficult relationship with the policeman. And besides, to live with wolves. After all, this Nezhnov is a real predator, Maxim reassured himself. After a short discussion, where, as he thought Max turned out to be the winner, the bearded doctor ran after the neurologist, and Maxim, unnoticed by anyone, went home in the corridor of the department. He couldn't leave right away. Climbing into the car, Max relived the minutes of the meeting with the colonel for a long time, going over in his memory all the shades of the conversation with the bearded doctor, remembering Nezhnov's panic-stricken face, his seemingly convincing words, but he did not calm down soon. He still couldn't believe that Nikolai Sergeyevich Nezhnov, his number one enemy, had given up so easily, and had come out of the confrontation completely without his help. On the one hand, Maxim was glad that everything seemed to be resolved without his participation. On the other, he was haunted by the thought that his protection measure was already working on its own. The long-cherished thoughts of punishing the colonel triggered the implementation mechanism on their own, without the orders of the owner. Could it be? Why not? If so, does that mean he's slowly turning into some kind of monster, a machine for punishing the undesirables? And who is objectionable? He determines himself. Or even his subconscious. Wow. Maxim could not fully agree with this, but nevertheless convinced himself that his protection measure had nothing to do with Colonel Nezhnov's stroke. It just happened that way. Nikolai Sergeyevich saw him, and was afraid that Max would fulfill his promise about the third operation with its unfavorable outcome. His blood pressure rose, and as a result, he had a stroke. Everything is exactly as Maxim told the doctor on duty at the department. Max liked this version better. No matter how hard he tried to hide his worries behind fake bravado, funny jokes, and ostentatious carelessness, Lena immediately realized that her husband was worried about something. Moreover, his concern was not at all related to work problems, and she even guessed what it was. Her doubts were reinforced by the fact that Max refused the traditional coffee after dinner, and hinted that he would like to drink a glass of cognac. Sometimes they practiced it. In the evening at dinner, we symbolically drank a glass of Old Königsberg, regardless of the problems. It could just be a hard day, or, conversely, a good mood and some local successes. For some reason, they liked Old Königsberg more than others, even more than the vaunted Hennessy, probably because its taste and harmonious mild aroma fully corresponded to their concepts of cognac standards, and it had no pronounced alcoholism, and, of course, no destructive intoxication. Elena had the sense and tact not to start clarifying the relationship, which is why her husband's mood changes are related today, but to support him. 20 grams on a Saturday night won't add to the problems, but they may well help solve them. And she was right. However, this time, Maxime drank 2 glasses and did not hurry to remove the shaped bottle with the company logo from the table. Lena. Having finished washing the dishes, he began gloomily. I was at Nezhnov's today. Usually Max always washed the dishes in the kitchen while Lena set the table. Even now he did not depart from the tradition, although I must say, he had some culinary knowledge and skills acquired in his school years from his mother, who works as a cook. Sometimes on weekends he would practice in the kitchen, and the family liked the results of his exercises very much. Maxime was particularly successful with beetroot or carrot marinades. They were his signature feature, which his wife liked very much. And Alyosha did not lag behind his mother, which surprised and pleased Maxime. I know, the wife replied calmly, and, seeing her husband's surprised look, added, You haven't been yourself lately, and you don't talk about our problems, but we used to discuss them almost every day. When you started talking about the trip, I realized that something was going wrong. I called your surgery and asked about Colonel Nezhnov's health. You yourself told me about his appendicitis. They replied that he had been transferred to another hospital. They can transfer you in one case if there are any complications that they can't handle here. So? She looked at her husband questioningly, did not wait for an answer, either positive or negative, and continued. So? I thought at first that you had a hand in it, but then I realized that you didn't. You should have told me about it to calm me down. Are they usually transferred to where? Again, I didn't wait for Max's reaction. To the regional hospital, on a higher level. I called the information desk there. They answer. Such a patient has not been admitted. Where did he go then? Clearly, he escaped. And he ran away, most likely from you, from your protection measure. So you went looking for him, right? She stared at Maxim with interest, hoping now to get an answer and test her intuition. Maxim just shook his head and spread his arms to the sides, and he was hiding his attempts at secrecy from her. Stupid. I can even guess how you got to him. Through Vasnetsov? Lena stared at Maxim again, waiting for an answer, to which he just sadly nodded his head. Lena, I can't hide anything from you. You already know everything. No, not all of them, Max, she smiled. I do not know how it all ended. Judging by your gloomy face, nothing good. He's having a stroke, Lena, and it looks like it's going to be tough, Max replied gloomily. Lena shook her head now, not sure if she was condemning or wondering. Have you decided yet? No, Lena, no. Maxime raised his voice significantly. I have nothing to do with his stroke. I didn't even have time to talk to him. As soon as he saw me, he turned pale, blushed, and collapsed. The cheek is swollen, the pupils are different. It's clear that it's a stroke. Lena always trusted her husband. I believed it now. He's so excited. She turned the conversation in another direction. Did anyone see you? The doctor on duty. He even took me to the room. But I introduced myself by a completely different name. Besides, he won't talk about me. Lena stared at Max questioningly. Nezhnov is a friend of the head of the department, who just hid him at his place. The colonel is not on any list, and he either has a medical history or not. This doctor never saw her. I didn't even know the colonel's last name. So there's no reason for him to say that he took me to Nezhnov's room, but he took me and almost died. Or maybe, even that. Already. Maxim began to explain. Lena was silent for several minutes, and Max didn't rush her. He knew that his wife, the investigator, was now sorting everything out in order to analyze the situation and draw conclusions that Max was sure would be correct and help them avoid the possible negative consequences of his trip to Kadrovka. It turns out that our problems have been mostly solved, Elena said after a long pause. I guess so, Max began, not very confidently. The colonel is unlikely to return to his job. If, of course, he stays alive. And if it remains, it will lose its influence on other people. A disabled person is unlikely to be able to manage an organized gang. Well, Max, Lena snorted. Is that really a gang? Well, let's not say a gang, but an organized group. Maxim didn't know what else to say, how to label Nezhnov's activities with his henchmen, and finished vaguely. We'll wait and see. The darkness has not yet lifted. Maxim couldn't sleep that night. In his mind's eye, images of both today and 3 years ago passed one after another.
They alternated between the usual sequence, allowing him to remember everything. And then they changed so quickly and in complete disarray that Maxim barely had time to think about anything. The glowing dead, and the clearly felt horror from the first encounter with the mysterious blue light. The sensations of goosebumps on their bodies were replaced by thoughts of their faithful comrade Vanya Medvedev, who greatly helped them in the epic with the alien ship. How well they got rid of the chase. And how he was on his knees in front of Lena, unable to express his gratitude. He saw his wife extending her hand into a stream of billowing smoke during an experiment in the morgue, saw a black square in Krasnoyarsk, completely devoid of snow covering everything around. I saw today's day again, the bearded doctor's face, now joyfully cheerful, now confused and amazed. I saw the colonel's changing face, his burning cheek, an unmistakable sign of a stroke. And again, the terrible footage from the film in the psychological unloading room of the crew on the ship about the fight between a saber-toothed predator and a peaceful hippopotamus, which ended with streams of blood from wounds on the giant's neck, was replaced by the greenish face of Pavel Ivanovich and his soft voice. The dead white light flooding the area in front of the ship during an unusual fight with the FSB changed to the lifeless lights of fireworks in the morgue during a visit by Dr. Frenz. By morning, he managed to doze off, but he got up completely exhausted and completely unsure what to do next. He never received answers to the questions he asked his wife during his return after the departure of the alien ship. He remembered this conversation clearly, as if it were yesterday. But we still didn't find out why my dead were glowing. And where did I get these anti-medical abilities, and you have the gift of foresight? And what was that mist over the village? For what? And a lot more. I also remembered Elena's answer. So we need to get to this Celia somehow. We'll figure it out there for sure. But what if? They can get there now. Yeah. Lena has hardly used her gift in recent years, but if you think about it, she always had it. Even then, she already foresaw that they might end up on another planet. She may have answered vaguely, but in the light of today's events. Max made up his mind. More, perhaps, from the emptiness inside caused by the monstrous psychological strain in recent days. Alyosha is here, and the colonel, and Makagon with his beloved false Rusakova in the case of a fake bribe, and again the colonel, the mayor's heart attack, the death of Denis Karpov, which, God knows, he did not want, and a lot more. It was necessary to change something in life, and it was here and now. Lena didn't mind.